Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meets him with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link. Word up.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the building. What's good with the family? I got feeling on this good Monday, man. Back with another week of this boxing talk. Giving boxing is just do one build at a time. Hit the like button. Double tap the screen right now. Tell y'all, you right there. That's freeloading. That ain't double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Subscribe to the channel if you new. Turn your notifications on if you want to get notified and you want to rock out with your boy. But we gonna build on this boxing. We're going to talk about it because I see a lot of people, you know, crying, a lot of people mad, a lot of different takes with this boots situation, man. But I guess people don't really pay attention because like where was people at? It was like a week or two ago where it was like a released, at least that information got out there that Boots was sparring with Canelo or going to be sparring with Canelo. So when I seen it, it ain't really moved me like it moved some people. I seen some different takes and stuff. You know, I'm gonna play shout out to Bernie the Boxer. You know, I had him on. Appreciate him chopping it up with me. He gave his take on it, and I know he probably feel differently, obviously, because you know he's Team Crawford, right? And people look at this as Boots. He's a traitor. You know, Boots is a traitor, man. He went over there and trained with the countryman, another countryman. You know, he should have sparred with Terrence Crawford, and you know, Bud wouldn't have did this, and you know, I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that serious. I don't think it's that serious, bro. I think people just overreacting per usual. But let me say what's up to the fam, man. We're gonna get to this, man. CJ, what it do? Jordan, my dog, what it do? BVO, he said, keep the future boxer. Shit, yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, shit, the shit show. Got to catch the playback. George, shout out to my dog, man. Big Soldier with the dude. Boots his old man. Nobody supported dad. Stay on cold. Rolly, Boots, step on Bud. Canelo by KO. Shit, nah, man. Nobody just stepping on Bud, man. Shit, Canelo probably don't even just step on Bud. Yeah, they stressed out boxing. What's good with it, my guy? Yeah, man. If you're new in the building, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We like 70 away or something like that. Let's get to 10K. We like 70 away. Make sure you hit that like button. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. All merchandise and shirts was sent out. Mike Kirkland, be expecting your package any day, this week, next day or so. Appreciate you. Shout out to my guy because I seen Mike rhyme with it, dude. Shout out to you. Pugilism was good. Mike Kirkland, my dog, man. He said 168, 2025 version of Canelo still treats Boots as a sparring partner. Don't call Canelo after he loses the Bud. 913. You hear me? Behind the Hands TV, my dog was good with it, brother. I had to see my side chick out the crib wearing some headgear and a cup. Them Cigar songs got me jammed up. You a fool. Shout out to Mike Kirkland. Appreciate you, bro. Another good week, man. We're going to build, man. I appreciate everybody that supported the merch, man, and got a shirt. You know, much love to y'all. We're going to keep pushing, man. We're going to have some more items. Shout out to Lisa. She going to be receiving. She got a sweatsuit, y'all. She got a dope sweatsuit that we got going on. We just going to keep building. One brick at a time. Y'all know how we do it. Shout out to Pugilism, my dog. Double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel, and we're going to keep building. So, look, y'all, like I said, Boots Ennis is doing some work with Canelo Alvarez and people losing their minds. You know, I don't think it's that big a deal. You know, it's work. You know, if you're a young fighter like Boots, you get opportunity to spar Canelo Alvarez, why wouldn't you do it? 2 cents was good with it. You get what I'm saying? Just think about it this way. Why wouldn't you do it? I don't think he owes Crawford any loyalty, right? They were supposed to be possible potential opponents of each other, right? So I don't think he's doing him a disservice or anything like that. I don't think it's a slap in the face of Crawford. I don't really think he care. I bet you know who I'm willing to bet don't give a damn. Terrence Bud Crawford. I'm willing to bet you he don't give a damn about who he's sparring with. You hear me? Like, he don't give a damn. But again, like I said, if you Jaron Ennis, that's Canelo Alvarez, bro. You probably got paid to do it because he wanted you in camp, right? So you could look at it like that. I think it's just business, man. I don't think it's him being a traitor. I don't think Boots a traitor of any sort. I think people are just, extreme when it comes to boxing. I get it, man. It is what it is. To each his own. People tend to have that pick a side energy, right? And that's what you get when you see this, right? The different takes from it. But like I said, Bernie the Boxer had something to say about it, man. He didn't like the move, let me play it, man. Shout out to my guy Bernie. Big Drop Dre, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Top of the afternoon, man. Y'all doubles tap. Let's get
everybody got a price, man. And I guess Boots, he had his price. I don't know what he getting, but he sold out. That's all I can say. He sold out. Now, I'm just gonna state the fact. He sold out. That's it. He sold out. That's it. You know what I mean? And like I say, I don't knock Canelo, but come on. Bernie, you could say graciously, nah, I'm out of training, or I'm doing this, or you ain't got to tell him hell no. Just tell him in a gracious way. Appreciate the offer, but I ain't no sparring partner. Anything. But nah,
I get what Birdie's saying.
Here you go.
But not sell out.
Smiling, giggling, taking pictures. All right. So listen, we're going to whoop 2 asses that night. Canelo's and his.
There you go, Bernie.
Canelo's and his. All right.
There you go. No harm, no foul, G. Shout out to Bernie the Boxer. And y'all know one thing over here. I like to teach people that you don't got to make everything a personal, right? Some people will hear that and they'll go right after Bernie. Well, what does he know? And he just saying that because he buys for Crawford. Like, they make it real personal. His take is his take. I've heard a number of different people say that, from traitor to sellout to, he doing people wrong. And I think people just too extreme. I don't think Boo's doing nobody wrong. I think he's a young fighter. I think when you see that you have an opportunity to spar against Canelo Alvarez, that's world-class, elite level work. Why would you say no to that? I think you would be a fool to say no to that without having a really good reason. I think it's deeper than being a sparring partner. I don't think Boots is anybody's sparring partner. Y'all better put some more respect on Jaron and his name, bro. He went to go help the man out to a capacity, went got some work in, but that man ain't nobody's sparring partner. Let's be clear, man. Now he on his way to be. He got 2 division champion load when we talking about Boots. Y'all better chill, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just business at the end of the day. It's not personal. Him and Crawford was, looked at as possible opponents. Like I said, I don't think either guy owes the other one any type of loyalty whatsoever. But my guy Timothy Desert Storm Bradley had an interesting take on it. I'm gonna play that in a second. He went the other way with it because y'all know over here we like to talk about both sides of the coin. Nothing has to be one way. So yeah, you could try that. Oh, he sold somebody out. He ain't sell no damn body out. Shout out to Birdie, but he ain't sell nobody out. I see why he would feel like that being in Crawford's camp. That's understandable from his stance. But for me as a boxing fan, I look at them as possible opponents, and because of that, no move that they would ever make, I think, in their careers would be in benefit of the other guy, if that makes sense to y'all, right? So basically, just to put it blunt, not one move that Jaron Ennis makes is going to be with Terrence Crawford in mind first, or vice versa. Not one move Terrence Crawford is going to make is going to have Jaron Ennis in mind. You get what I'm saying? And that's just the nature of the game, man. It's just business. It's the business of boxing. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, I think, for a guy like Boots to get, like I said, some world-class work. I think his brothers has worked with Canelo in the past, too. And I think that's probably why he was able to do this. If I'm not mistaken, did he fight his brother before or did he work with him? Either or, man. It's just not the craziest thing to see in today's boxing with Jaron Ennis getting world-class work with a world-class fighter like Canelo. It's just the timing of it seemed interesting, right? And all that tells you is Canelo is taking this fight serious. He trying to cross every T, dot every I. You know what I'm saying? Because he know he about to get it. He about to be tested, man. He gonna get tested. Because if not, why else did you bring Boots in? Even if it was just to show you certain looks and give you, different looks. You brought him in here for a reason. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland for Boots being Boots. Don't care what people say about that young man. That's a fact, man. Because Mike Kirkland, they're gonna all have to double back and try to hop back on that bandwagon when he start beating their favorite fighters up at 54. And they start having to walk it back like, nah, I wasn't saying he wasn't good. I just wanted to see him fight somebody good. Nah. Stay on that side. That's the only time you hear me say stay on that side. Yeah, I was dissing Boots. Nah, don't try to bust that 180, man. Stay on that side, bro. That's on that side with Boots, bro. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man. Always supporting the grind. William Old School, my brother was good with it. Shout out to Big Soul, Bud and Boots, not friends. That's a fact. So that's the only way it could be considered a sellout, eat to some degree, if they were in the same camp. Stretched Out Boxing was good with it. If they were in the same camps, peace to the Queen Shade. Why are you feeling today, man? Cornelius, my guy, Stretched Out Boxing. Reefs was good with it. Box community Turk fake activist, bro. Only if I could talk about what was going on, man. It's so much to Mr. Empire, what it do, homie? How you feeling, man? Was good with it. Greg was good, man. Being a sellout is flat out wrong. Yeah, hey, I get, and again, like it's all about, like I can understand somebody like Bernie being closer to one of the fighters in said situation, feeling away, right? But I think the boxing fans have like tried to take it and run with it, and I think they're looking for any reason to try to attach some negativity to Boots in his name. And that's what you see happening in this situation, right? It's no different. They're using the opportunity that we should be looking at Boots like, bravo, well done, man. Go get that world-class work, because Boots is moving into another division. And you want to see him be the best absolute fighter that he can be and sharpen his tool to the best of his ability. And who better to go get some work with than a guy like Canelo Alvarez, man? Like nobody's too good for that work. You get me? Nobody's too good for that work. So, like I said, I could understand Bernie's stance because he teamed Crawford all day, all night. You know what I mean? So, twice on Sundays. But, yeah, at the end of the day, iron sharpening iron, right? It's maybe Boots can give him some looks that he feel like Crawford might, you know what I mean, that he might see in the fight with Crawford. I don't know. But it's definitely iron sharpening iron, man. Greg was good with it. Vergil, so training with Canelo makes sense and it helps Canelo. It always help happen in boxing. It's just business. It's just business. So, and even it's crazy because like that's a flip side to look at it too, right? That I'm glad you brought that up because look, I don't hear nobody saying that. Would this be bad for Boots in the long run because he went and trained with Canelo, who trained with Vergil Ortiz first? You see how simple that sounds? Like what Canelo gonna go do? Tell him what we already know about Boots, that this guy is the truth. Think about what we saying. What's really gonna happen? What's gonna change? Nothing's gonna happen because these dudes working together, bro. He going to get that work. He prepping himself for 54. I mean, shit, he looked huge to say the least, too. Boots look healthy up there, bro. He look ready to go, man. I don't know, man. It look like, hey, man, hey, y'all looking at this picture. It almost look like Canelo, the one moving up, right? Look like Canelo just moved up in the weight class, man. Y'all better move over, stop playing. 54. I know what's really happening out here, y'all. I think I don't know what's happening, but I know what's happening. I know what's going on out here, y'all. Y'all seen this picture? Y'all realize how big Boots is? And then y'all looking at Boots next to Canelo and y'all like, yeah. Y'all nervous for y'all nervous for 154. So y'all like, yeah, let's attach some negativity to Boots' name. Boots a traitor. You'll sell out Boots. Boots out here selling out. Who is he selling out? Don't dare tell you better not dare say he's selling out Crawford, man. They ain't cool. They not boys. They don't got each other's numbers. Like, what's going on out here, bro? Nah, y'all scared of that 54-pound Boots hit different. I told y'all. I told y'all. I knew what time it was. Look, I told y'all 154 Boots was gonna hit different. Hey, y'all, check this out. They ain't even threw a single punch at 154 yet, and they already panicking, bro. They already making excuses, bro. Yeah, he's a sellout. He's a traitor. How dare he go get some of the best world-class work he could ever get in his life. How the nerve of this young man to try to better his craft and sharpen himself. Like the nerve of him to actually go over there with Canelo Alvarez, who's from Mexico, and spar with him. Like, you don't got not one reason why that man should have said no to this opportunity. I can't think of one. Could y'all? I can't think of one. Get me? Dank, my dog, was good with it, bro. It's at 54, 60, and 68 on the way. I'm telling you, they getting nervous already, Dank. They getting nervous. Big dog Willie, appreciate the 5-piece. My dog, man. Jake Pulver's tank, told you so. Tor, oh yeah, that's gonna piss him off. That I told you so. Tor gonna piss him off big time, big dog. Double tap the screen if you ain't hit the like button yet, man. Double tap the screen. But he said, I told you so. Tor, Tank Maniacs are hurting. An old man told me a guy would never put more on shoulders that you can't carry. That's the weight, man. That weight heavy, man, because that's the talk. That's the talk of the boxing world. They won't leave it alone. They won't let it die. You know, people going to try to roast them to the end of the earth, but they're going to be right there. Come fight. They're going to be right there, bro. They're going to be right there getting a daily dose of they tank. You know what I mean? They're going to watch just enough to come back and hate. But man, yeah, man, it's a lot of pissed off people. But yeah, man, I know what y'all nervous about, yo. I know what y'all see that man on the screen. Y'all like, damn, that's Boots. I seen the comments, yo. I don't know if y'all seen the picture and you seen the comments, the thread that took place under, yo. They seen this picture. People like, yo, how was he making 147? See, I told you he was a weight bully all this time. Nah, bro. Y'all can't have it both ways, bro. You can't say he too big for 47. He killing himself down there. He only look good because he beating up littler guys. Then he move up where the bigger guys at. And he looked just like one of the bigger guys. And now y'all's trying to walk that back. Now he got to be a traitor and a sellout, bro. Nah, Boots is a young, smart fighter. I think it would be stupid to turn down an opportunity just to see what Canelo has to offer to you in terms of like a young fighter. Like what advice, what game? Like could he add anything to your arsenal, right? The experience alone, right? Going some rounds with him, seeing the look, like, you get me? So again, if you team Crawford and you talking the sellout stuff, I could understand that because, you know, Bernie is Bernie. If y'all know Bernie don't by this time, he's going to say what he feel. But I think if fans are pushing that, because we should be in a more neutral situation, Bernie is on the actual side. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm not justifying what he's saying. I still don't agree with the sellout thing, but I could understand his take and why he would take it more personal than the average fight fan. We're neutral in all of this. Like, you should be looking for Boots to, you know, brighten his career or sharpen his sword or however he see fit. And if Canelo Alvarez is the name that he can use to do that, then why not? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, bro, y'all seen him flexing. Y'all see them arms, bro. I know what's going on. Y'all nervous. They like, man, ain't no way Boots this big already. See? Told you he ain't need no tune-up fight. Look how big he is. He bigger than Canelo. He won tune-up fights. That's how they pissed off about this Boots, man. But hey, Boots, looking good at 54, and you ain't even throwing a punch yet. You ain't even throwing a punch, man. God's up. What it do, homie? How you feeling, bro? Yeah, the sellout, they go crazy, dang. Shout out to God's up, man. My guy, catch. Can't be a weight bully fighting under IBF. You get me? You get me? Big dress shit don't make sense, do it? Boys be crying. What it do, man? He said, I'm looking forward to the Crawford versus Canelo fight more than Paul versus Davis. Gonna watch both. Yeah, I'm with you. Mike. I think I'm looking forward to both for sure. And I'm gonna watch both, but definitely more so. I'm looking forward to the Crawford Canelo because people continue to doubt him. They keep counting him out. Look, I get it, man. This is because I want to know what kind of like people we be dealing with. Check this out. If you are telling me that Terrence Bud Crawford, a guy who all he knows is how to win, the ultimate competitor, you talking about one of the most elite talents that we got in today's boxing. If you're trying to sell me that he has no chance at winning, then I'm gonna tell you I can't push that. Because I don't believe that. You can't tell me he has no shot at winning. You can tell me you think his chances are slim. You think it's an uphill battle. You think it's next to impossible. But you know, nothing is impossible in boxing, right? And I get it. It just looked like a fight that he shouldn't be taking because it seemed like one he can't win because of the odds that stacked up against him. But if you follow the career of Terrence Crawford, his story, his upbringing, all of that, I mean, the dude know a thing or two about having it hard, having the deck stacked up against him and different things like that. He's no stranger to hard work. He's no stranger to a challenge is what I'm saying now. Look, I could admit and I could level with all of y'all that's saying, you know, Canelo going to win. This is going to be a challenge much different than anything he faced in any of these weight classes he's been in. And as successful as he's been, as high level as he performed on, as consistent as he's done it, it's still none of those 40 plus fights is going to be anything like Canelo. I'm in full, like I understand that completely as much as one could, but that's still not going to make me feel like a guy that I've seen prove it time and time again has no shot at all, right? Now, maybe you think his chances, like I said, are super slim, but there's always a chance. Canelo is not unbeatable. He's not, you know, you get what I'm saying? We've seen him be outboxed. We've seen this, you know. Now, yeah, we don't see him get knocked out, but you don't got to get knocked out to lose a boxing match. It's still boxing, and Terrence Crawford boxes at the highest level. Great counter puncher, still really good reflexes, good speed, great timing, different things like that, man. If he's able to perform at a high level under these circumstances, we got us a fight. Ain't that what y'all? That's something y'all should be rooting for. I'm rooting for the best fight possible because I want to see just how good Canelo is when he get pushed against somebody like Terrence Crawford, right? I think this could be a different challenge for him as well, unique. Like, again, people are reducing everything to size and weight and things like that. But notice when we start talking about the skill and different things like that, that conversation is a lot more subtle. People ain't as loud when you talk about that. They loud when we start talking about the weight classes you jump in, right? And the power and all of that. But when we start talking about the nuances and the versatility of both fighters and the craftiness, that conversation level out a little bit more. And that's all I'm saying. Leave room for that conversation, man. It's not just all power and strength and size. It's skill in there. It's mental. You know, Terrence Crawford, I think, is one of the mentally, you know, most tough fighters we got in the game, man. Thinking he's shown you that resilience, craftiness, his ability to make adjustments, figure it out, neutralize his guy. Don't tell me nobody with a wealth of skills like that and a tool bag like that don't have a chance. That's all I'm saying. And I've been very consistent. I'm not going out on a limb saying undoubtedly Terrence Crawford is winning this fight, but I'm gonna tell you 100% with no like hesitation that I'm rooting for Bud Crawford. And if he lose, okay, we lose together. But I tell you what, ain't no way I'm waking up and counting this man out. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it, man. Canelo know what's up, man. That's why he bringing in Boots, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of different ways we could look at this, man. You know, Canelo know what's up. He like, man, let me go get that young phenom. Shout out to Blue Love Sports, the young phenom. He like, yeah, let me go ring that bad boy from Philly, man. Let me get him in here, man. Let me get the bad boy from Philly in here, man. Shit looking crazy, man. Thought he wasn't worried about Crawford, man, huh? Thought he wasn't worried about Crawford. Why you go bothering Boots, huh? Why you go bothering Boots? You hear me? Why you go messing with Boots, man? You smell me? He know what's up. He know he about to get a good fight. He like, yeah, let me make sure everything on the up and up. Let me go. What's up with Philly, man? Somebody get Jaron. What's Jaron? Jaron Ennis? Jaron. Somebody get Jaron on there. And who else didn't want Boots? Boots probably got it paid to do, man. Get your
payday.
Money.
You want payday? I know that.
You know, get that money, Boots. What we doing, man? New fan, Boots. Let's go. Shout out to Canelo Styles Better Diaz, man. Shout out to you. Double tap the screen, sub to the channel if you new facts, Boots. I'm a new fan too. Shout out to Anthony, man. Shout out to you, bro. Allen said Boots and Canelo fire. You get me? Like, this is good for boxing. It's a good opportunity for the young Boots, man. Shout out, they got to see out. What's good, man? What's good, fam? Besides that, man. Shout out to him, D-Matt, Chuck. I don't wanna shout out to them, man. D-Matt. Damn Chuck. My bad. I don't want to butcher your name. Probably am. Boxing Hacker was good. Appreciate the 5-piece on me. He said, Bug gonna lay belt the ass on Canelo. Canelo's could spar Jesus. It won't matter. Skills pay the bills in boxing, and Bug skills is second to none. Talk to him, Boxing Hacker. They usually don't agree with your takes, but they gotta rock with that one. Skills pay the motherfucking bills, man. Nah, I'm going Bud Crawford all the way. I told you I don't care about no loss or being wrong about no fight, bro. But I'm going with my guy. I feel like he can do it. Canelo, that's why Canelo brought in Boots. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised people ain't pushing that. Is this a panic move? Like, or is he getting desperate or what? Or is he concerned, should I say? I don't want to, like, is he concerned with Terrence Crawford coming with? He felt like he had to go bring the young phenom, man. He like, yeah, let me go see what you working with, young man. Let me, you know, show me some of that shit they said Crawford be doing in there, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, my bad, y'all. Hit that like button. We're going to keep on. Shout out to Boxing Hacker. I got to get back to work. Shout out to William Old School, my guy, man. He said, man, that round 7 versus Spence and round 7 through 10 versus Breeze Prescott, just watched that film and guarantee Buzz surgically TKO that sex anybody. 10 rounds starting at the 7th. I'm telling you, bro, he different ghetto fat, my guy. Listen, he got the tools and the skill set to do it. I think he counted out because of what he up against, but some of the same people that's counting him out against Canelo are the same people that tell you Canelo old and he's slowing down, right? Those are the same people that tell you he ducking Benavidez and he don't want to fight him because he know he gonna lose. Like, these are the same people that told you when he challenged Beevil beat his ass. All these different things, right? But when when the conversation moved to Bud Crawford, it get a little bit different. It get a lot different because I think of the disdain for the man. So it's a lot of people not giving him a shot because of that. Because they're not really focusing on skills. They're just focusing on size, power, and strength alone, right? And I just feel like at the level that they operating at, that's definitely a factor. That could be a deciding factor. It could be a key in the fight. It could be the difference in the fight, right? But I also feel like ultimately at the level they're operating at and competing at, skills, you know, their mental things like that, I feel like intangible shit that sometimes you can't measure on paper be the reason that you win a fight like this. And I could be wrong, man. Maybe Canelo just be too experienced, too big, too much of a 68-pounder, and you know, it'd just be too much of a jump for Terrence Bud Crawford. But hey, I mean, at this point, let's be honest. You know what I mean? This man is obviously taking this challenge because he's been counted out and doubted his whole career. I mean, no matter what fight he's took, They still said he ain't never fought nobody. He ain't fought no elite level talent. I seen that argument just as recently as last week. Get me, he ain't got no real good names on his resume. He just got a bunch of nobody. It's the same stuff. So, that's another reason why I level with Crawford, because outside of the payday, outside of Bill Haney making this more of a reality, putting a thought in his mind, right? I do feel like there's a part of him that say, man, I'm gonna fight this dude because y'all think I can't do it. Once upon a time, y'all thought Errol Spence could do it, and y'all thought I couldn't beat Errol Spence. Now I did that. Now y'all changing y'all tune. Now it's like, there's no way nobody could jump up and beat Canelo. Well, I think he feel like he's the guy that's gonna try to do that. I feel like he want to show people the difference between him and Charlo, and maybe this fight does that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but at least he has the opportunity to show that. And like I said, man, anybody that has shown you the winning spirit, a winning attitude, nothing but winning his entire career, nothing but being competitive and operating at the highest level and always figuring it out, getting that shit done. It's tough to look at that guy and say, yeah, ain't no way you got a shot at winning this fight because the guy is bigger than you. I don't want to hear, like, come on, man. He had to grow into 147. People was bigger than him there too, man. I not get it. It ain't the same as Canelo being bigger than you, but I'm telling you, man, the more you look at these pictures, you look at Boots, you seen them standing next to each other. He ain't super, super big like people making it seem. I'm telling you. He didn't knock Charlo out. I know people feel like he didn't try. He tried. He just couldn't get it done. You get what I'm saying? Like Charlo ran. He wasn't super fleet-footed like Lara. So why didn't he knock him out? That's just not the guy he's been in recent memory. So he better hope that his power and size is too much for a guy like Crawford, because if not, I'm telling you, his hands is going to be full. He's going to have a full plate. He's going to have a lot to deal with. Shout out to Emmanuel, my dog. What's good with it, homie? How you feeling? Second to Canelo, Manuel, what's good, bro? Saying you know Canelo not standing between rounds versus Bud like he did versus Mel Charlo. I wonder that pugilism. I wonder would he do that? You get what I'm saying? I wonder would he do that? Richard said Canelo S major. And we rock with Canelo. We like Canelo over here. You know, I rock with him as a talent, as a fighter. You know, I hate the computer all shit, but you know, players mess up. So since then, man, he's moved on, and he's one of the most accomplished fighters in the sport actively today. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, just imagine that this could do wonders for a guy like Jaron Ennis. This could do wonders for him, right? This could boost his confidence, man, add to his game, make him a slightly better fighter, experience that he can't get nowhere else. That's what it's all about. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. It ain't like, you know, Canelo, some run-of-the-mill guy where you could just find him a dime a dozen and just, you know, find him in any local gym. That's not the case. You know, this is a rare opportunity. Like I said, it's all about business, being smart, and elevating your game. And I feel like Team Ennis probably considered all of those things. Like, hey, man, this elevates our game, bro. They probably not one time considered this would be selling out. This would be in an effort to hurt Crawford, because no matter how talented we feel like Boots is and how good, how much of a phenom we feel like he is, he still ain't Crawford the same way nobody else that Crawford is sparring is Canelo, right? So at the end of the day, you still got to get in there with that man and get the job done. And I don't see it being no different here in this situation, bro. We just got to let it play out. Stop being so quick to rush to judgment and abandon fighters for the simplest reasons, bro. That's why I say nowadays in today's boxing and today's boxing media, it's a lot of y'all that don't really like the sport because y'all like the narratives. Y'all like getting behind something that get people riled up. And yeah, let's call Boots a sellout. Let's say how he's a traitor. Let's say how he shouldn't have got possibly some of the best work he can get as a young fighter on the way up in his second division. Yeah, let's talk. Let's ignore all of the positives that could come out of this situation and just ignore it. Yeah, let's ignore it all. Let's just push the narrative. Yeah, sell out Boots. See, nah, man, Boots is here now. He had 54. Opportunities like this probably wouldn't existed with him campaigning at 47 because he had weight class up. Notice he's where Terrence Crawford just was. So maybe the athleticism, speed, angles, different things like that. Maybe that's the looks that Boots was giving him. Maybe that's the reason why he chose to spar with Boots. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So we're going to find out in due time, man. But at the end of the day, I think this is just typical boxing business. I think people are like losing their minds a bit because of who it is and the timing of it. But at the end of the day, Boots is Boots and Bud Crawford is Bud Crawford. But let's play what Tim Bradley had to say, because like I told y'all, he went the other way with it. Double tap the screen if you haven't. Let's keep building, y'all. Let's hear what
Yo, Tim Desert Storm Bradley back with some more Car Chronicles. Yep, I just heard the news. Man. A lot of upset people, man. Everybody's saying that, man, Boots went against Cold, and, you know, everybody going crazy, man. I'm looking at the comments, man, on some of these videos. My gosh, I lost all respect for Boots and all this stuff, man. Wait up. Y'all got to think about this. Boots infiltrated the camp. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Boots, we need a report. We need a report. That's what we need, bruh. Hey, Canelo, them done got, they done got jived. Yes, they did. Boots, we need the report ASAP. Big dog, absolutely. We need to know what you was doing against them, big dog. Absolutely. See, y'all be thinking about things the wrong damn way. This is a good thing.
Y'all can't hear you. No
doubt about it.
Money Brown was good.
Hey, I don't care how much you paying, Canelo paying you. Boots, we need a report. That's what we want. Give us a report. Of course, on the undie for sure. But anyways, that's the way I view it, people. Absolutely. He's going to gather that knowledge. But Terrence Bud Crawford. Anyways, that's my time. I'm out.
Money Brown was good, bro. I hope was y'all able to hear that? Say, eject those seat. Look at that. That's stupid. Yo, shout out to J209. G tatted up. My dog was good with it, bro. I was around that time, so I've been in and out, man, before the last few days. Did you ever react? I think so. I think I knew which one you're talking about. I believe I did. Shout out to Money Brown. Big Dog Willie back in the Super J said, take a maniac's amazing grace. How sweet to say. Yeah, man, they ain't too happy about that. You know, let me brew the clip one time for Big Dog.
What? This not funny. How am I supposed to get home? Hold on. Hold on. Here. $2. Take the train.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. My guy, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, so for sure. Shout out to G Tatted Up. Let me know, man. I believe I did. I gotta go back to double check to make sure, but I believe so. I think I know what you're talking about. Crawford is gonna read the brakes off him. Somebody said it's gonna be a draw. Shout out to Robert. Somebody said it's gonna be a draw. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a draw. I'm telling you, man. I just would say from experience and from watching, not to count Terrence Crawford out. That competitive dude, that dude don't like to lose. And now I hear people making that argument, man, or saying they're a little nervous because when he get clipped or he get hit, he like to get his back. But y'all gotta tell the whole story. Yeah, he like to get his back, but he ain't stupid about it. You get what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford ain't stupid about it. Yeah, he like to get his lick back. He like to get it back, but he ain't no fool about his. He did. He ain't no fool about it. Styles make fights for sure. Yeah, we ain't mad at Tank getting the bag. We're going to talk about that too, because Lamont Roach said Tank scared. Shout out to Naji from Cigar Talk. He said when you take exhibitions like this without fighting the T.O.s, the Devins, the Shakurs of the world, it shows a lack of confidence. We're going to talk about it all, man. Antonio Tarver said Jake Paul keeping Tank safe. Man, they coming for Tank throat for taking this fight. But at the end of the day, it's about what he made peace with and what he wants to do. And sometimes we don't take enough time to consider what these guys want to do because we as selfish boxing fans, we always talk about what we want. And I get it, but you know what I mean? Sometimes you're just not gonna get what you want, and it's boxing for you. Boots and Crawford not even friends. Yeah, exactly. So it ain't no sellout move. It ain't no he can't sell out a guy that he owes no loyalty to a Terrence Crawford and vice versa. You get me? I think it's just an opportunity to get better as a young fighter, and I think any fighter that had the opportunity to do what Boots did would have done it. I think everybody. I can't think of one fighter that wouldn't have done it. Samuel, what it do? So I know people trying to reduce Boots to some type of sparring partner, but nah, bro, he's entitled to get work. He can get work. He ain't just being bounced around as no sparring partner, because I'm willing to bet you he ain't just in there getting beat up on. Nobody just getting in there beating up on Boots. And this is what goes to show y'all, bro. Size don't make fights. And y'all look, I got this picture up here for a reason, bro. Y'all telling me Boots don't look bigger than Canelo right here, just a bit. Y'all telling me Boots don't look like he been at a certain weight class and Canelo was the guy moving up. Legs and everything. Look at these dudes. Size is not everything. I'm not gonna say it don't mean shit, because this is sports. It means something. This weight class is for a reason, and I understand that. But I also believe in skills. I believe in people that have elite level skills. Look at the size of these dudes. Canelo look like he the guy moving up. Boots look like he been right there, and Canelo moving in his division, bro. I swear, dude. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know how it looked to y'all. That's what it looked like to me. That's what people got panicking. They're like, damn, the more they see these pictures, the more they see these face-offs and these different photo ops, they like, man, Canelo ain't even all that big. So now y'all got to find a way to complain about what Boots doing. Nah, man, y'all not going to move the goalposts. Yeah, let's not ignore the fact that Boots look considerably, he look like he's bigger. I ain't going to say consider, he like the bigger man in this picture for sure. Rather saying that totally undermines the whole mold in the camp trope. Fans don't even make sense. He just giving a perspective though. H, you know what I'm saying? You might not agree with it, but it's no different than somebody thinking the opposite way. You know what I mean? But I think that's what people are ignoring, man. Y'all ignoring that this shit. Boots look like he bigger than Canelo. He look like he belong. He look like he been at 60 or 68. And think about it. This a 54-pounder too, y'all. It's a 54-pounder, mind you. It's a 54-pounder next to a 68-pounder, bro. They both in between fights. They both in camp for fights right now. So I ain't trying to hear that's because they've been, man, Boots look like a damn problem, bro. That's why I tell you, 154 in trouble. And this picture make me feel like Canelo might be a bit in trouble. He might not be able to over-rely on his size that people feel like he got over Terrence Bud Crawford. And y'all better hope that I've been saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it. Y'all better hope he compromised and he can't move around, bro. I'm telling you, because that's what I think Canelo Alvarez banking on. But this is an interesting move to choose to fight a guy that's as athletic as Boots and move the way Boots do. Seeing is that he don't feel like, Terrence Crawford still moves in a way that he used to at 140. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Boots, hey, man, don't he? Hey, bro, there's arms, legs, 88, bro. Boots look like his body been waiting to go up a weight class, don't it? It look like, man, Canelo, somebody said Canelo had a lump on the eye. I don't know. I don't want to exaggerate it, but, I tell you what, I bet you Boots wasn't just in here getting treated like your typical sparring partner. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second. Cali Monk, I got you, fam. Double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel. I got you. You want to know who's going to be on the undercard? Give me 2 seconds, Brody. I got you. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get to this. Send my messages, man. I be having these messages. Bunch of messages. Let me get to this, man, because I got this in here for you. I'll get that for you. Give me 2. Give me just a second, bro. I got you. Let me get to it. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Hold on. That's not it. I got to scroll back a little bit further. Boom, 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 boom. The undercard is pretty good, too, y'all. It's pretty good, by the way, too, y'all. Oh, okay. All right, y'all. We got Callum Walsh. We got Callum Walsh versus Fernando Vargas Jr. Y'all know that that's a good fight. Callum Walsh is one of those guys that they building up. It should be a really good fight. That's a test for Fernando Vargas and vice versa. Either guy could lose that fight, in my opinion. I think it's 50-50. So you got Callum Walsh, Fernando Vargas Jr., you got Christian and Billy, Lester Martinez, and you got Brandon Adams and Suri Boachuk, part 2. The first fight between Boachuk and Brandon Adams. Brandon Adams knocked out Boachuk. So Boachuk trying to get his lick back on his Canelo undercard. You get what I'm saying? Trying to get that exposure and get his lick back. You get me? Then you got Lester Martinez, Christian and Billy. You know what I'm saying? And Fernando Vargas. And and Callum Walsh is going to be another fun fight. So that the undercard ended up being better than I thought. Thrill Hill was good with it, homie. How you feeling? They has a size, 10 has a skill. So it's like an even playing field. 10 versus Haney is skill made. Oh, we're going to get to that too. We're going to talk a little bit about the circus fight that everybody is saying they don't want to watch, that they're going to watch anyway. Not everybody. Some people don't care. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't think so, Jimmy. Nah, Boots is not a traitor. Boots is a young fighter that took advantage of an opportunity. I think 99, maybe 100% of the fighters in his position would have done the same exact thing. He did, like I say, he don't owe Crawford any loyalty. Not too long ago, they was looked at as potential opponents. Maybe that's water under the bridge now with the recent move up, you know, with Boots going to 54 and Crawford going up to 68. But yeah, there's no love lost between them two. I'm pretty sure this move wasn't done to slight anybody, but to further his career as a young fighter. You get a chance to fight the most experienced, probably like who got 70 fights or so as a fighter. Who got more fights actively than Canelo? You get what I'm saying? The man that fought Floyd, he done been around since fighting Floyd. You know what I'm saying? And he had 40 plus fights then. So, nah, you get a chance to share the ring with a world-class fighter like Canelo, despite the clenbuterol test that people don't stop mentioning. You got to go do that, bro. And I think if he didn't fought one of Boots' brothers, he definitely did work with the brothers before. So, nah, bravo to Boots. Smart move. This shit not going to have, I don't think, no real impact on what I think happens on fight night between the two, you know. Nah, shout out to Jimmy. Nah, man, listen, I like I said earlier, I played Bernie. I understand Bernie feeling the way he do because he team Crawford. He's actually on the team. But we're, as fight fans, we got to be more neutral, and we just got to side with boxing. And if you siding with boxing, you like that move for Boots because you know what it could do for a young career, right? In terms of just experience and being able to share the ring with somebody that got the kind of knowledge, you know, that a Canelo got, right? It's just something you really don't pass up on unless you got a damn good reason not to. You know what I'm saying? Brandon said Canelo is going to beat Crawford and not going to be close. I mean, look, I ain't tripping, bro. I understand. It could get bad. It could. But I just think Terrence's mentality, what he made of, I think his skill set, I think makes it a fight worth watching. I think it's one that you really can't look at him and say, yeah, he ain't got a shot, bro. You know what I mean? That's all I'll say. Let's listen to what Stephen Bradman Edwards had to say. See what it do, homie? Brandon say betting on his black. It's all good.
Change and I'm not trying to change your mind or anything like that, but doesn't it move it a little bit to where you were just like, with it, bro? I'm 100% confident Crawford's going to win, or I'm 75% confident Crawford's going to win. Doesn't it move you to, I'm like 65% sure that.
Cali Monk. Listen, we're going to get into that too. I'm going to play the little clip from, matter of fact, hold on. Let me just do it real quick before you get into this so we could put that to bed real quick, man. Look, listen to this.
Record straight. We sat in a room with the Zone and Golden Boy, and we talked about the structure of a deal. We went away, we presented it to Boots, and Boots signed to fight Vergil Ortiz under our new extension in the management contract. I said that in an interview, and everyone said, Hearn says Ennis Ortiz signed. I said, no, I didn't. We've signed. He ain't. And Rick Milligan said to me, well, we haven't had a contract yet. I said, well, we discussed the deal, and we hope that Golden Boy, Vergil Ortiz can come together to make a brilliant fight. Vergil's a great fighter. Boots is a great fighter. Two different audiences. It's a big American fight. And fingers crossed, we've got to come through October 11th first.
Man, shout out to Fight Hype, Ron Goodall, man, for the work. So there you go. That's all we could hope for, right? He said he signed for the fight. Let's hope that other side can get in tune with them and they can make the fight. I think they both stand to win, lose, or draw. They got to fight each other. You get what I'm saying? I like both fighters. And I think there's no way for Vergil to get to that level that he wants to get through. He got to go through a guy like Boots and vice versa. Boots got to go through a guy like Vergil. But first, he got to handle Lima October 11th, and then he can keep moving. Crazy K Tales from Yo Hood. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. Double tap the screen, sub to the channel. Let's keep building, y'all. Let's hear what Bradman had to say.
Crawford's gonna win because
about the Boots and Crawford. I mean, the Boots
sparring is the most important thing it can. But I think everybody knows that, and we all know that you think that Jaron is the most talented fighter you ever seen in the gym. So wouldn't that make you say, I'm 75% sure before he got him with for a few weeks?
Eddie a good promoter, man. He give people
now. Still
paid.
taking
He keep them
Crawford,
active.
I'm saying it.
I think
I'm saying it how I'm
real quick. I just think for Eddie Hearn, his biggest challenge is American fighters. I could be wrong, but I think that's his biggest challenge. I think understanding how to maneuver the American fighters and make sure that he keep these guys active in the right fights and the fan base is happy. I think it's just a hell of a juggle. Shout out to the Queen Lisa. How you feeling today? Always good to see you.
Saying it because I'm not doing it in percentages. I'm saying that it raised my awareness that Canelo really wanted to fight, but it also there's always more than one outcome when something is done, and fucking with Boots could also make him leave something in the gym. Yeah, it can also mess up his confidence a little bit. So it could go both ways. Yeah. So it didn't really change my percentages. It changed my perspective on how bad he wanted to fight.
I hear what he's saying.
I don't know how good.
Messing with Boots, that you could end up leaving something in the gym. That's a possibility. That's something that people don't talk about enough. It could happen. Yeah, in fact, G tied it up, man. Shout out to Blue Bud. That's my guy. PGH Big Dog was good, homie. Let's get back to it.
And hear me out. I don't know what the effect of the sparring is going to be because it could sharpen him up. Or Boots could take his confidence. You understand what I'm saying? It could go two ways. He could leave a little piece of himself in the gym, or he could start getting countered with shit that he wasn't getting countered with before, or it could make him sharper. He could go up to the next level. It could go both ways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I told y'all nothing has to be one way over here. I try my best to speak on both sides, man. Yeah, it could be good for Canelo because this could be right up his alley, like right what he needed going into a fight like this with a guy like Crawford, to fight a really athletic, you know what I mean, talented, gifted guy in athleticism like Boots Ennis. Maybe it made all the sense in the world. Or like he said, depending on what they're actually working on and what he's looking to gain from it, maybe he getting caught with shit. It could be chipping at his confidence. You just never know. Just because it's Canelo don't mean you automatically go in there and everything is going your way. Don't go like that. It don't go like that. So you just never know. Because I'll tell you right now, I'll go find a clip where a much lesser guy that never made it to be world champion, sparred with Canelo. He said after like 3 rounds, Canelo got out the ring. And he said he was confused. Like he thought of this dude. He thought so highly of this dude. And when he finally got the chance to get in the ring with him, he got 3 rounds and he got out. He said he lazy. He said he was disappointed. So, and he was touching him. So it's like not everybody is going, you know, you're not going to just get in there and have your way. So James, what's good with it, fam? Long time, man. A1 Hoop Zone, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling, man?
I saw Triple G in the gym when he was getting ready for Canelo. Yeah, I'm with you, I kind of knew he was going, even though I thought he won the first fight, I knew he was going to struggle because he had too much heat in the gym. He had killers in the gym. He was boxing 5 dudes.
Hold on, let me run this back.
I thought he won the first fight. I saw Triple G in the gym when he was getting ready for Canelo. And I kind of knew he was going, even though I thought he won the first fight, I knew he was going to struggle because he had too much heat in the gym.
See that?
He had killers in the gym.
See
he
that?
Was boxing 5 dudes, 4-minute rounds up in Big Bear. I'm sorry, 4 or 5 dudes, 3 4-minute rounds a piece. Everybody was world class, including Julian Williams and Karan Davis. They was in his camp. 2 other guys was in there. They was killers too. This was in 2016, 2017. And I was thinking to myself, like, damn, that might be too much work. You know what I mean? It got to the point where it was hard work for him because I'm not saying any of them could have beat him in a real fight, but they was just going 3 rounds all out. Then you get to put a new fresh body in. So they got
you see how that could chip away at you. In hindsight, like are you looking at it and you thinking like, all right, I'm in here with all this world-class talent. I'm about to spar all these guys like 3 rounds apiece, 3-4 minutes apiece. And you getting in there with fresh guys and you becoming lesser of yourself after each guy. And you on the 4th, 5th guy. You know what I'm saying? Do you end up leaving something in the gym or not? You get what I'm saying? So it's a possibility. So you just never know. It don't all have to be good. It don't have to be bad. It could be good that Boots is going in there putting that work together with Canelo, or it could be a bad thing. It's open for discussion because you won't know. Maybe until you see the fight, maybe you think maybe you'll have a better idea.
The advantage.
Yeah.
And over time, I was calling him on the phone. I flew out to Big Bear to watch the work. Triple G looked good, but I'm like, that's a lot of work, bro. That's a lot of work that you're getting, even for a great fighter. So it could go both ways, is what I'm telling you. I didn't change my percentages. I think it's going to be a tough fight. I think it's going to be a hard fight. Canelo is very explosive. He's very strong. He's very slick. I think he's actually more naturally defensive than Crawford, as far as like being able to take something off the punches and things like that. What Canelo don't have is better feet and legs than Crawford. So his defense don't look as good because Crawford got good feet where he can move in and out and move around. But just reflexes and taking the steam off of punches, Canelo might be better than Crawford defensively. He's used to fighting at the weight, and he's a great, great fighter. And he's been in with better competition than Crawford, let's just be honest. So I don't think this is going to be an easy fight. I just think Crawford is special. And I think that he has a special gear that he could go to and a special place that he could go to despite another guy may having some advantages of weight, better competition, stronger, better puncher. I think he got that special thing about him where he could just go an extra little place where he could just overcome that on that night. You know, and very few fighters got it. And I might be giving him credit for something that he don't have. You know what I mean? But my instincts tell me that Crawford got it. It tells me that he got something special. You know, because like I said, I got a kid that sparred both of them. And he'll tell me.
I like this assessment from Brad, man. I like his thought process on this. He's just giving you a different side, man. It's a one-on-one take. I for sure you won't hear nobody else with this take.
You know, Crawford got better conditioning and he got little things that he do, but Canelo hit a little harder. And Canelo is harder to hit with your best shot. You know what I mean? But Crawford is special. And my observations, because I don't put nobody eyes over my own, I think Crawford could pull it out, but by no means, I think this is an easy fight. Canelo is a great, great, great fighter.
Trader Strokes, peace, man. Smash, double tap the screen, y'all. Sub to the channel if you new. It's Ahmed Albiali. Boys be crying. Go look it up. It's Ahmed Albiali. He was, what is he? 68-pounder. I forget. I think it's 68-pounder, Ahmed Albiali. But you could go look it up. You could find an interview where he said, Canelo got out the ring after like 3-4 rounds of sparring.
Wouldn't shock me at all if he won. But I think Bud is special. We're going to see on the 13th. And if I'm wrong, I'll just stand on
Mike.
it. You know
That's
what I mean?
Why
I think it's going to be, he's going to have a great, great, great night to pull this off. But I think late in the fight, his conditioning will kick in. Even though he's carrying the weight, we got to see how he carried the weight. I know that's a hell of a variable and factor, how he can overcome putting on this weight. But I think he can do it. Hopefully his team, they put the weight on right. It don't slow him down. And he can, he can have the same conditioning he had at 147 pounds. It's a big if, though.
It's a big if, but if it's conditioning, the shit is going to point, they're going to be in trouble.
It's a monumental task, and I know it.
They're going to be
I don't want anybody to think like
they're going to be in trouble, man.
I think Crawford is going to just absolutely wash Canelo. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe nobody in history can wash Canelo for exception of maybe Roy Jones at 168. Other than that, everybody going to be with everybody.
Floyd washed Canelo.
I do think that
I ain't going to hold you. I don't know about y'all. That shit was unanimous. He really, really took Canelo to school. I haven't seen anybody beat Canelo the way Floyd beat him. Not even Bevel. I don't even think Bevel did it that way. And why it was more impressive when Floyd did it, because he was a much smaller man. Bevel was a bigger man, so part of you felt like, okay, you could see him beating him up like that. But with Floyd being a much smaller, older guy, to beat him the way he did round after round, embarrass him, took his confidence, and you could see during the fight he just knew he wasn't winning. Like, you would never see Canelo look that dejected in a fight probably ever in his career again, the way he looked when Floyd was putting hands on him. B-Mac, what it do, homie? Yeah, he watched Canelo,
Crawford pulled his fight out
but
late. I think that
Floyd put belt to his
Canelo is
ass, man, big time.
on the other side of his prime.
He took him to school.
You know, he hasn't scored a stoppage in 4 years, and I think that he's not letting guys go the distance. I know people say that he's carrying guys. I don't believe that. I believe that we in the business of making money, and if you can score a spectacular knockout, then you will. I don't believe you just letting a grown man punch you in the face for the hell of it. I don't believe that he's carried guys for 4 straight years. I don't believe that. Nobody can convince me of that.
Nah, Breadman said, Isaiah, he said, no, he just don't believe nobody's going to watch Canelo like that, with the exception of Roy Jones. He feel like nobody watches Canelo, but he feel like Crawford could go to that extra little space as a fighter, and it put him in position to win. Again, he's just giving you his assessment, his opinion, but he's also acknowledging that he could possibly be giving Bud Crawford credit for something that he don't have. He's acknowledging the other side, but he like, yo, this is just his instinct. His instinct tell him that he feels like Bud Crawford could go to another place if need be, that a lot of fighters can't go to. So we're going to find out. He said we're going to find out fight night. Shout out to Sis Melanin Queen. How you feeling today? So we're going to find out.
But I do believe that fighters get up a little bit more for
it's
other
not
fights.
Capping, it's
and
just
take
his
certain
assessment.
fights a little bit more serious. And he's taking his fight super serious. So that's where I'm at with it.
And
I
think
can
about
see that.
He a world-class trainer. He been around world-class talent. He's trained world-class talent. He's won at the highest level. This dude know what he's talking about. That don't mean all his opinions are valid, but that's why he's saying he could be wrong. He's just letting you know. This is one of the coolest, calmest, collected people to talk to in the sport of boxing. Yo, Breadman is always even killed and always well-spoken. He going to make it make sense. And he going to always let you know this is just his opinion. He's not stating it as a fact. He just feel like Crawford can get to a different place and win the fight. I'm telling you.
With the money that he's made and the things he's done in life,
not exactly the same fight. They're a little older in the
every camp. You might train, but it's a difference than being up and feeling threatened. And Canelo don't want to lose to a little guy. You know what I mean? You don't want to lose to a little guy. Let's just be honest.
You only get one
lose to a little guy, it'll damage his legacy. This is his chance of getting the Floyd fight back. You know what I mean? Crawford is this era's Floyd, and if he can win that fight, it's like, okay, so this is a big fight for Canelo, and he's and the motivation. I seen his motivation by hiring Boots, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But it didn't change my percentages and things like that. It just made me say, damn, he really wants this.
Homie. Love YSM work, bro. I love YSM work as always, man. He always got to, always do the great work. That's probably his correspondent. But shout out to Breadman Edwards. You feel me, Lisa, man? He one of them good guys to talk to. Got a lot of knowledge in the game. Never giving you a biased take. He's never too far to the left or to the right. He's straight. He stay down the middle with it, and just always interesting insight. But look, he said his motivation. Look, man, sparring boots could take something out of you, or it can add, I can add something to your game. It's either or. It just remains to be seen what capacity that Boots was working with him, so we don't know. So we kind of got to speculate, but I could imagine they were just getting some work, and probably maybe Boots was able to give him some different looks or something like that. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he could come back and spill the sauce. You never know. But maybe there's no sauce to spill. Maybe, it's just a photo op and it just looks good. And maybe he went in there to learn some shit. He could have went in there and learned some shit from, I don't know, Canelo. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And just went on about his day. You never know. So I just don't think that's going to be the end all be all when it comes to this fight, though. You know what I mean? I think he's still either guy, whether that be Canelo Alvarez or Terrence Bud Crawford, they're going to have to go out there and fight, bro. This shit ain't going to be easy for neither guy, man. Bud ain't about to be playing with nobody. And like I said, man, y'all see how Boots looking standing next to him, bro? And look, man, I get it. Y'all nervous, man. Y'all a little nervous. That KO ratio got y'all a little nervous, man. That 75.61 got y'all nervous, man. Y'all like, damn, Bud Crawford out here punching. But he ain't doing that to no 68-pounder. He ain't knocking out Canelo. I know. But at the end of the day, man, look, that dude got a high KO percentage. He got a respectable resume, in my opinion, as always, and the way he's demonstrated dominance since 2008 all the way up into I want to put this in perspective from 2008 to 2025. He's been at the top of his game, y'all. You got to put some respect on his name, man. Even if you think he going to go out there and get his ass beat, you got to put some respect on his name. From 08 to 2025, he's still at the top of his game. Now, I want to put something in perspective, y'all. This is only just for conversation purposes. This is not an effort to make one fighter look like less than. He turned pro in 2008. He wasn't the highly touted Olympian. He wasn't the guy that when his Olympic class asked who was going to go the furthest, they said Terrence Bud Crawford. He wasn't that guy. Guess who was that guy, though? Earl the Truth Spence was the guy, the Olympian. Get what I'm saying? Great amateur pedigree and all these different things. Even without him winning a medal, when asked with his Olympic class who would go the furthest, they all said the Truth, Earl the Truth Spence, right? But he turned pro in 2012. That's 4 years after Bud Crawford. And we in 2025, and you just see the polar opposites in careers. That's not a dig. That's just like, I'm trying to put in perspective of how difficult and rare it is to perform at the level that Bud has performed for that amount of time. You just haven't, it's not a, and if you think I'm lying, just name me a handful of guys that's in boxing right now and that's done that. You get what I'm saying? That you could just think of on the top of your head right now. 2008 to 2025, beating ass at the highest level, bro. That shit is different, man. You get me? That shit is different. It's different. So that's all I'm saying. The Butcher was good with it, fam. Like he's been a special talent, and I'm gonna respect him as it. You know, Canelo Alvarez gonna have to show me shit. Just like he proved me wrong against Spence. Canelo Alvarez gonna have to show me, y'all. I ain't anointing no guy no win when I seen Floyd Mayweather Jr. box his ears off. And I'm not saying he Floyd, but he Terrence Bud Crawford, but that's more than enough. You know, I'm not saying a guy can be beat when I seen Landy Laura go in there and turn his head into a damn pass dispenser for the better of 12 rounds. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that a guy can't be beat when I seen him, criticize Floyd Mayweather running and being a mover. And then he got in his first fight with Golovkin and he got on the good foot and got beat, but got to get, you get me? Like, I'm not going to say a guy can't be beat that I don't watch jump up to 75, got that little handicap fight with Kovalev and then went for the real one in Beaver and got his ass handed to him. I'm not going to say a guy can't be beat that let Rocky Fielding go in there and turn him into Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, bro. He had his nose looking crazy. Yeah, he dropped Rocky Fielding and beat him. He boxed him down, but that shit wasn't overly impressive. You get me? Yeah, these guys are bigger guys, but again, it's not just primarily size. Canelo's winning these fights because of skills. And he came from about 140. If you don't believe me, go do the homework. He came from about 140. So I get it. Yeah, he just settled in at 68 sooner than Bud. That's all that is. That's all that is. You get what I'm saying? He's seen an opportunity to perform in a division where he knew he could use politics to avoid fighting a guy like Benavidez. He snatched all them titles, and he ain't gave one of those guys an opportunity since. Terrence Bud Crawford, look what he's doing. He's about to be 38 after this fight. He's still challenging himself. He's like, man, the hell with this, man. I'm going to go fight this dude. Y'all keep saying I ain't fighting nobody. Well, if I beat this dude ass, I don't want to hear nothing. That's the kind of fighter Bud is. That's why I respect him the way I do. I see you, Reef. I got you. You get what I'm saying? He like, bro, y'all, no matter. This is why I respect this dude. Because I watched people say he was too light in the ass for 147. I watched people say he was ducking and scared of Earl Spence. I watched people say he took the easy route, took a bunch of in-house top-rank fights, re-signed with top rank, knowing they wasn't getting him to fight. All this, I heard this shit for years. He ain't fought nobody. And then I heard Terrence Bud Crawford tell the boxing world, when I beat this dude, y'all gonna say, you get what I'm saying? He stayed at the weight too long. He was drained. The car accident, like everything that Bud Crawford was saying people was gonna say, they said, and then some. Like, don't ever forget, and it's just boxing. So, but don't ever forget, he was damn near a prophet with that. He told y'all all the excuses that y'all was gonna say before y'all said it. Just keep that in mind. So when you count him out, remember how you counted him out at once upon a time, and how he had to prove you wrong. For me, I only needed to see that shit once. I'm not going against him, man. But like I said, Canelo gonna have to show me. I seen him get outboxed multiple times. And I seen him get beat. I seen him get favorable decisions. I seen him get on a good foot and not look his absolute best. Not trying to hear that, man. I feel like Bud Crawford could provide something much different than those other fighters and more similar to Floyd Mayweather. We just going to have to see, man. I could be wrong as hell, but I don't mind being wrong, man. I've been wrong before in boxing, Shout out to Mike Kirkland, my brother, man. Always supporting in a huge way. Respect the Crawford from a Spence fan. Don't like his moves, but he a dog inside that ring. You feel me, bro? You feel me? Shout out to my guy, Mike Kirkland, always support. Oh, man. Much love to Mike Kirkland. Double tap the screen. Y'all Mills Rob was good with politically incorrect. So both guys holding belts hostage. Nah. Bud belt. The minute Bud steps in that ring, he's no longer the 54-pound champion. No longer. Shout out to my dog T Hill, man. What's good with it, man? The mayor in the building. Kyle Cooler. What's good, Brody? How you feeling? Bud tough as hell. Yeah, Jay Jones. He tough as he tough as they come. So look, all I'm just saying is I've seen multiple fights where that guy ain't looked his absolute best. Y'all gotta remember, bro. Yeah, this is a fighter. Canelo Alvarez is the same dude that they was telling us, yo, he got knee issues. He got issues with his knee, his elbows. He got issues with elbows, and he had cartilage here, and he had to get surgery here. And you know, the reason I look like this is because I had to get surgery. Like, bro. Dude, like this is the same guy. This is multiple. Damon, what's good with this? Multiple fights later. You did. So it's just crazy, bro. It's crazy, man. Like I don't know. Shout out to Reef. What he sent me, he said, what's this Tank? What they saying? Are you stupid? No, if I received some step aside money, I would have told you and showed. Oh, all right, bet. All right, yeah, we're going to get to that. I'm going to pull that up, too. Shout out to Reef. I got you, bro. We're going to get to that because that's going to be relevant for the conversation in a minute when we get to it. So shout out to the homie Reef, bro. I got you. Lee in the building was good, bro. Trader Joe, Trader Stro, Mr. MP Trades. What's good, fam? Y'all double tap the screen, sub to the channel if you know Urban Miles said the one is the truth. You dig me? Word up. Shout out to you, Irvin. Shout out to you, fam. We're going to keep building fly frequency. What it do? So just Tank went to Butterbean route. Yeah, I think the crown got heavy. I think the business of boxing, I think he's seen the landscape changing, the business of boxing changing. I think it really played a big factor on him deciding who he was going to fight next. People could say maybe no, this is what is always planned, but I think these plans got put into fruition or came into fruition when he seen the way the business was going. And if you just listen to what the man been saying, it sound like the business ain't what he expected it to be. Sound like he's frustrated and tired of it and just trying to get what he could get out of it rather than the business milk him. He gonna milk the game. So hey, look. Just to pivot off the Boots conversation for a second, man. I'd rather see a fighter milk the game than be milked by the game. And I'm gonna say this again. Let me take this down. And I say this because I mean it. People might not like it, but I'm not saying it's okay. Go ahead, milk the game, cheat the game, none of that. But I'd rather see a fighter get his out of the game than get milked by the game, if you get what I'm saying. We seen how many fighters did not work out for. We seen Manny Pacquiao, 46 years old, still trying to do what? Hey, I want to put this in perspective, bro, because they've been tripping about this Tank and this Jake shit. And I get it, the timing is nasty work. Tank, you know better. We know, we look at you as a top fighter, and we expect you to fight top fighters because of that reason. Nothing more, nothing less. You showed us that you're elite level talent, and that's how most people look at you, except for the ones that's hating. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I've seen this game use up a lot of fighters. We've all seen it. Manny Pacquiao, 46 years old, still trying to fight, bro. He's still out here fighting world champions. Dude out here talking about fighting Rolly or somebody else, bro. Somebody gonna punch his ass out the ring. 46 years old, still fighting. This is after he took a Mayweather fight that was supposed to be super lucrative. I just want y'all to understand something, man. Even with the decisions he's made, all those fights he gave is this dude, 46 years old, still fighting. Tank ain't trying to be 46 years old in nobody boxing ring, bro. You understand what I'm saying? That's a prime example. You look over at that guy, you like, man, you hear the rumblings about Manny, financial situation. I don't like to get into it, but you hear the rumblings, right? I'm going to just leave it there. Tank ain't trying to be a guy that's like 46 years old, like, man, I should have took that Jake Paul fight, but I let them talk me out of it on YouTube. Imagine letting people talk you out of an opportunity that we all know they would take if they was given it. If a contract came across people's desks with Jake Paul on it, with the opportunity to fight for that kind of money, you would do it in a heartbeat. You would ignore all the outside noise, everybody on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. You ignore all of that shit, and you'll go get your money. If you're not real enough to put yourself in the shoes of the fighter and say you will be making the same choice, then use a damn lie and you full of shit. You're not turning down no generational wealth because some people that will never be a part of a deal that lucrative are telling you you shouldn't do it. Yeah, because the money is with Shakur. Yeah, the money is with TL, and I get all of that. But that money is for sure, and it probably won't even count on his record. It's a business move. If you know this is a sport and it's about business, he's making a business decision, and I think everybody needs to just understand it and keep moving. I can see if, you know, all of the fighters were doing shit like this. This is one fight. It's so much other boxing we could watch. Let Tank have his one off, and we'll see where he goes from there. But not about to demonize the guy for getting generational wealth. And it's only so much I can say that. Like, we all would take that money right now, because that's money that you could retire and never fight again. Yes, I would much rather see a guy milk the game for what it's worth than the game be milking him. Who the hell y'all want to see Gervonta Tank Davis at 40 plus years old fight? Because I don't. I mean, a man that fights is 5, 6 years old. He's 30 now. That's 20 plus. He already got 20 plus in. He might not have 30 years to this game. He might not want to dedicate 30 years of his life to the sport of boxing. And I'm not mad at him if that's not what he want to do. So again, it's not my choice to make, because if it was, he'd be fighting Shakur Stevenson, and anybody that listens to the content know that. But I ain't about to cry over that shit. Shakur ain't even crying. Shakur like, man, damn, you should have fought me or should fought somebody else. But hey, I ain't mad at him. I understand it. That money, you gotta get that money. You know what I mean? His contemporaries even saying, hey man, he gotta get that money, bro. We don't think he should have done it, but we ain't about to be mad because we get it. You get me? They all like, yo, we get it. We get it, though, because they know you will be full of shit to sit up there and be like, yo, you won't get that money. They go put that contract or call down, or somebody sit down with your team and they telling you can make 40, 50. Like, I'm going to just play one of the videos of the numbers that they kind of throwing out here for this fight. Just one of the videos.
Yeah, this is his biggest payday ever, clearly. This 40 million. I think I heard he's getting 40 million. It's not even, this is his biggest payday ever.
I get it. This is the thing. He's 30-0, right? He's 28 knockouts, right? He's probably, made 10 million a fight? That's probably one of his highest. The fact that he can make 40 plus million in this fight,
I have no problem going to get your money.
Family, retire, because he puts his life on the line every time he gets into the ring. And people keep saying chase legacy. Do this fight and then he can go back. But
that's what I just said. I have no problem with. I have no problem with him going to get his paper. He probably almost messed up his bag because he almost lost to Roach your last fight. Go get your money, but after you get your paper, after you chase this paper, go back to chasing greatness. Shakur Stevenson is out there. Devin Haney is out there. Right? Teofimo Lopez is out there. You got to get the rematch.
And look, shout out to the Breakfast Club. That's what it boiled down to, man. We just be complaining. Just chill. Let them. It's one fight. Who cares, man? Damn, yo, y'all bugging. The fighter told y'all he tired of this shit. He told you. He told you he tired of the game. Loma said he ain't fighting him. Did you hear him sound like he was pissed off? Did he sound like he even gave a damn? He was like, man, shit, I feel him, man. His body probably breaking down. I'm like, you get what I'm saying? He tired of this shit, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying, yo. Most people are at their jobs and they tired of that shit. And they don't got 20 years in. Tank been doing this since 5 or 6 years old. He 30. He probably tired of this shit. He like, bro, I'm about to go make all the money I can possibly make out of this sport. That was always his goal. And I think he's a smart man because of it. Because ain't nobody trying to be 40 years old with concussion stories, bro. Nobody trying to be 40 with concussion stories talking about, yeah, man, y'all was chasing legacy. I had all the belts. I had all the belts. You know, I had the WBA and the green belt. Man, nobody care. Tank him like, bro, they put that contract on my desk to fight Jake for them M's. And I said, man, generational wealth, here I come. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not crying about no boxing. Stop thinking y'all could pick who these guys fight, because you can't. If I'm 30 plus fights in, bro, and y'all still running around here calling me a prospect, a woman beater, you need to retire. He's a circus act. He's not a real fighter. He's a duck. He's a coward, this and that. Like, think about it, bro. They human people too. Think about how much of that shit he probably encountered. And then you wonder why a person tired of the game. Because where do they like the loudest voices be some of the most unappreciative sports fans in the world? And I think that's where he like, bro, no matter what I do, these people gonna say I ain't did shit anyway. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Look where Bud Crawford is at. He actively jumping up, taking a damn handicap match, and y'all all know he is just because y'all the type of people that keep saying they ain't did nothing. He ain't fought nobody. Well, y'all say that win, lose, or draw after he fight Canelo? You get what I'm saying? That you blame boxing fans for that shit. No matter what these dudes do, it ain't never enough. They ain't never did. They ain't proved enough to you at home. Z, my dog, was good with it. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Shout out to my boxing mom, Barbara D. How you feeling? Always good to see. Make your money. You got to. Get your money. Talib was good with it. Because you know what? When you retired and you off on that island by yourself chilling, those fight fans going to be on to the next thing smoking and the next person fighting, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta capitalize, man. You strike while the iron hot. So look, man, it's a lot of different things being said about this fight, man. Roach got his opinion. He got his take, and I understand it completely because in his mind, he like, bro, we had a rematch scheduled to go. We was supposed to fight. You got to bother this fight. I ain't rocking with it. Look, I could understand Lamont Roach. I could understand from the controversy from the knee to the turning of the back to the getting help from the corner. All of that stuff, and none of it still mattering and factor having any impact on the fight. Okay, you get the notoriety from the fight. You fought it to a draw. You didn't do enough to win. Y'all fought a great fight. The rematch was looking like it was scheduled. You was sitting there prepared. You was legit in training camp with sparring partners and everything, preparing for the rematch. He gets locked up. You pull out of camp, everybody off to do their own thing, and you back at square one trying to figure out what you're going to do. Do I understand Lamont Roach's frustration when he said, he's scared? That's fighter talk. He obviously know he ain't scared to fight him. He fought him already. But he like, bro, you didn't want to fight me again because if you did, you wouldn't have made these mistakes or you wouldn't have moved or went and done what you did. I could understand where Lamont Roach is coming from. It don't mean I got to feel that way. But I think Tank Davis seen an opportunity that might not be there. Say you go rematch Lamont Roach. I don't know. So what if he beat you? You could think like that. Like, what if he beat you? What if it don't go your way? What if it's another close fight? What if it don't end the way you want it to? And is that fight still gonna be on the rebound, right? Or do you say, you know what? Shit, I know the fans might want to see this, but I might have to go do this. I got some legal shit going on. I can see the end. I can see the end down the road. You get me? I can see the end of the road. And I think some of that shit factoring in him going to get that money. I think when you see the business and how things changing, you see all the moves Turkey Al-Sheikh making for better or for worse. You see that the PBC for better or for worse and Showtime stepped out. Seem like they've struggled to consistently put on cars. So that's affecting the business. That you can't tell me his press conference wasn't affected. He tired of shit too. Because all I do is come out here and win. And you know what else? I don't just win. I knock people the fuck out and I entertain people. I break my own gates. I put asses in seats. And y'all got the nerve to throw my press conference in a damn auditorium somewhere. And y'all got me sitting up here. Y'all sitting up here wondering why I ain't feeling it. No, I ain't feeling it. You ever seen Canelo Alvarez press conference in an auditorium somewhere in a gymnasium? Hell no. So don't tell me Tank Davis, a guy that does nothing but go out there and entertain at the highest level, and you know what? He gonna knock you the fuck out at the end of the night and keep it pushing. Don't give me no bullshit that the first time he had a draw or didn't get the win is the reason that the business done changed. That shit changed before he even got in there with Roach. Look at the press conferences. So if you Tank Davis and you see shit switching and it's a lot of stuff out of your control that you can't really affect in your position, you start doing things like this, making a bad move. You like, man, shit changing up, man. Hey, look, it's from what I understand, they don't have the same kind of, they ain't playing with the same kind of money they once was with Showtime. Does that mean that PBC is broke? No, but that mean they forced to front their own bill. Amazon Prime, like Timothy Bradley, somebody closer to the business would say, they're not giving them the money. So with that being said, Tank seemed like he might have taken an opportunity to make an enormous bag outside of the people that he's been loyal to all this time. What is he supposed to do? Think about it. Look what being loyal got him. Put yourself in his shoes. Being loyal got his press conference in a damn gymnasium, an auditorium, whichever one you want to call it. Neither of them is up to par for Tank Davis fights. Don't tell me they not. You get what I'm saying? He could be looking at like, what the hell is this shit? What's going on? Whole time you got Canelo was doing just fine. Y'all signed him and had him fight, and y'all let him fight who he want to fight. You never know, man. The stars of boxing, man. He a star. Y'all told him he one of the faces of boxing. Are y'all treating him like it? You telling me his last press conference, y'all treating him like the star that he's been actively showing y'all he is? You get what I'm saying? It's always more than one way to look at something. You get what I'm saying? So I level with Roach. I understand his frustration. He put yourself in his shoes. He felt like he should have got the nod. Okay, I ain't get the nod. Then I should have definitely got the rematch. Oh, I'm not getting a rematch. Oh, this dude's scared. He don't want to fight. Cool. I ain't gonna get up here and push that Tank Davis scared, but I understand Lamont. You get me? And Tank, man, Tank. Like I said, I think he took this as an opportunity to make that money. You know what I'm saying? He did. Yeah. I made a little short video on it, Jimmy, man. Make sure you sub to the channel. Make sure your notifications on if you're new in the building. Man, y'all hit the like button and all that good stuff, man. Yeah, I made a short video on it. Oh yeah. Appreciate you. Cal, got you. I got you, Cal. This was something I was gonna bring up too. I'm gonna pull this up too because we still talking about it. Let me get this up on the screen for y'all. Something Tank tweeted. Man, yeah, man. So these dudes, man, it's easy. Like I said, y'all, people feel like, you know, you come up here and you have a conversation that's outside of like demonizing the fighter. People think you making excuses for them. In reality, I'm just creating a dialogue where I'm letting you know I can understand why a guy would make a move like this without it having to be about him just being scared of this or not wanting to challenge himself. That I mean, shit, it could be that too, right? But for me, I could see a lot of other things as potential factors as to why he won't, you know what I mean, why he ready to walk away from this shit too, man. Telling you, man, think about something, man. We get tired of the business of boxing from the outside looking in, and we not even connected to this shit, right? So imagine having to deal with it on a day-to-day, being a fighter, being told, oh, you know, you made these empty promises and they don't deliver. Just think about that shit. So it's a lot to consider, man. I think boxing take a lot from you. And I think I think the whole game in and of itself is a real mental approach to it. And like I said, it's not for the weak, man. That shit could take a piece of you with you, man. You see it all the time, man. These guys be frustrated and ready to call it quits because of this game so rough. And it's hard to get opportunities, you know, when you don't got the right people pushing you. Man, let me pull this up. What's up? Why is my pictures not coming up? Let me do it the other way. Pardon me. Let me do it the other way. Yeah, but I did a short video on Rampage Jackson son, but I got the video. Told him to play it. I've been having keep training when them lungs burn. I'm telling you, bro. And you know, you got these guys that dedicated over 20 years to the sport. Shit, man. Maybe they ready to call it quits before, you know what I mean? Walk away from the game before you be having to, you be spending your life trying to, you know what I mean? Give me 2 seconds. My bad, y'all. I had to get this picture up for y'all real quick. All right. This was just on Twitter. For those that caught it, shout out to Cal and Reef. Y'all both had sent this to me. That's just Tank and Lamont Roach going back and forth. And this is Lamont Roach shooting down everybody that said he received step aside money. Say he received some step aside money, he would have told you and showed you, kill that narrative right now. And then Tank said, exactly, because you now go sit down and put your hand on your chin and figure out how that happened to your man. Same way I put food in your mouth, I took it. Snatchies. Oh shit, damn. So I think all of y'all, I think that speaks volume. Shout out to Kyle Cooler and my guy Reef. Look, Tank flexed on him, man. Call it what it is. He made a what they call OG call, however you want to look at it. He the A side, bro. He moved. That's the thing. Fans feel like he owed y'all the rematch. He don't owe y'all shit. That's where y'all get wrong. I'm sorry. He didn't owe y'all nothing. The only person he owed was Lamont Roach, and he obviously had an option whether or not he wanted to give him the rematch. And that lets you know, look, he said snatches. Go sit down, go figure it out. I put some food on your plate. Now I'm taking it off, bro. Look, we was gonna fight. Now I got something else going on. It's that simple. And I think also, you know, he just flexed on him, bro. It's tough. Yeah, it is. He flexed on him, but that's why I say people be going above and beyond trying to say, nah, he wanted the rematch. He was going to be doing this. You never know what these guys going to do because you don't know the conversations that they having behind the scenes. So you just don't know. But, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you got an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? He says no fun when the rabbit guy has the gun. It Tank get on my nerves, yo. It Tank get on my nerves, bro. Hey, Cal, Tank ain't right. Tank a damn troll, bro. Talking about ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You gonna do my guy Mont like that? He said, yeah, man. My team want me to ask about that rematch. You know that rematch. What rematch? What rematch? That's like Debo. That's like Debo style. What rematch? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, Pops wanted me to ask about my rematch. Yeah, Pops sent me over here to ask you about my rematch. Tank's like, what rematch? And y'all know we gotta have fun with it. People be stressing. This shit ain't the end of the world. Look, the Mount got some notoriety. I think it's big fights for him to make. I think he could look to secure a fight with like somebody like Core in the next part of the first quarter of next year, like he said. And his career goes on. His career just goes on, bro. Like, look, Tank is for him and his people, bro. And I don't feel like he ever felt like he owed Lamont anything. If you listen to him after the fight, he said that fight wasn't going to be next. You know what I'm saying? He did say it. He said it. Even though he said after that, you know, they initiated the rematch calls and all that. But at the end of the day, bro, he didn't have to do it. And that's what people don't get. Like, he didn't have to do anything. So at the end of the day, he was entitled to pull the move that he pulled. And that's what he did. You know what I'm saying? He made it. It was the OG call. You know what I'm saying? He did what needed to be done. But yeah, that was his choice. I mean, I know people mad, like, oh, well, you didn't give us the rematch. You said you was going to rematch. People change their mind, bro, and I'm not going to overreact to it because it's life. And you just like you could wake up one day and change your mind about something. Same thing with these guys, especially, I mean, he probably got millions of reasons that helped him change his mind, if y'all get what I'm saying. So it's not really no big surprise that he would take the opportunity. And think about it, like, Roach was a damn headache for him. So he's like, man, look, I'm about to get this money. Then I'll get back to that headache shit. You know what I mean? I'll get back to y'all. So who knows? You know, this could be him riding off into the sunset, or it could be his opportunity to do something one-off and keep it going. And this is what Tank said. He saying no fun when the rabbit got their gun. You know what I'm saying? Man, he said, Roach said, Pop sent me over here to ask about my rematch. Tank said, what rematch? Punk? Tank said, what rematch? Oh, man, bro. Hold on. I might have one. I could put it together.
I am crazy. But you know what else?
Do shoot me in the elevator?
Come on, Q, don't let me go. I got you, Bishop, man. Come on. Q, don't let me go. What's going on, man? I can't hold on, man.
Nah, bro. When the internet was
Bishop!
I'm done. I'm about to log off. I'm finished with this. I'm done with the internet, bro.
Yo.
I'm sick of y'all.
You got the juice now, man.
I never watched this. Who sent me this, bro? Oh my God. You got the juice now. Yeah, that was a good one, man. Shout out to Tank, bro. You gotta remember to have fun with this shit, bro. At the end of the day, man, we be putting a lot into the decisions of other people without realizing or taking into account that no matter how much you want something, your want and your money don't have an impact on what decisions get made ultimately. So am I justifying taking setup fights, circus fights, exhibitions in the prime of your career? Nah, not at all. But I'm just not totally against it because I know the lifespan of a career and the prime years is such a short window that anytime that you put in 20 plus years and then that opportunity present itself, is all about timing. Maybe had this shit came some years ago when he was talking about it, maybe he wouldn't have done it. But you figure with some legal situations, with the business switching up, right? With Al not being at the forefront or being at the helm the way he once was, right? You clearly see things are changing. So maybe you use this as an opportunity to make it the most money that you can. And I just try to, create some dialogue where people can understand that from that point of view, right? Like, yo, that's generational money, bro. All those other fights gonna be there because people are gonna always want to fight you. But this opportunity might not always be there, especially if you go out there and you actually lose a fight, then it hurts. You get what I'm saying? So I think without the rematch, I think he just, tried to capitalize on what was a big opportunity for him. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't think Tank is a sellout. You know what I mean? Because you would have to say who he sold out. You know what I mean? Yeah, Roach my guy. Roach is my guy. Shout out to Blaze. Nah, that wasn't a diss to Roach. The Roach was the one having fun in there. Shout out to Old Money Swag. But so yeah, Roach, it's just a situation you got to deal with. It's the business of boxing. It's unfortunate, right? It's one of those things where you can't control all aspects of the game anyway. So the best thing you could do is prepare yourself for the next situation and look at the next best opportunity. And if you've been listening to Roach, that's what he's doing. So yeah, he gonna feel a certain type of way because he thought they had a agreement to go ahead and deliver that rematch, and he really was anxious to get back in there and show people that it wasn't a fluke. Now the opportunity didn't come in the fashion that he liked, but so now you got to move on and you got to look at guys like, do you get to a homecoming fight, right? Is that on the table for you now, right? A homecoming fight. Or do you stick around and wait till next year for Shakur Stevenson fight, right? You got options, bro. People are saying your name. People do want to fight you. That is the positive. That is the flip side to it. You get what I'm saying? And Broly, what's good? Y'all double tap the screen, man. Smash the like button for me. Sub to the channel if you new, man. Y'all in here. Make sure y'all hit the like button and double tap on the screen for me. Sub to the channel. Let me get it out there. Shout out to Melanie Queen, man. I appreciate you, sis. Much love, man. I get that money. Roach can wait. And I think, look, people making it seem like it's like something he really did, and I think he just flexed. That's what comes with being an A-side. You can make decisions, and you see that's the part that people don't talk about enough. See, they'll talk about the A-side all day when it's time to make a fight and how Tank need to send an offer to X, Y, and Z. But when it's time to talk about he the A-side and he basically flexed that A-side and went and got that bag, now we crying. Now we about to bitch. You get what I'm saying? So which one now? I thought, the point out the A-side in this situation because people ain't talking about that. But if they was talking about a contract being sent, they'll be quick to tell you how he the A-side and he need to send the contracts to X, Y, and Z so we can make these fights, right? Right? Well, in this case, the A-side flex. He said, yeah, I was going to fight him. Yeah, I was going to rematch him. He's talking crazy too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was. But since then, I had time to think about it. I done went back to jail for a little quick situation, had to bail out, legal shit. You know what? The boxing fans ungrateful. They talking crazy. You get what I'm saying? He like, this dude doing hella interviews. You know what? And I'm going to get the bag. Now, then you see what he said. Look, it's no fun when a rabbit has a gun. And he threw up the little, you know, the emotion. Tank said, I don't owe nobody nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't owe nobody nothing. I'm taking them punches in there. I'm getting that money. And that's just what it is. You get me? Y'all could cry in the car. You could be, like I said, go punch the air all you want, but that man about to get paid. Time to get paid. Time to get paid. Time to get paid. Now I rock with Roach, Big Dre. You know that. You know, Roach gonna get his undeniable credit, and I'm gonna see the light at the end of the tunnel for Roach because look, check this out. Yeah, Tank flex, see the A side, and that's what A sides do. Unfortunately, he can do what he want. You can do what you want when you controlling the money, when you the money guy. But I think Roach, if he's thinking like a get back, the only get back. Think about if you fight the guy that he didn't fight that people are telling him to fight as opposed to not Jake Paul outside of yourself. Dante's Boxing Talk, my dog. What's good with it, bro? Say people, say you go fight Shakur Stevenson. And say you beat him. Tank don't get out of it. Like, people going to demand that he rematch you. They're going to be like, bro, not only did he fight the guy that everybody was asking you to fight, he beat him. So they're going to ask for that fight. They're going to want to see that fight. But if you give them a good fight, I think they're going to want to see the rematch again, depending on how the fight looks. Especially if you win, they definitely want to see the rematch. You know what I'm saying? And you look at it, you get another opportunity to fight for a title, bro. It's not the end of the world for that dude. It really ain't. It's not the end of the world for him. It's really not, bro. It's all up to Lamont Roach. And he seemed like he taking this shit the right way, right? He ain't whining too bad. He like, bro, he said what he said, bro. He said, look, he's scared. He don't want this fight. He don't want this rematch. That's how you feel. He don't want the rematch. He did a little article with USA Today, and he went in and he said he don't think he won it. But I think what Tank want is that bag. And I think he could see the end is near for him. Television was good. Eddie didn't sound enthusiastic about a Roach Shakur fight. I mean, I don't know. Sir Senior, what it do, man? Nah, man, go get your money, man. Yeah, I did a video on it, boys be crying. We're gonna talk about that in a second, man. Give me a second. But I mean, look, I don't know, because what better option do we got? What better option do we got? You know what I mean? Shakur sound enthusiastic about it. That's what mattered to me because I feel like if he wants something, he gonna be vocal on it. And it's still a little bit of back and forth with him and T.O. I don't know what's going on with that situation, but T.O. need to stand on business and figure out if he really want that fight or not. Because he full of all kinds of shit. He just playing games with everybody at this point. So yeah, Eddie Hearn might not be enthusiastic, but what's a better fight? I feel like if you can make Roach, that's a great fight at 35. I don't know who else you're going to try to put him in there with. Obviously, if he can't get T.O., you know what I'm saying? So it's not all bad. Tank will make your money. Why I'm not tripping because I feel like a lot of people would do what he did. And it's easy to criticize it because you ain't in that position. You could say, yeah, he's supposed to be doing this, but you show me a time where you turn down the amount of money that he's standing to make from there, and then I'll shut right up. If anybody, the fighters included, trainers, all of these guys that have a problem with what Tank did, if they could show me a point in their career where they turned down that much money, I won't say nothing else. I'll say touche and you got me. But at the end of it, it's not too many people that can show you where they was able to turn down that amount of money and then be cool with it. Just to make people on the internet happy. And if you go out there, you can knock Shakur out. They're gonna tell you you should just move to 140 and fight T.O. or Devin Haney now. Like, I guarantee you, he could have fought Shakur in his next fight, not Roach, not Jake. He fight Shakur in his next fight, knock him out. And I guarantee you they're going to be like, well, now fight T.O. next. Now fight, I bet you won't fight Devin Haney. I bet you won't go to 140. I guarantee you. So at the end of the day, It's like it's a prove it business, but you can't move based off strictly what the fans are saying because you will never get your bag. Think about it. They telling you right now, we know for a fact that fighters be 15 fights in with no money, making no money. And then you telling me I got the 30-0, I got a draw, and then I got a chance to you know, maybe take a different kind of approach to a fight, and I'm supposed to turn down anywhere from 40 to 50 million or more dollars because people on the internet that don't have 1 million to show for it are saying I should. I need people to think about that. Stop being fans for a minute. Stop thinking about what you want. Stop being selfish. Stop thinking about the matchup. Think about if you had an opportunity to make generational wealth, do you do it? Yes or no? And if that answer is yes, then you should understand what Tank did. And that's the best way I could put it. Double tap the screen for me. We're going to keep cooking for a bit, y'all. Shakur vs. Hitchens. Is Shakur a better fighter right now? Nah. I think T.O. is a better fight. I think T.O. is a better fight. T.O. more accomplished. He was at 35 before. They got the back and forth. They did work with the same people. There is an offer up on the table. I did hear that T.O. kind of, ruined it, but Shakur has said something else to him. He said, "What up, gangster?" And then he put the sign 140 Stevenson, but Shakur responded again. And hold on, man. Let me get to it, man. Yeah, that's what he said. Said, "I really agree to the fight with the people that will do the fight." He said, "You need to stop lying. You need to stop playing with the fans and acting like you agreed to the fight when you haven't agreed on shit. But on social media, reach out to them people and sign the paperwork at Teofimo Lopez. B-Dog was good with it." So look, the more I see this, when you hear the reports of him turning upwards of 15 million down, possibly more, you just feel like the fight ain't gonna happen. This shit ain't gonna happen because he don't really want the fight. I think he like trolling. I don't think he's willing to take a chance that like Shakur. I just don't feel like he's confident that he'll beat him. He can say what he want. I think Shakur do a lot of shit that T.O. don't like in the ring. And he'll make him be on his front foot. He'll exploit him being weak on the front foot. And I think that's really a beat a fight. I think he'll outclass him. I think Teofimo will have moments, be exciting. I think he'll make it a good fight. He'll push him. I think ultimately he'll lose majority of the rounds getting outboxed. And I think Core is a better chess player than Teofimo. And that's what kind of fighter to be. I think Shakur will force T.O. to fight like him, not vice versa. And because of that, I think T.O. loses. He logged it. Keep in mind, this is a guy that struggled with Jermaine Ortiz. This is a guy that got dropped twice by Sandor Martin, got outboxed by Sandor Martin. This is a guy that actually lost to Kambosos, and this is a dude that struggled with Michioshi Nakatani. Those fights where he kind of struggled, had those up and down performances, none of those guys are remotely on the level of Shakur Stevenson, if I'm being honest. So for that reason, I just don't have him beating those guys. Get what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have T.O. beating him. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. Why not just fight Hitchens and take his belt? He will fight. That's a question you got to ask him, bro. I think for obvious reasons, they got some type of relationship together. Richardson Hitchens was with Eddie Hearn. I don't think that's something he's looking to do. I think he obviously going at the T.O. for T.O. being a more of a name, I guess, than the Hitchens and being more established. Better resume as of right now. Think it'd be a better win. So we just be throwing matchups out there and we think because it sound good. We ask why, but we don't really look forward to the answers. Is anybody within the sport of boxing talking about Hitchens and Shakur fight? Not one soul. I ain't hear that from nowhere. Like, you get me? So it's like, why Hitchens out of all? What's wrong with T.O.? You get what I'm saying? Like, let T.O. prove to the world that he had an opportunity again to fight a black fighter, as he put it, and he didn't fight him. That's all. And Shakur just need to keep doing what he's doing. I think the T.O. one off would be dope, but at the end of the day, to be honest with you, I would rather see him stay at 35 and keep being great there because I think it's more greatness for him there. I do. I think that's his division. If he get the opportunity, he get the fights, I think he'll win. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if you go up, you stay up. So that's one of those things where, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, if you go up a weight class, I don't see you coming back down. That'll be tough. So I don't know. Hitchens an easy belt? Nah, Hitchens ain't easy for nobody. I don't think so personally. I don't think Hitchens no easy win for nobody. I don't think nothing about Hitchens is easy. I just think people don't favor his style, or maybe they don't like the way he fight, or they think he missing something, so they critique him kind of heavily. But Hitchens, it's not gonna be easy beating that man. I could guarantee you that. Somebody beat Hitchens, they're gonna have to work, bro, and they're gonna have to be world class. Remember I said that. Ain't no regular ass fighter beating Richardson Hitchens, bro. I'm telling you, Africa really nice, and people don't see it because he don't have enough of their preference. Whatever their preference is, he don't possess enough of what certain people's preference is. So they got a tendency to overlook him. Like, think about it. Some of the people that still thinking Hitchens sweet are the people that thought that he was gonna lose to Lynn Powell. I told people he was gonna box him and separate from this dude. I said I knew it, and that's exactly what he did. Said he was gonna stop Kambosos. I knew that. That's exactly what he did. I feel like the better the opponent, the sharper you'll see Hitchens, man. He's not gonna be no easy guy to deal with nor beat. I'm telling you, but look, I mean, to the Butcher's point though, I'm not against the fight. He's a champion, but nah, I don't see it, bro. I don't see it. I like Shakur and Hitchens, man. I do. I wouldn't mind the fight if they'll fight. I'll watch it. I ain't against no fights, but I don't see nobody really talking about that. So it ain't no interest in it, right? For nobody to just, that's a random name. Tio, we get why you be talking about fighting Tio. We get that. No, I don't. Do I got Hitchens out boxing Shakur? No, I don't. I thought Powell was gonna beat Hitchens. Don't mind being proven wrong. Yeah, oh yeah, you did. Yeah, I didn't think so though. I just knew. I knew what he was capable of. You know what I'm saying? Shakur versus Abdullah, tunnel vision. They both managed by the same person. You think You think that's gonna happen? Have you seen two of Jay Prince fighters fighting each other? They might not even think like that, but that's how I'm looking at that. You get what I'm saying? Are they gonna really put him in there? Shakur said he'd fight Abdullah Mason. Said the only person he won't fight is Keyshawn. Everybody else he'll fight. So now I would love to see it, but I'm gonna tell you right now, he too inexperienced. He won't win. Yeah, not to me. He ain't winning. He is not gonna knock him out. I ain't worried about that. His ass will get boxed just like the rest of them. I like to see it though. You know what I mean? Abdullah Mason's a dog, man. He gonna give anybody hell. Let me be clear. But do I got him beating Shakur right now if there's a fight next? No. Hell no. Boots Ennis gonna be why Canelo wins. You think so? I don't think so. Mason versus Shakur not happening. No. Signed to the same under the same management, bro. That shit ain't gonna happen. People just need to pay attention to stuff like that. They blame it on the fighters, and they would call one of the fighters a duck, but in reality, that's not even going to be something that's going to be discussed like that. And I'll say this and be done with it because I love everything Abdullah Mason doing. I like all his fights, the performances. He's just getting better, sharper, and more dangerous. But look at the way he's been moved. Look at the way Shakur's been moved. It's not nowhere near the same. It's night and day. Really, for those that know, that's paying attention, it's a difference. You know what I mean? It's just different. That's just what it is. But that don't mean that Abdullah Mason won't get in that damn ring and give anybody that he fight hell because he one of them. He's one of them. I think he's gonna be special. So, but it's when he one of those fighters, you better to fight him now than later because the more time you give him, the better I think he gets. And that could be trouble for anybody. The last thing you want to be is an older champion fighting that dude or somebody on the way out, anything like that, or past your prime and you got a Abdullah Mason on the other end. It's going to be dangerous. Shit, even if you're in your absolute prime and you got Abdullah Mason on the other end, it's going to be a problem. So, young kid is the problem for anybody, but I just think it's certain fights that he won't win right now because of the lack of experience. You get what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I mean? But I think any fight he's in, he'll have a chance to win. That dude is a dog, man. He a young beast, man. He a young prowler. Probably got 5 losses next. So Abdullah, Roach will definitely cherry pick. Next fight? Nah. He ain't ducking nobody. Him and Shakur said they'll fight already. Why Sports Bad? Peace to the clean. Nah, he said they'll fight. He said if they fight, it'll be the first quarter next year. he's looking for a high profile fight. Roach. He's not looking to like fight somebody that's not a top guy. Like you got to think he just got a chance to fight Roach. I mean, Tank. You get what I'm saying? He just got a chance to fight Tank. Carmel, that's not realistic. That does absolutely nothing for him. That's just Floyd being a promoter. When you hear him throw Carmel name in a bunch in a mix, that's all. And I ain't even mad at him for doing. He's just doing what he's supposed to do. But if you Carmel Moten, I mean, if you Carmel Moten, yeah, you want all the smoke. But if you Lamont Roach, you don't got nothing to gain. That's not a situation where you're gonna really gain from, because you're gonna beat up an inexperienced up and coming fighter, and that's not really saying much. You just competed for a world title. You just fought one of the faces of the sport, you know what I mean, on the biggest of stages, right? And went to a draw. Why the hell would you turn around and fight Carmel Moten, who's unproven and don't have anything that you would need right now? It'll just be a risk, and that's just stupid business. So, you know, Carmel get meaningful wins or the right wins, then it make the fight make sense. But just calling for the fight out the clear blue sky is kind of silly, and that does absolutely nothing. And hell no, he won't. Carmel Moten to get his little ass boxed up. Y'all bugging, bro. Yo, the man went 8 rounds. What's his name? Anthony Q. Y'all bugging, bro. Y'all gotta chill, man. Y'all think Carmel would beat Roach right now? It's crazy. Nah, hell nah. He gotta get more. He gotta get more seasoning, bro. I ain't Hilltop. What's good, homie? Yeah, he got a decision to make, though. He got a decision to make. But until somebody should be challenging him for the title. Somebody should say they want that smoke with Roach at 130. Maybe he'll go fight him. Yeah, nah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not ducking. It's business, bro. Carmel and Roach, nobody in the world is talking about that outside of Floyd Mayweather. Like when I say nobody in the world is talking about that. But Floyd's silly ass, man. Go ahead and threw that out there. Got y'all talking, man. Carmel good, but he ain't ready. Nah, hell no. He ain't beating up no Lamont Roach. Yeah, facts, tunnel vision. He's a while away, bro. And McQueen, what's good, homie? Damon, what's good?
Chilling, man. You was heading in the direction that I was thinking. The moment you brought it up, I said, man, that Anthony Cuba fight, if that was any indication.
Yeah.
I like Carmel. I think that he's got a chance to be a special talent, but he get his little ass beat right now if he mess around with Lamont Roach.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
If that Anthony Cuba fight was any indication of the level that he's on currently, you need to just sit this one out and chill.
Yeah.
Floyd is doing everything he's supposed to be doing, which is attaching himself to a moment. It's comparative branding. You see it all the time. Burger King, they got new fries coming out. What they gonna do? They're gonna make a commercial comparing their fries to McDonald's. Pepsi used to have the little Pepsi challenge shit, comparing themselves to the other colas. We better than Coke and RC and this one and that one.
Right.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Right. Man,
But
you,
respectfully,
man,
Carmel, don't do it.
Yeah, it's too early for that. In my opinion, it is. Like I don't see no light at the end of that tunnel. I see you getting cooked. You know what I mean? It's too early. That's why. Like we really be thinking these fighters don't need to be built. Just throw them in there. I'm telling you, they'll never make it to the place they're trying to make it to. I'm telling you, they'll never get there, yo. Carmel will never make it to the level he's supposed to make it to doing shit like that. It sound good. Like if you him, yeah, he's talking about the smoke. He's supposed to. As a fighter, he ain't supposed to say no to nothing, but his team is supposed to, and that just wouldn't be smart. That's like, all right, it's like him, you're not gonna throw him in there with Moses right now. Like just stupid shit. Like it's early, it's a little premature, right? So gotta get more seasoning on that bone before you try to make that. You know what I mean? You want it to be for something. Like it'll be Lamont just strictly giving him a chance because they said so. And that's pretty dumb, man. You just fought Tank, one of the faces of boxing, to a draw. How the hell does entertaining Carmel in the very next fight make sense? You know what I'm saying? It makes zero sense, like nothing. No, and I don't want to hear, oh, he's a Tank 2.0. No, he not. I always hated that comparison because the only thing they got in common, they short, light skin with tattoos, bro. Sit, and they know Mayweather. That's it. The dudes don't fight nothing like Carmel, super aggressive, but he still don't got the kind of pop or power that Tank Davis got. So he a more accumulation guy, overwhelm you, wear you down. He just a workhorse. He a dog. Tank is the polar opposite. He don't throw a lot of punches, nowhere near as busy. Don't fight nowhere near at that type of pace that Carmel be operating at. So I hated them comparisons always. He's nothing like Tank. I mean that. And I mean that respectfully. Like, it's just a disservice to even say that, because it's like, you, first of all, you overlooked who he is as a talent to try to say he's the next version of somebody that he's nothing like. So that's not. I don't like that. Worst comparison, I think, in recent memory is Carmel is the Tank 2.0. I absolutely hate that.
Hell yeah. I mean, Tank is meticulous, methodical. Like I said on him numerous times, his fights are not exciting because they're action-packed. They're exciting because of the suspense. You waiting to see if he could set up the shot and if he could hit the mark. The dude is a marksman. Carmel Moulton is going out there just throwing punches all crazy. I actually feel like Carmel, if he were to become a little bit more measured, he would be a better fighter.
Me too.
That's just my personal opinion, because I do think that he's got the athleticism and he's got the traits to be a little bit more tactful and still be able to get his work done without exposing himself to as much danger. Because I done watched a couple of fights, including that Anthony Cuban one, where I was watching that fight and I was like, damn, if he was in there with somebody that had a little bit more steam on them shots, it's a good chance he could have got his little ass sat down. Because he was getting hit with shots that he had no business getting hit with.
I hate to be the one, like, because I ain't really used to big on saying people hype, but this would be one of the times where I think the hype got people. The hype with the Mayweather praise. Like, you can't tell me you feel the same about him and you felt like Tank when Tank got the blessing. You can't feel that. You don't feel that. It's not the same. And that don't mean that he ain't gonna be phenomenal. He ain't gonna be great. Shit, he can be better than Tank. But right now, you just don't get that feel that's the case. I feel like some of the hype with him is manufactured. That's what I really do. And I get it, rightfully so.
Me too.
Little light-skinned dude, you know what I mean? Good kid, he's smiling, good energy, he work hard. Like, you see some things about him that you really like, and I do too. I'm not crapping on him or nothing, but no, I just think some of it is a little bit overstated with him, right? Because he hasn't been able to quite put in the work. And if it was anybody else, we'd be talking about how they ain't did nothing, right? But with Carmel, it's like, nah, throw him in there with Roach. Like, what? Hell no. He'll get his little young ass cooked, I bet you. Experience.
And them sparring videos also help the hype too, man. Them sparring videos. And I think that's another thing too, is, you know, in my opinion, no disrespect to Kevin Thunderstorm Johnson, but I feel like Carmel is closer to that right now. Because we've seen him in there with these guys in these sparring videos, absolutely just walking through guys like a hot knife through butter. And then he fights kind of the same way. Like, he's in there fighting like he got headgear on. And it's like, bro, you can still get your work done. You can still be assertive, but just add a little bit more responsibility to it. Just a little bit.
He like all gas, no brakes. I call
All
it the young
gas,
boy
no
energy.
brakes.
That's that young boy energy that he's still fighting with. Nobody that's fighting like that is going to beat Roach. See how patient that dude is? You're going to come in there and try to overwhelm that damn. He a vet at this point. That dude is a rookie for real. Prospect. He'll fucking cook him. That's a world champion. We disrespecting Roach. And now he's not overhyped because nobody hypes him. No, he's he's underrated, if anything. People counted him out, myself included, had him getting knocked out late against Tank. He stood up and fought his ass off. That's why his name is in other conversations with other top guys, because he showed you that he could perform at that level. Carmel hasn't shown you that he could perform at that level because he ain't had to fight at the level yet. That's all. Not saying that he can't get in there and just be an anomaly and do the shit, but nah, I'm not banking on that shit. I'm not banking on it. Roach is a patient ass dude, and you getting in there just souped up to the gills, like, you can't beat everybody like that. That's the only thing about him that turns me off. The same thing that makes him dangerous kind of turns me off about him as a fighter. Too much gas. Too much gas. Like, it's just such thing as that you just want to get in there and go. And I've seen that work against you. And that dude you've been going back and forth with on Twitter that was saying he was piecing you up on sparring. Some of that shit leaked. So It's like, yeah, man, you're not as defensively responsible as you need to be talking about you're gonna just beat Roach up. I don't see it. Tank rematch happen over 500. Tank knocks him out. Tank knocks Roach out in the rematch. I don't know. Based on the first one, I'm not confident that he knocks him out in the rematch. I ain't saying he can't, and I wouldn't bet against Tank, but I don't know if I'll pick him to knock him out in the rematch. It might, sometimes some people just don't knock out. That's all. Not that you can't, you just don't. And I think them being familiar with each other is one of the reasons why he didn't meet his untimely demise like a lot of guys. You know what I mean? I think they really familiarity played a factor.
Yeah, there's that, and then also, I was just reading Sun Tzu the other day, and he was talking about one of the fundamental things in engaging in battle is knowing yourself and knowing the opponent. And Roach is some guy that clearly knows himself. He don't really step outside of his body, do too much. And he also knows that Tank is a guy, like as we discussed. He's a low output guy. So clearly he's looking to set things up. He's looking to find something. So the limitation of information, that's how you keep him off your trail. You do too much, you could run the risk of falling into a pattern. Throw the same right hand 3 times, mess around, get slept. Throw the same combination over and over again. You throw a 1-2-1 like roll, you mess around, get slept. Mario Barrios, you drop your lead hand every time the guy change levels. You exposing yourself and tipping your hand, mess around, get your ass slept. So Lamont Roach kept it real tight because he understood what he had in front of him. I think the way that Tank would be able to, if he could, catch Lamont Roach with a shot that he didn't see, he would have to do something that is anti-Tank. He would have to push the pace and force Roach to try to match that pace. But all the with that slow cooking style that he got, where it's all right, I'm gonna change levels here, I'm gonna try to control your lead hand in, and I'm gonna do this and wait for you to expose yourself. I think Lamont Roach is just too smart for that. He's too smart, too sharp between the ears. I even like the little things that Lamont was doing. There were a couple of times where Tank was trying to pivot, get the angle, establish the outside angle, the dominant position. Lamont Roach did the smartest thing ever. He just disengaged. He just took a step back. Now he's out of range. You pivoted the left hand against most guys that would have been available. But he's like, you know what? I'm gonna just disengage. Choosing when to engage, when not to engage. Like the dude is just smart, bro. Dude is just smart. And I agree with you 1000%. If anything, that man is underrated and undervalued. And it just shows, to some degree, everybody at the top level is hyped. As they should be, because if we didn't know who the hell they were, you end up like Lamont Roach. You end up being a good fighter that's fighting in obscurity. And then the whole time you down there, you doing your thing, you got all these skills and nobody knows who the hell you are. And then conversely, look at Jake Paul. You go from being on Disney to YouTube and all these people know you, and then they're virtually tuning into you, learning on the job. Because that's what my man is doing right now. Jake Paul, he's learning on the job. And we're watching him do this shit in real time.
Yeah. Shout out to the butcher. Nah, look at it this way, bro. Like it's the hating the duck narrative and trying my best to understand as much as I can from my seat about the business and how things be working. I don't know everything, but if you're Lamont Roach, you just had the biggest fight of your career. And a lot of people thought you won. It's some controversy that could make a case that you won, right? Just to be fair. If you're Lamont, your thoughts was all systems go. This is going to be a rematch, right? That's going to be the second biggest fight of your career. On that stage, you get a chance to prove it again this time and seal the deal. And then it don't happen. So it's a letdown there. And then you got a guy that, although he came back after 3 years and got a stoppage, he been off for 3 years. It's kind of very insignificant if you just coming off of Tank Davis fight and you just fought Castaneda or something, like, bro, like, and it's a risk that come with it too. But it's like, is that a necessary risk? Is people calling for it? Do that fight make the most sense? Coming off of what you coming off, right? You just got a get back fight. I'm coming off the biggest opportunity in my career. Business wise, does that make sense for me to fight you right now? Now say you still at 35. You win a couple fights there. You position yourself, and I'm still there winning. Now the fight. Oh, now you can start talking about the DMV area and all that shit. Now it makes sense. So it's like we really got. And again, 37 years old, been off for that long. He like, bro, I just fought Tank Davis, the face of boxing. And I'm about to fight you. And he would be doing more of a favor for Gary than vice versa. Like, I get it, but he would be giving Gary the opportunity to get himself back on by beating him after him getting the biggest opportunity of his career. So what I'm saying is I think there are bigger opportunities for Roach. If you just came off a Tank fight, you don't necessarily got to fight Gary. All right, if he really going to be there, he's going to be competing at 35, then he's going to be there later. But right now, if you Lamont, you looking for, okay, now the rematch didn't happen. That sucked. Now I got to move on. Shakur fight seemed like that could be something for the next quarter, the first quarter next year. In the meantime, maybe I can get a fight with somebody, you know what I mean? So I don't know, but maybe if you don't got a better option, but it just don't do a lot for him right now. Because the boxing world. He beat him. Gary was old anyway. You're 37. Yep. It's like, so you got, and fighters got to consider that shit too. They can't even get credit for beating another grown man. I'm never getting up here talking about I'm not giving somebody credit for somebody they beat, bro. I'm gonna make sure, because I was listening from the outside and I heard a person say that and how crazy it sounded to me, man. I'm gonna make sure I never sound crazy like that. Yeah, I'm not giving him no credit for beating somebody he was supposed to beat. Who said he was supposed to beat him? Anything can happen on any given day in the ring. Just like they say in football, any given Sunday, any given Saturday, or whatever day the fight fall on, bro. Any given night, somebody could win or lose a fight. And you could have had the craziest of resumes too. None of that shit matter if you don't perform. I always say that. That's why boxing is special, because you can't just rely on any one thing. Tell me you can't. And if you do it long enough, then you'll get exposed. The sport will expose you for it. So it's like, you really got to, you know what I'm saying? You got to go in there and go, bro. You got to go for yours in boxing. I was saying it the other day. You literally are fighting for your life. If that's not crazy, if you don't think that's enough to get you to go crazy or go hard, I don't know what will. Fighting for your life, and they expect you to have fun while you're doing it in front of people is crazy. Think about that. Boxing is like the modern day gladiators, man. That's why I got respect for these dudes. I got no business getting up on a YouTube channel, being a regular civilian, talking about I'm not giving somebody credit for a win that they earned. They went through training camp, went through the fight. They had to go get that. You know what I'm saying? Said, don't forget that it's not just real time. It's under bright lights. Yes, sir. Crawford uses loaded gloves. Nah. If you could prove that Crawford ever loaded his gloves, man, we could have a conversation. Talise, how a tournament looking now? Yeah, shit tough. Shout out to Ennis Tellers. He went out there and lost by Abbas Barrow. Abbas went to work. He got upset. I ain't gonna lie, he looked a little flat to me, standing in front of his guy. I be looking for a little bounce in people's step, being reactive when punches is coming, not kind of flat, crouching down and just sitting on, sitting in one crouched position. I just didn't like the way he was defending against the offense with Abbas when he was fighting him. And he got outworked, he got out hustled, and he lost fair and square to Ennis Tellers did. Back to the drawing board. Now I want to see how many people high on him and rock with him now that he took a loss. Now watch how people change their minds.
I saw people on X saying he was a bum, man. I seen people on X saying he was a bum. I was like, what the hell?
Wow,
I said, the man ain't no bum. He ain't no bum. The other dude was just better prepared.
Yes.
He's just better prepared. And then the other part of it, too, is this man's amateur experience. I'm not sure if you were listening to the broadcast and they were talking about how decorated of an amateur he was. Like, he plays highly in the world games and all that shit.
Right. I didn't like, I got these hair superstitions, as you probably heard me say a couple times. I didn't like his braids. Now I will say I don't think that was the reason he lost, but I do be having them crazy things with the hair. Yeah, I didn't like his braids. He looked a little off with the braids and stuff. I just didn't understand it. I was like, something look off with Tellers, but
I think that this guy just brought an element that exploited an area in which he needs to work on. That's all it comes down to. It doesn't mean that the guy as a whole, he's just a trash-ass fighter, because I guarantee you,
right,
not just any old run-of-the-mill guy would have did him the way he did him.
That's a fact. I agree.
Because I'm looking mainly at the positioning. And there's a lot of things in boxing, man, that we just, as fans, and even with the pundits and these people who give the predictions and stuff, like they kind of discount it. Like the importance of little things like position. If you look at the way Vergil, the way he was positioning himself throughout the fight, I was like, damn, he's really controlling things in here.
Yeah. His timing in which he decided to attack was sneaky as hell. He was catching tellers with jabs and just sneaky little shots. I'm like, yo, he was catching
uppercut.
Like,
oh my lord!
Resting. What did you see it like that? He'd catch him right when he trying to rest. Boom, shoot a shot. I'm like, bro, you got. That's why I say he looked flat. He didn't look like he had the reaction time he needed to get away from some of them shots. And dude was just on point. He just kept fighting and plugging away and experience, and he knew what he was doing. Somebody compare dude to Crawford. Somebody say he like a bigger Crawford or something like that. It's a bigger version of Crawford. I was like, I wouldn't go that damn far, but I could see the delivery with some of the shots. I get it, but I was like, that's a stretch. The Crawford, that's a stretch. Zoom verse, my bro, what it do?
Yeah, but the thing with him is the way I'm looking at is just like where he's positioning himself to get certain shots off, and then just like the opportunities that he was taking. I was like, man, it's like this dude. You could just tell the guy know how to fight.
Yeah,
and then sometimes these guys, they got to get in there with guys like that make them have to reconsider some of the habits that they have.
You look too comfortable, bro, and not for the right reasons. Like, why are you standing? This dude like is catching you with shit, and you just be standing right there in front of him. It's like change levels, give him a different look. Like you'll get clipped and boom, you just be standing right in front. I'm like, dude, he gonna hit you again. Like he not waiting for you to fire, bro. He finding his spots. He catching you when you trying to rest, and he popping you in your shit, and he keep doing it. And it's not like you at this point, it's Matt, bro. He found something, but you got to switch something up. It's just like he just couldn't do it. Like Lennox Lewis coming back, lock his hair against McCall in her first fight. Get you, Judge. You get me, man. And them hair. I'm telling, I got hair superstition. Tellers just look off with the hair. I don't know, the fat braids or something. I don't know what it was, bro. But he was getting worked over. You could tell by the time the fight was over, he was losing. And I was like, yeah, he getting.
You could tell midway through the fight, man. Once that blood started streaming out his mouth and everything, out there breathing with his mouth open. I was like, damn, he getting worked. Like it was like the pace. It was like when he was throwing the shots. I said, damn, this dude is sneaky. He's crafty.
Right.
And from my understanding, they were saying that he was in the fight meetings. They were talking about how he watched a lot of footage on Teller, so he was actually studying him. He came in there with a game plan.
See, that's what it be, man. So don't tell me you're not giving somebody, because we don't know a Bass, like we don't know that guy like that, right? He's not that known. So you gonna tell me I'm not supposed to give him credit for beating Tellers? Because I didn't know who he was, bro. He was prepared. You see how you got to give another grown man credit for preparing for you? So I'm telling you, preparation is key. If he wasn't prepared, he don't win that fight. He don't, and that upset don't happen. That man upset I think a top prospect, a guy that they definitely behind and pushing. You know what I'm saying? That's a setback. He got to take his ass back to the drawing board.
He was the interim champion. In the event that, you know what I'm saying, Crawford were to leave, he would have been elevated to full-time champion. So he was right there. He was in position.
Mel Charlo might get an opportunity. I think he get an opportunity to come and fight a Bass. I think Mel Charlo. The timing couldn't be crazier. Crawford won't be champion by the time he step in the ring with Canelo. You know how that go. You know, Charlo was champion in recess. He's technically the king till somebody beat him. So if he come back and fight that guy, put himself right back in the mix, especially if he can win. Or if that dude get a win over Charlo, man, that should be wild, wouldn't it? That should be wild, man. Oh, man. Man, that'd be crazy. Fighters, and I know Canelo beating them based on logic. Crawford never fought at 68 in his life. Sure, he never fought at 54 in his life before he did it too, right? At once upon a time, he never fought at 147 in his life, and he had to fight people there, right? I'm just making a point. What you saying, I get, but I think with this fight, I think it might be a little deeper than logic, man. You get a little extras in those, peel back some layers, because it might not be as simple as him not fighting at 68. You know, think about it. Canelo fought at 75 before. Look how well he did in knocking Kovalev out. Then he went there with somebody that is at a much different point in his career. You see how that shit was night and day. See the difference? Night and day, bro. Night and day. Charlo lineal. On the I'm telling you, a traitor. I'm telling you, bro. We just, you know what I mean?
We gonna break down all the materials, Reef. We going through all the film. We gonna find out whether or not they put hot sauce in their top ramen. We got to know everything.
Hey,
we got to know everything.
I've been telling him that since I've been hearing him. He definitely easily one of the smartest guys when it comes to observing, breaking down, and understanding.
Yo, Just, did you know that Canelo passed out before the Triple G rematch? Or damn near passed out? He almost passed out?
Oh yeah, the weigh-in thing, right? Was it the weigh-in? They had to catch him or something like that?
Yeah, I was looking at that clip. I was like, okay. Now I see why he was taking the clenbuterol.
Yeah.
That weight cut was rough at 160.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that shit was crazy. Yeah. Tellus was looking ahead. Yeah, man. That happens sometimes. You young fighter, you ambitious, you just start peeking into the future a little bit too far. And I mean, and you get upset because that's what that was. You know what that fight reminded me of? When Edner Cherry, I think it was Edner Cherry when he beat Luke Campbell. I think Cool Hand Luke when he beat Luke Campbell. It was like an upset. You know, you expected Luke to go out there and win, but dude was a vet, had more fights, more experience, and you seen it play out, and you could tell during the fight that this dude was losing and he was gonna lose. Like you can see it. It was just not working out. He wasn't like mounting no offense. It wasn't taking control of the fight. It didn't look like no other fight he'd ever been in at that time as a pro. That's what Tellus and Baru looked like the other night, Saturday, man. That's what that looked like.
Yeah, looked that way to me. Cause you gotta have certain level or certain degree of ring craft when you're dealing with, I don't want to say the run-of-the-mill guys because I don't like to disrespect any fighter because these guys, they bleed for this shit. And then everybody's opportunities aren't the same either. So I think that's another thing that can somewhat stifle somebody's development. You got these guys that are prodigies or highly touted. They have people bankrolling their situations. They're able to just focus on boxing full time.
Right.
Like homegirl that was on that MVP card the other night, she's a whole school teacher. I'm like, damn, and she's in phenomenal shape, so she must be disciplined. I could only imagine if she was boxing full time. And she's the champion too, Ortiz. But to your point about not sleeping on nobody, that's the other part. We don't know how prepared some of these guys are. We may look at them physically and have some indication like, yeah, the guy was putting his road work in, he was doing XYZ, he made the weight. Clearly, you see the muscles popping and all that other stuff, but we don't know what the game plan is. And this dude said that he was watching film on Tellus, leaving no stones unturned. And he got a hell of a motor on him, and he was able to execute. He was able to carry out the game plan. And Tellus looked like kind of like he was going through the motions, like Barra was just any other fighter. Or maybe it was one of those things where it looked different on TV, and then you get in there in the ring with him, you're like, damn, this is a little bit trickier than what I thought. Because you hear some fighters, when they're being honest, they do say things like that. Like, man, like I saw this on film, but then when I was in there with him, it was a little bit different. I heard Lonnie B talking about that in regards to Arthur Beterbiev. He was saying like Beterbiev, when you see him on film, he looks so simple. But then when you're in there with him, you try to hit him, he'll take a half step back, and he's out of range to be hit, but then he's just right back in range to hit you.
Right.
And it's not one of those things that you would pick up on. Or like famous example, Mike Garcia. I think I see something.
Uh-huh.
Then that night came, he was seeing a whole lot of jabs.
Mikey, I see something Garcia out there, Detroit, man. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man, back in the super chat. He said, "Do you think Moses Automo could be Agate Caballel?" Yes, I think. Sometimes I think when you got it, you got it. Caballel is very dangerous. I see why people are they feel the way they feel about him, but I think I see what with Automo is a little ahead of his time. You know, you still don't want to rush him. I don't know if that's rushing him, but I think he could beat him, yeah, because of what he do. Position and punch selection, right? The way he throw his shots, like he's been here. It's like he got more experience than what his record would suggest. He understands how to fight. I think some of when you just got it, you got it. I think he might be one of those guys that moved the right way, but Caballel, yeah, somebody I think he could be because he really can fight. He's a really skillful guy. He's more polished than those what is it, 11, 12 fights he got would suggest. Definitely got work to do for sure, but yeah, I think he gonna beat I think he could be like the next heavyweight champion type deal. I do. I can see that. I see some real promise with this kid, but you know, it's still early. But when it's early like this and you just keep going up, the sky look like, you know, the future look bright for that.
I got to second that emotion because Caballel, it's not just the fact that he's winning, it's how he's doing it. He's been looking absolutely clinical. Like against Dillian White, you could say, yeah, Dillian White is 37 years old, but who the hell has made Dillian White look like that?
Bro, can you say this shit again? What's wrong with people?
It ain't the fact that he beat him, it's like how he did it.
I'm like, who else beat him that way though? That's how you assess a win like that. People like, but it's Dillian White, but it's one round. It's 2 minutes, 1 minute and 59, I think to be exact. What are we talking about? He blitzed him. But man, he fucked him up, bro. He didn't even give him a shot. Man, that's impressive, bro. When you were able to do that to a guy like Dillian White, that'll at least take you 5 or 6 rounds before he catch an uppercut or some shit that sleep him.
Yep.
We talking about 2 minutes and you're not impressed. That's because you don't want to be. You don't want to be because you don't really understand what you just watched. That's the same guy that hurt AJ right before AJ hurt him and stopped.
Dillian White only has 3 losses though. His 3 losses are, well, I mean, before Automo, his 3 losses were AJ, Povetkin, and Fury. That's it.
And you know that shit don't get analyzed enough, bro. You know, they kind of gloss over it because they're knockout losses without saying, yo, AJ was a 2-time unified champion, heavyweight champion. You get what I'm saying? Fury, champion. Povetkin was one of the top guys too. So yeah, maybe Dillian White wasn't the heavyweight champion guy, but maybe he was right underneath that. Does that make him a bad fighter? No. When you got Moses Automo in the come up, bro, that's a prove-it type of fight. That shit could have went bad for him. That shit, I'm telling you, bro, that fight right there is the prime example when Luke Campbell stepped up with Edner Cherry and lost. That's one of them. That's Ennis Tellis fighting dude last night with more experience than him. That's that and losing.
It's Beck the Bully. Remember, Beck the Bully was in there with Gabriel Rosado, who got double-digit losses and got his ass slept. Cold.
You get me? It don't always go the way.
It could happen to you.
You get me? That it's supposed to, like, on paper, look like Dillian White could test this dude, and if he ain't prepared, his young guys could get caught slipping just like we see with regular fighters all the time. Tellis got caught slipping. He wasn't as prepared as what he would like to be, and he paid for it. He lost. Fair and square. You cannot go playing, man. That's why I say you can say what you want, but you got to go out there and perform. You can say what you expect to happen, how you think it's going to look, but I ain't seen nobody predicting no first-round knockout for Automo is what I'm saying, over Dillian White. I didn't see not one single solitary. So now, I will grant it. We'll say people were saying they got Dillian White getting knocked out because I thought he would, but I definitely thought he would take him some rounds. I thought it would happen to mid to the later rounds, possibly, and then we'll see a stoppage because, you know, Dillian White, he start to get a little tired, you know, fatigue, settle in, just like any other fight. He's more susceptible to mistakes. On defensively, and he's a sucker for an uppercut. And Automo, he got a pretty damn good one. So I thought he would just eventually catch up to him later. Nope, he didn't. He 1 round, and the way he done it, he don't got that young boy energy, He don't fight like that. He don't fight all gas, no brakes. He don't fight like an asshole.
No,
he
he
fight
don't.
like, look, I know what I'm doing in here. It ain't like I'm just a young, strong, and I'm gonna knock you out. No, I'm polished, I'm smart, I'm calculated. I know how to pick the right shots. You get what I'm saying? I got a game plan. I know how to stick to it. His calm, patience, poise was on another level. I really like that dude. I can't wait to see him fight again. Because now I want to see what his next fight gonna look like. Bad, I ain't gonna lie. I want to see if he gonna beat the hell out of somebody again. Got in there and beat Dillian White. Like, he might have retired Dillian
Like
White.
and that's what I really like about Moses is the fact that he's got all of these physical attributes, but he uses them like a tool and not a tactic. Because you got some folks that their attributes, that is their tactic. If they got power, they just come in and just go up in there, be aggressive, rah, rah, knock you upside your head and get you up out of there. And in the moment somebody is able to evade that or elude them, then you see him struggle. Then you start seeing him going rounds. You be like, damn, this dude got a lot of holes in this game. The thing with what's his name, the way he goes about it, yo, I was beyond impressed with the way that he did Dillian White. Because it wasn't just a walk up to him, punch him in the face. He was patient, he was poised, and it was brief. You know what I mean? And that's another thing I thought was impressive too. He did not play. He was able to be assertive while minimizing the risk. Like you seen the in and out movement.
Yes.
He ain't just try to press him out and just try to walk through him. He was picking at him.
Peace, Queen. How you feeling, Tay? It's good to see
you. He was picking at him. He just got the power.
Yes.
And the punch placement.
Calculated, measured, patient, good vision, shot selection, like everything was on point, bro. Like he got all the makings of a damn champion. And hey, it is that's what I see. He got all the makings. This is all about growth and matching them up. And I see the Usyk comment. Shout out to Usyk. Yeah, he is on the way out. People was asking, the question came up after he knocked out Dillian White, is he ready for Usyk? And a lot of different people was different takes. Oh, they trying to put him in there with Usyk. I know that seemed a bit soon. That's a leap. But Usyk said he think he ready now. So there's that. The man say he ready. I think Usyk know more boxing than that average person talking. So he say he feel like he ready. I'll see. Hey, look, I can see. You just never know, but right now, as far as eye test, checking the boxes, fighting like he been here before. Yeah, he fight like he a little ahead of his time. That's all.
I think he can give Usyk some wreck, though, man. I really do. I really do. And then I think the only questions that we really have about him are two things: his ability to fight through adversity and whether or not he's got a chin. And even that can be tied into the adversity thing. Because we got to see what he looks like. If he's got to go to rounds, does he have the conditioning? Does he have the chin? But every other box has been checked. Every other box has been checked. He's got good hand speed. He's got good foot speed. He's got good punch placement, good punch selection. You see when he dropped Dillian White the second time, the way he peeled the guard down, placed his shot. So you be like, okay, this young boy crafty. Like he actually got some crafty shit. Like you said, he fights ahead of his age, and he's just 20 years old. He fights like a damn veteran. Now the only thing that we need to see is whether or not, okay, if somebody could take his best shot, can he go the rounds? And if he goes the rounds, will he be able to maintain his wits about himself? Will we see a significant drop off in his technique? Does he start looking sloppy down the stretch? What's another thing that you would associate? Does his focus wane? Like, is he one of them dudes like Tony Harrison? No disrespect to Tony Harrison, but we see him like damn near every time the ninth round comes, it's like the check engine light come on. But aside from that, in terms of skill and physical attributes, he's got everything that you need. And we got to ask ourselves realistically, who's around right now? Pardon me, I had to disconnect from this thing. But we got to ask ourselves realistically, who's around right now at heavyweight that we feel like wouldn't be cannon fodder for him? Like who? Who's really going to push him and make him go rounds? Some people you can just accelerate their trajectory and just put him right there, and you just got to just see, just sink or swim. Worst case scenario, he loses. Fine, he's still only just 20, 21 years old. Best case scenario, shit, he could beat the likes of a Caballel or even a Usyk. And I don't think it's because he's significantly better, but I think that he possesses something that many of the other heavyweights don't have. And the same could be said about Caballel. I think that's part of the reason why Caballel has been successful. If you notice, he's got agility. That's the one thing that all three of them guys have in common. Caballel, Usyk, and Automo. They all have agility. If you like this big, lumbering, strong heavyweight, good luck with that. Because these guys, they're going to be in and out, side to side, stepping around, stepping over, placing punches. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much to contend with. That's why Caballel was breaking down. That's why Caballel is breaking down. Yes, Mozzie. I'm going in the house, dude. That's why Caballel is breaking these guys down to the body. He's stepping around them. Big Bang Zane could fight his ass off, but he was too slow. Urslanbek Makhmudov, he was highly touted. Once upon a time, he was looking like a damn monster, but he was just way too slow. Caballel was able to outmaneuver him, work him down to the body, and then you see the same thing with Usyk.
Yeah,
Just like how he's
maybe
able
you
to
might not
establish
feel
the
like
angles.
Atoma fights like a vet, but his approach, him being measured, calculated, is more like he fights like a guy with more experience than what his record suggests. So you might not feel like it's quite like a vet. He don't fight exactly like your typical heavyweight guy with the amount of fights he got. I think he fights ahead of what his experience would suggest on the record. That's what I see. More calculated, like he just you can see it. You can see something with him, bro. You can see something with him. Decision making. Like I said, picking his shots, his approach to the game. Like dudes that's young, a lot of times, especially when you strong, powerful, you getting these knockouts, they tend to fight like look how Richard Torres approach fights. Just get in there and go. If I had to pick one of them, I'd definitely pick Automo because of his approach. Richard Torres got that young boy energy that I talk about. Yeah, make him dangerous, but that shit make him susceptible to getting caught and countered too. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen him get count. I've seen him get knocked out. And
Jalalev, remember that? Jalalev stretched him.
Stretched his ass, man. I think it might have been you or somebody that sent that shit to me for me to see it. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I knew it. That approach, like Automo got more of a measured pace. Like, you know, I'm gonna think my way through this shit. I'm gonna pick my shots. I'm gonna create my openings. I'm gonna take what you give me. Not gonna overexert myself. And it's a lot of intellect going on with his fighting style, and I like it.
No, I don't think that Joseph Parker's homeboy said Joseph Parker's overrated. No, I don't think so. The Butcher, have you seen Bacoli's fight with what's the dude's name? Michael Hunter? He was getting hands put on him damn near the whole fight. I like Martin Bacoli. I think he's a good fighter, especially from the shoulders. But time has shown us like he's just not everything he's been cracked up to be. I understand all the sparring stories. He knocked out Usyk in sparring, knocked out Anthony Joshua in sparring, so on and so forth. And the Jared Anderson fight might have hyped some people up, but he's had several fights where he's looked pretty lackluster. And I think a lot of it has to do with just like his lack of seriousness when it comes to conditioning.
Right.
He was getting pissed in the damn F.A. Ajagba fight. So if F.A. Ajagba got you throwing fits because his mobility, good luck with a Moses Atoma or even a Caballel or somebody like that. Hell, we seen just what happened a couple months ago with Joseph Parker. He was so out of shape, he got hit on the top of the head and was just sprawled out.
Right. And
he ain't a bum. I'm just being clear. Like Bacoli can fight. He's not a bum.
I'm telling you, he just
but his conditioning is dog shit. Like if you look at his the weights, he's been getting larger and larger as the fights progress.
How he built odd, and he like a tree from the waist down, like very stiff. He rooted into the ground, and then you got the nerve to be coming in career high weights and shit, bro. That's not a smart idea. Not at all.
And then he's complaining after the fight. The guy just ran from me. Yeah, no shit, because you can't cut him off.
Yeah, like, bro, I forever is gonna hate that excuse, bro. Somebody ran. You better chase him. That's how I be feeling, bro. You better chase his ass. Shout out to Al Booger. We be trying, bro. I know we be trying to get away from all the narratives and that weird shit, man. I get caught up in some of it, but whenever my guy here, the property value always go up, and it's just a genuine boxing conversation, bro. But yeah, man, it's a lot to like with some of this young talent and guys like Automo. I just wish Jared Anderson wasn't so honest. Maybe he'd had more fans. Our people would be behind him more, but he was just too honest. I just don't think the world be ready for that kind of honesty from a fighter. They be wanting that we too conditioned and used to hearing fighters say, yeah, man, just want to be the best fighter ever. And, you know, I want to chase the belts and want undisputed in multiple divisions. And, you know, I want to be that one of the best ever. That man said, bro, I want this money. I found out I got some talent. I want this. I'm going to try to make as much money as I could and get out of here. It was like, yeah, he don't want to be great. He needs to just retire. My God. Damn.
Yeah, because every day when we wake up in the morning and go to
25, 30 years, bro, like that's a long ass time getting punched in the face. That's why I say, can y'all stop being fans and start trying to put yourselves in the shoes and think about if you had to get punched on. Right? Are you necessary? Everybody like Tank probably said, damn, I've been fighting out 5 years old, long but I'm retired. You get what I'm saying? He got less fights than me. Think about it. He got less fights than me. Like, man, like, yo, look, you know what I mean? All of a sudden, retirement ain't sounding too crazy. Then, oh, while they at it, you know, Lamont Roach, a whole pass, he done fought you to a draw, earned the rematch. You like, damn, should I rematch him? Then Jake Paul in the back, like, hey, Tank, you get me? Tank, like, man, you got Roach and you got, you know what I mean? You got Jake. He like, man. Tank like, hold up, man. Tank like, hold up, man. I don't know, G. Know what I mean?
Everyone says I only beat up old farts. Well, now I'm going to prove you all wrong and find a real boxer. Tank Davis. Are you kidding me, Jake Paul? Tank is a midget.
I'm not a midget, I'm a little person. And I'm going to show the world we can do anything, including beating up pussy YouTube kids like Jake Paul.
Ha! Look at him go. He's adorable. This is asinine. You're twice his size. This ain't a real fight. That's it, Stephen A. I'm suing you for saying my fights are fake, just like I did Piers Morgan.
Take it back, Stephen A. You don't want to end up Jake's bitch like me.
I'm not taking back nothing. Stephen A., you've been served. We're gonna ream your ass with everything we got. I'm unstoppable.
Till you fight the Tank.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy.
Hey, B-Dog, let the games begin, bro. Jake a whole show. My Tank even. I want to know. I just got one question, one interview question for Tank. Did you know what you was getting yourself into when you say, yeah, I'm gonna play with Jake? Because Jake about to play. He about to, yo. Did y'all see the other video where he used like the old shit of them saying like how he need to fight a real fighter, he's not a real fighter, and then he fighting Tank. He trolling. He got the last laugh. Jake did it. Jake done it. Yeah, and he was about to fight AJ. I don't care what y'all say. Yo, he was gonna fight AJ, bro. They wouldn't sanction the fight. He was dead serious. Yo, AJ was gonna punch his ass out the ring, but he was gonna fight him for real. I respect Jake Paul. Women's boxing, you behind it. I'm behind you for being behind that. I'm going to just make peace with the fact that you're not an amateur, typical amateur boxer. You don't have that background. You found a loophole. You found a way in it. You used your money, your influence and all of that to get into the sport, but you single-handedly got behind women's boxing. I see you you're learning how to be amongst the people, amongst the suits. You in the ring, you holding belts, you giving little interviews, you answering questions. I'm rocking with it. And again, I don't expect everybody to see it my way, but while I'm not tripping on his career, you just show me what amateur career he got, and then I'll start complaining. You show me that he was boxing since he was 5, 6, 7 years old, and I'll start complaining. But that's not the case, so. And he got behind, listen, like I said, he got behind women's boxing at a time where I think they deserve it. They need it. They deserve it. And he's sharing a platform and a spotlight. And look, he low-key fought guys embarrass some of these dudes along the way. Now the fights look like setups and all that. I get it. But it's like, bro, the joke is on y'all because now he's getting real fighters to participate in his game. So who's the clown? Is it he not a real fighter or is it Tank not a real fighter? And people are so, they switch up so often that they're willing to try to make it, oh, Tank's just not a real fighter. That's why he's entertained. No, Tank is a businessman. Tank is about his paper. End of story. That's just like, I can see if you was fighting this guy and it was, more money to make all over the place for you fighting the other guys, that's not the case. So look, do what you got to do for you and be able to live with, make peace with whatever decision you make, live with it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you getting stitched up in all types of shit. If your memories start going, if you start to have issues because of the wear and tear of boxing, some fans that told you to not go get your money, you think they're going to care about your condition, your state, your well-being, your mental, your physical, emotional state. Like, think about it. The dude started talking about how he want to be better for his daughters and want therapy about being mad, crying in the back of the car. And this because you actually listen. All of these different things. And what did the media start telling them to do? Well, you need to retire next time. Oh, he ain't tough for this. He ain't cut out for this. You just need to go retire and then retire. It's like, bro, what? Imagine being that good at something and always fulfilling your end of the bargain. Maybe it might not be in terms of fighting exactly who you want to see him fight, but the dude is winning the fights, yo. He is winning the fights. The number one goal is to win. And he entertaining while he doing it and breaking numbers. So it's certain conversations that when they're had at the end of his career, he going to be at the very fucking top. And then it's going to be some where he falls short. And I don't think, who cares? Because he don't. I'm not going to care more than he care about where they placing him at if he making it to the Hall of Fame. Bro, in the streets of Baltimore, you bring up Tank Davis, I'm like, man, that's the guy right there. That's the one that made it out. Do you get me? That's bigger than any weirdo, any fucking suit that can't do what you doing anyway, talking because he got a platform. Who cares? When I go back to them people, amongst them people, I'm the man. And I'm going to always be that. And shout out to Tank Davis because he did a giveaway, giving back to the kids. That's the shit they don't talk about. They'll talk about his court case, getting locked up, his domestic violence. They talk about all that shit. But yeah, they ain't going to talk about the giveaway and shit like that, giving back to the kids. Shout out to Tank Davis. That's why I rock with the fighter, bro. At the end of the day, when we push rhetoric, we help these narratives grow that shouldn't even grow, that shouldn't even have legs in the sport. Calling that man a coward. Think about it. We condition ourselves, can't fight for shit. And I'm just saying that the average person calling that man a coward can't fight. Because you wouldn't even think of it that way. You would say, well, maybe he don't care about being great in the way we want to see him chase it. Did you ever think about that? I said that before too. Did you ever think about he like, man, doing it my way? Imagine y'all going into y'all job, right? And I'm from the outside looking in, can't do the shit you do, but I'm telling you how to do it. And what moves to make in order to make it. Imagine that shit. Imagine it. It could be something as fucking bricklaying. And I don't know shit about laying bricks, but imagine me watching you do it and then telling you how to do it based on what I want to see you do. Yeah, well, you could be doing it this way. Yeah, well, you could have laid the bricks down in the other apartment, but you didn't. Like, just imagine telling the man how to do his job. And what's considered enough. Yeah, it ain't enough, bro. Yeah, you can't. Nah, bro, nah. That's because we're selfish. We think that these people are in the sport primarily just to satisfy us individually. That's not true. And I said this shit before. It just so happens that boxing moves fast enough for it to appear as though the moves that some of these fighters are making are in with you in mind. Like, yeah, this was for the fans. They all sell that shit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit because at the end of the day, if that shit truly don't align with what they got going on and it don't make sense, business sense, more times than not 100% because nothing is ever 100%, but 9 times out of 10, this shit ain't gonna happen. Are they gonna do what's best for them? They not doing it because the fans said do this. That shit all be sounding good. I don't care who sold it to you. They all full of shit when they say that because they know as well as us supporting a move that they make or asking them to do something and then it look like they do it, you better believe that money was right, that business was right, that situation was right, or they wasn't going to do it. And that's what it boiled down to. So right now, like I said, man, I just see shit different, man. These dudes are trying to do the absolute most they can. I think they learned from the fighters of yesteryear how these dudes chase legacy, don't really have the money to show for it. And I'm not saying that chasing legacy, the money won't come. I just think there are rare instances like where you are your own legacy. The moves you make determine how far you go and what kind of money you make. Tank Davis has been a rare case. He hasn't had to fight the guy that you saying he got to fight. But guess what? The numbers still gonna look like he fought a guy like that. And I said this before. I think Ant heard me say it. I think that's the puzzle. That's the puzzle that people they ain't quite been able to put the pieces to that puzzle together. Like, this shit don't typically work. I watched boxing for all of these years. Typically, when guys are the stars, they fighting the most dangerous guys out there. He's not. He broke the fucking mold. It's always somebody that come along and break the mold. It's something about the little guy. And when I say little guy, I mean that respectfully, you know, in terms of height, that them people really resonate with. People, some of the women, when they speak about him, they feel like that's their son. They see their son inside. You get what I'm saying? He resonate different in the eyes of the people. So when we being men and sports fans, we like demanding who we should fight. These ladies like, bro, that's my son. Whoever you fight, we supporting you, son. Like, it's one of them. And only the people can make that decision. And they've made their decision. I think people, if they made peace with it or try to do a better job at understanding it, they'll stop shitting on the man. Because I'm going to say this and I'm going to mean it. You're running around here calling a boxer that been risking his life since 5 or 6 years old a coward. Something is wrong with you. You get what I'm saying? At the bare minimum, like, what if the powers that be, what if the team, the people that he's with, because I believe this to a degree too. I believe that they've always sold him that ain't none of these dudes better than him. But the reason behind it is not what you would typically expect. So normally they'll say, maybe somebody will say, well, you fought X, Y, and Z. These guys ain't did none of that shit, right? And that would be true. Say, for instance, Teofimo got a couple guys on his resume where he could say, look, I did this and this, and you ain't did that, right? That would be true for him. But everybody's situation is different. Then I tell you, I think Davis broke the mold. So with that being said, maybe his people telling you, hey, man, Tank, you see these fucking numbers you putting up? And look, you ain't even have to fight none of these dudes. They telling you to fight this one, that one, that one. Bro, look what we doing. Doing it my way. Didn't I tell you? And you get what I'm saying? You got the success to back it up. Like, what are you going to do? You get what I'm saying? He'd be like, yo, none of these dudes putting up these numbers you putting up. They ain't doing shit. So in his mind, because you can hear it in how he talk, man, none of these dudes is even doing nothing. They ain't did nothing crazy. What do he mean by nothing crazy? He ain't talking about accomplishments. He talking about like either performances with knockouts or, you get what I'm saying? He talking about numbers, money, selling tickets. Like, you get me? He talk about that shit a lot. Like, bro, these dudes ain't doing nothing. So the way I feel like his people have sold to him what's considered doing something is putting up these numbers, because we all operating in or around the same level of competition. But look how you separate yourself from the rest of these dudes by making money, and you doing it your way. We gonna move you the way we want to move you. If people would have listened to Floyd a long time ago before they fell out, maybe they wouldn't be surprised right now. I'm telling you. You never know what that man is being sold. These dudes can't fuck with you because they can't put up your numbers. They got to go over there and seek opportunities with Turkey and all that. Think about what he fucking being told while he like, man, that's like a coat over there. Man, they probably like, bro, that ain't our move. That ain't our wave over there. We doing this shit. They got to go through. Like, so think about
that could be it.
You get me? You just never know. So salute to that man, because if he never fight again, none of these dudes, I appreciated the 30 he gave me and the draw. I really do. And it's on to the next.
In addition to that, though, another thing that could possibly be pointed out to him is the fact that despite the fact that somebody accomplished this, that, and the third, just look at the way that the people talk about him. Right. Or look how quick opinions can change.
Right.
So it's like, regardless of what people saying, there's the infamous clip of him on the jet with Floyd. I got this $1 billion because I did what the fuck I wanted to do. And whoop-de-whoop-whoop. And I agree with that because, for example, I was thinking about this earlier.
Right.
Just a few months ago, people on Brian Norman Jr.'s case calling him a fool for not taking the Boots Ennis fight, he should have conceded because it was worth way more than what he had ever gotten paid in his career.
Right.
Now you have a situation where this guy's potentially making far more money in one night that he's ever made in his career. And we would advise him not to pursue that.
Right.
But we would say to Brian Norman Jr., this is the biggest payday of your life. You got to take that.
Right. Right. Right.
And then also, how do we qualify what is or what isn't a challenge?
Right.
You ask Floyd Mayweather, he's been in there with however many world champions. He said the toughest fight he had was Emmanuel Augustus.
Right. Right. but a viewing eye that watched the career would tell you somebody else without hearing that, without even taking that into consideration. You get what I'm saying?
People would jump straight to Castillo or something like that.
Yeah,
like, Castillo.
And he like, bro, nah, this was my hardest fight. You get what I'm saying? So, and then we'll really argue that. Nah, he just saying that. Nah, based on what we felt like we saw. It's crazy how we work. It's crazy how we work.
We tell these people about their own experiences.
Right. Nah, he'll do that. That's why I try to make sure I don't sound crazy talking about people, world-class fighters don't know nothing about boxing. It's wild. That's what we be doing now.
Folks, what we do is, and L-Dub said this before, shout out to L-Dub. You say when you know enough, you can twist things however you want. You can portray things however you want. And that couldn't be any further from the truth, man, because on one hand, somebody will tell you, oh, look, he brought up little Leo Santa Cruz.
Right.
Meanwhile, that man's a 4-division champion.
Right.
You turn around, you look at Devin Haney, for example, and people would be like, man, he beat Lomachenko. Lomachenko was great, and he was this, that, and the third. He was a 3-division champion.
Yeah.
It's not all he just, but there are some people that would say he brought up little Lomachenko or whatever, but the other part of it is this too. The man was already at 130, and Tank went down to face him.
Right.
But you let people tell it, like every single fight that he's had was at some catch weight. He was draining everybody. He didn't have to adhere to the catch weight. That's the other thing that trips me out about like the catch weight and the rehydration stuff. What's in the contract applies to both guys. Both guys have to adhere to it. It's not a one-sided thing. It's not an unrequited thing. Both guys have to follow the guidelines of the contract. It's not like I can just be super comfortable in here, but you got to come in at 136, and you can't hydrate no more than 10 pounds for the second weigh-in, so on and so forth. Things just don't work that way. So it's like we gotta stop picking and choosing when we decide that accolades matter. Because look at Bud, 2-time undisputed, multi-division champion. He still ain't fighting nobody magically.
It's the most disrespectful shit I've ever heard, man. Shout out to my baby girl, the queen, Miss Jusdueboxing. Ty, what's good with it? NHA, my guy. Shout out to the fan. Appreciate my guy, Emma Queen, coming up to build. Man, you right, man. This shit is wild. Shout out to Cal Cooley. He had sent me this, man. This is a little interesting development. This was Roach. Well, this is what's being reported by Brunch Boxing. Shout out to Brunch Boxing. They saying Tank Davis says Lamont Roach is suing him over the rematch that never materialized. Davis is set to face Jake Paul. Netflix mega event November. I'm not surprised by this. We seen it with Deontay Wilder. But let's see if they have selective energy like Roach don't got the same case that Wilder had.
Hell, I wouldn't be mad at Lamont Roach either because he held up to his end of the bargain. He came through. He fought.
You know the part.
The guy said he would fight him.
Shout out to Rob, my homie. You know what pisses me off about this? They act like he don't have a case. They act like he just some guy whining and happy to have a draw, like he didn't fight his ass off, like it wasn't controversy, like it wasn't multiple opportunities for shit to swing in his favor and it didn't. It's like, it's terrible, right? So it's like, they're going to act like, you suing him. You should just be happy. I'm so tired of people saying he should be happy he got an opportunity. Why the fuck should he be happy that they didn't rule a knockdown? They didn't penalize him for turning his back to the action and getting help. Why should he be happy about that? People are so one-sided. I like Tank too, but this is not against him. This is about the the referee that didn't make the calls that led to the controversy that we now dealing with in the aftermath and all of that shit. It just seemed like it was prime for a rematch. But Tank like, nah, this is prime for me to go get my damn bag before I get really tired of this shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think. That's why I ain't tripping on that man. Yeah, I thought it was coming. Damn, a rematch. But, so far as suing, like, I'm not tripping. I seen Wilder do it. And people was all in support of it because it was with the ideal of getting a rematch. He had to take Fury to court, and he did it. Got his rematch. Now, I don't know how far this going to go, but can't be mad at Lamont Roach, man. Like, yeah, people, we be taking on these guys' personal situations. Like, the Tank going to be all right. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? He going to be all right, but.
Fair is fair, man. Let any of us be in that same position. We be cussing his ass out and saying we're gonna do X, Y, Z. I'm coming to get mine.
We'll be pissed off. We'll be like, we'll be saying the same shit Lamont saying. You scared. You took a knee. You turned your back. You got help in the corner. You said you was gonna rematch me, and then you didn't do it. Yeah, he got a point. He could be pissed off. But guess what, y'all? I'm so real. I ain't siding with nobody. Tank could do exactly what he doing. And if he can't, then Lamont Roach got to press the issue like they're reporting here and sue. And that's what he want to do. But I'm not about to be jumping down these dudes' throats. They will figure that shit out. They some big boys. I'm real enough to say Lamont Roach, I understand his frustration. He got a point. And I understand Tank Davis like, look, bro, I ain't had to fight you. Look, he said it in the other tweet, snatchies, right? Like, he said it. Like, dude, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So, it is what it is. Nah. Yeah, he addressed that too. Damn, I hope I ain't deleted because I be needing to make space, y'all. Do I still got it? Up here. Nah, there it go, Teach. Nah, he said he ain't getting no step aside money. He said it's over. He said if he'd have got step aside money, he would have showed you. And he said, kill that narrative right now. And then Tank said, yeah, exactly, because you're a bitch. Now go sit down, put your hand on your chest, figure out how this happened to your man. The same way I put food in your mouth, I took it. Snatches. Tank wow. Tank wow. Tank said, Tank wow. Lamont said, I ain't get no damn step aside. I got it. Does a draw constitute a legal honoring of the rematch. In Deontay case, he lost. I'm cool if he win it. I respect both Tank and Roach positions. Me too, Cal. Because you're not a super fan, bro. You understand where Roach is coming from, but you understand where Tank is coming from. He's like, all right, bro, I was gonna rematch you, but I changed my mind. I'm about to go. It's time to get paid. Time to get paid. Time to get paid. You get me? That's what Tank go. He's like, time to get paid, G. Got time to be playing with y'all, bro. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be playing with y'all. That's what Tank on. He like, bro, sit your ass down while I go make this money. That's basically what he flexed on him. I ain't gonna lie, man. Tank a little angry dude. Look what Lamont said. Oh, you stupid mother F's no. If I received some step aside money, I would have told you and showed you. Kill that narrative right now. They go Tank under the post. Exactly because you a bitch. What is it? Why Lamont a bitch? Yo, but Tank don't care. He like exactly because you a bitch for no reason, bro. This little angry dude, man. That's why I say, man, I be laughing at this stuff, man. Tank an asshole. You can't lie, bro. Tank said, because you a bitch. Now go sit. He told him, now go sit down and put your hand on your chin and figure out how that happened to your mans. Same way I put food in your mouth, I took his snatches. He wild, bro. And Lamont won the rematch. He was preparing for it both. Right. Yeah, nah, facts. Tank won his bag and Lamont won his rematch that he felt like he fought to the draw that he was owed. So I get it. I 100% get it. 100% get it. And I'm with you, Cal, man. I respect both positions because they, one got the right to change his mind and one has the right to feel away if he felt like he was told a rematch was on the way and he physically signed for it, right? That's all. That don't mean you're against Tank if you understand where Lamont coming from. That just means you're a real enough person to see both sides, not just the side that you favor. That's how I give it up. So I see where both of them are coming from. And we'll see if Brunch Boxing, if anything comes to this though. But shout out to Cal Coolett and Brunch Boxing. They don't do no clickbaiting. From what I understand, they're pretty credible and solid with their information, man, more times than not. So we're gonna see what's, you know what I mean? Yeah, that cost of doing business. It's a fact, B-Dog. West was good. Just do shout out to Sashi. 808 was good, fam. Double tap your screen, y'all. Sub to the channel. As we continue to cook, we're gonna wrap up shortly, but still gonna build. So this might be the next development, man. And as far as that Eddie Hearn business, man, Eddie Hearn is saying that Boots signed for a Vergil fight. We've heard this before. Hopefully it actually means something. You know, it seemed like he got to get his side on board. He got to get what's the names? He got to get Golden Boy and Team Ortiz on board as well. You can't. That's the thing that be going on in boxing. That's a bit strange. When guys announce that they've signed, they're part of a fight that the other side is saying they're not aware of. It's kind of weird to me. How could you sign something? You get what I'm saying? It's like, I feel like, do guys be prematurely announcing the business? Because how could you sign something to fight a guy and that guy don't know nothing about it? It don't make sense. Bro, you reckon Tank out Jake? And what's your opinion on the bout? Shout out to Sashi, man. Tank made a bag move, Sashi. You know what I'm saying? I think initially stressed out boxing. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I got it on the screen, bro. I don't know if you're looking at the screen, but I got the tweet up on the screen. I think initially after things happened with the controversy and the way he was feeling, I think he was like, yo, I'm gonna rematch this dude. He talking shit. I'm gonna fight him again. I'm gonna show everybody. I think that's like man energy, right? Ego, pride, and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna rematch him. But I think after he sat for a while, had time to think, time to reflect, time for business to be hashed out between him and Jake Paul behind the scenes, I think that might have changed his mind. I think him getting locked up, legal matter, right? He had a couple of those little run-ins. So you start thinking like, nah, let me secure this bag now, just in case anything do. It's so much deeper of a conversation to have, but people not willing to have it because they think that means you're cool with him not fighting nobody, but that's not it. It's just, we're not stressed out about it. We're not about to cry about it. We're not about to disrespect everything all the work he's put in up until this point to make a point. Like, I'm not doing it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Fuck it, you little yellow dude. Go fight who you want. You get me? Go make that money. Go chrome heart. Do whatever your heart desire, bro. Because when that pair of gloves get hung up, you're gonna have to live with the man that's in the mirror. Every decision you make, the choices, the people that you helped, all of that. So, you know what I'm saying? I think he cool with that, bro. He like, yo, that arrest. Think about it, yo. You got to arrest, and you know you had some prior situations happen. And then you start to think, and you like, man, hold on. I ain't about to do this rematch. First of all, this dude aggravated. He doing mad interviews. You know, Tank find any reason to be mad. So let's just assume this dude talking, doing interviews, this, and that. You know what? Look how he talking. Look, it's snatchies. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Like, he talking like that. Like, bro, I changed my mind. And that's the part that people have a tough time with. They act like boxers are obligated to keep it real with them, per se. So when they tell us that they're going to do something, they have to do it or else. Nah, it don't work like that, bro. Just like in life, you ever said something out loud, yo, I'm going to do this. And then you ever change your mind and just don't do it with anything. It's the same thing here, bro. And it's a very easy decision to make when you stand to make tens of millions of dollars. Yes, for a fight that's not, hold on, it's not going to go on my resume. I'm going to get how much? Hey, Jake, you get me? Jake, get Jake on the line. Jake, you get me? We talk about, bro. So, hey, man, if I could pick, if I could flip a coin, or if I could point to a fighter and I could say this is who I wanted to see him fight, it'll be Tank Davis. I mean, it'll be Shakur Stevenson. It'll be Shakur 100%. But or Lamont Roach, should I say, being that Lamont is the guy that he was expected to fight. But I just know things change, man. And I could assume, right? Somebody tell me, like, he could low-key be the hero. Didn't y'all say y'all want to see him get punched? What if he sleep Jake? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. It's a circus of a fight, but what if he sleep him? Or what if Tank gets slept? You think Jake gonna just want to play? You don't think he gonna want to try to hurt Tank? He been talking shit, trolling. You get me? Like, you get an opportunity to punch that dude, you gonna do it. Because I would. I know I would. Bro, let me get in the ring with one of these fighters with a reputation. I got a chance to punch you in your shit for real. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. What are you talking about? Yes, before I go, I want to see if I can get a good one in, bro. You goddamn right, I want to get one in. If I'm Jake, boy, I'm trying to punch Tank ass out the ring somewhere. If I'm Tank, I'm trying to sleep Jake big ass. You hear me? Like, bro, what y'all talking about? This shit is dangerous. Danger in this fight. What if he sleep? That dude is 190 plus 200 pounds, bro. Tank run around 135 pounds, bro. A fucking lightweight. Man, that's 60-something pounds, bro. What the hell's going on? That dude really could get hurt in this fight, but that's when the people not talking about because they feel like Jake's experience level is just nowhere near Tank's. It don't matter. All you gotta do is land a punch. He big as hell. What if he too big for Tank to knock out? Then they got big gloves and shit, assuming, right? You just don't know. I don't know. What if he drop Tank and don't knock him out? What if he drop him? Anything. Like, he got something to lose. It just ain't coming in the form that y'all used to seeing it in. It's not with the name attached that y'all want to see, right? But, bro, if you Tank, you can't lose to Jake Paul. You can't draw with him after having a draw with a real fighter. Saying that he's not a real fighter. They got the tape of you saying it. Think about it. Nobody's thinking that deep. They're not thinking past the circus that it is, but if you Jake Paul, you don't want to lose to Tank neither. You know how Tank be beating people. What if he sleep him? Like, that should be embarrassing. You let that little dude sleep. It'd be embarrassing if you the quote-unquote real fighter and you could have went and fought the rematch that everybody would have expected, win, lose, or draw, or Shakur, win, lose, or draw, something like that, right? Man, they're going to laugh you out the arena, bro. You get me? So that shit is a little strange, bro. Tank felt Ryan Power grabbed him. Hell yeah, he did. You get me? Hell yeah, he did. Hope so. Tank up, bro up. In my opinion, you should. Skills you can't deny. If you jump in there with Killer, like you know what it is. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Tank felt Ryan's. Yeah, he definitely got the holding on. He definitely got the holding on, man. The dangerous fight for Tank in the sense of it looks bad. YouTube is going to clown him. Yeah, Tank needs to dominate. Yeah, you can't have no close fights. That's why I say, like, think about it and put him in a situation where, and you can't have a draw because it's people like ain't nobody gonna win. Because it's an exhibition, they're going to call it a draw. You can't get another draw after having a draw. Like, that shit, man. You don't want another draw, dude. You don't want no draw.
Yeah, physics are a real thing. We talking about it with the Canelo-Crawford matchup. Oh, he ain't ever been at 168. Well, this dude was just 200 plus versus Mike Tyson. And he's what is he like in the damn cruiserweight rankings or something like that?
Yeah,
14 or whatever. It's a big motherfucker.
Yeah, big ass dude, bro.
And he ain't that inexperienced.
Yeah,
he's inexperienced relative to these top guys, but
yeah,
he ain't that inexperienced. We ain't talking about a dude that's literally just coming right off the couch. This dude's been putting in the work now, regardless of where you want to rank him or how quality of a fighter you think he is. He's not just the average dude just coming off the couch. The average YouTuber.
Right, man. Flats was giving him some credit, man.
Right now, they saying that Tank retired and he don't want to do the rematch with Roach. So I'm like fake taking it easy, and Jake Paul caught me. Bing! We got in the ring, we got the sparring. The first sparring session, you know, Jake Paul paying me so good. I'm like, I don't want to go crazy on him, and they send me home. So I'm like fake taking it easy, and Jake Paul caught me. Bing! Oh, caught me, son. I mean, I'm like,
in the jaw or
nah, it was like he caught me in the eye, son. I mean, like he gave me a little pajama jammy jam, son.
Oh, wow.
I'm like this, all right. But then it woke me up because now I'm like, yo, I can't play with him, like, cause you know the perception that most of us had of him was he's not a real boxer. like he's a joke. Nah, I never looked at him as a joke. Because
you would notice.
You just had the perception of him that he's not an elite fighter. But once I got in the ring with him, I said,
debunking that.
I'm debunking that 100%. Jake Paul is a real fighter, bro.
Okay.
And I'm saying he trains hard.
So does he hit hard?
Call me with the pajama Jimmy Jim, son. I mean,
he dazed you? Did he?
I mean, it didn't daze me, but it caught me. That's like when you compare Tank to these other guys that's at his weight class. A lot of them have a similar skill set. A lot of them have just as much skills as Tank. But the thing is, once he land that power shot, they can't take it. Roach was able to do good in their last fight. That's another thing too. Right now, they saying that Tank retired and he don't want to do the rematch with Roach. But I think Tank just taking some time off to get his mind together. You know, he got a lot going on, being so rich at a young age.
Yeah, being rich at a young age, you just never know what come with that. It's a very layered and it's not for the surface level thinkers, man. When you speaking about Tank Davis and his career, and I mean that respectfully, like it's a lot of shit to consider, unpack, a lot of variables to consider. Especially when you are part of like lucrative events each and every single time you step in the ring. It's a lot of money exchanging hands, a lot of, that's a lot of people getting paid and different things like that. Platboy, what it do, homie? So like I said, man, I feel like it's a lot of business that go into a Tank Davis fight. I'm gonna start trying to ask these fighters directly, like, you know, how hard they explain to y'all when I start interviewing them, you know, having guys come up, how hard it is to get these fights over the hump, and how the smallest thing could go, you know, be out of whack, and that's it. The fight would be scrapped. It'd be the smallest. It'd be simple shit. Like, remember, Mike Donald's about to cancel the Floyd fight over the fucking gloves, y'all. Something like that. All that money he's standing to make, but so he was like, bro, I want my gloves. Floyd had to pay that man. See what I'm saying? So fighters are very particular, bro. They like having shit their way, and when it's not, they tell you quick in a heartbeat, ain't no fight. That's true. You don't know. You only could speculate. I favor Canelo. Nah, you ain't no traitor, man. You just a boxing fan that feel like Canelo Alvarez, who clearly got some physical advantages, at least to the naked eye, like that he can win. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Or the skill set. Listen, man, when these guys can fight and they're bad motherfucker, it's okay to say that. Mm-hmm. You know, all of this on code, off code, Traitor, Benedict, Arnold, Uncle Tom, Coon bullshit that we be speaking. Mm-hmm. I feel like all it does is it takes away a degree of objectivity,
right,
that we should have as boxing fans. Mm-hmm. And I understand, you know, the racist history and things that black folks have had to struggle with in America and in the world, you know what I mean? But this should be the one place where we could just enjoy somebody's skills and just be like, man, this dude can fight.
Right.
Or he can't fight, even if you be like, man, this motherfucker's trash. But it shouldn't be on the basis of the color of his skin. It should be on the merit of his performance. That is my Martin Luther King soapbox message of the day. Message.
Right. Right. Shout out to I don't know what your name is, but he said Rampage Jackson attempted murder. You know what? I'm gonna just make sure I covered everything. I just wanted to speak on one last thing before I covered that. I'm gonna close with that because I got a video that I can play where somebody broke it down, and I think he did an excellent job at telling the entire story. So anybody that's been seeing that video surfacing with Jackson, Rampage Jackson's son, it's this whole video I'm gonna play. Shout out to my guy IV, man. What's good, homie? Appreciate you pulling up, man. I'm gonna show y'all the video that the guy broke down, and I think he did like a hell of a job talking about the situation in its entirety, like without leaving nothing out. I don't think he was just doing it to kind of, you know, hold Rampage Jackson's son in a good light. People got to stop running with bits and pieces of information. When are we going to learn not to do that shit? Stop running with bits and pieces of information. Get context to it. Like, wait for little shit to come out, different information. Don't just be so quick to be up in arms. Now, look, in hindsight, he took the dude up. We call it getting took up. getting took uptown. Hood Rich, what it do? He took him up and pounded him out. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that wasn't staged, Mike Kirkland. That wasn't staged.
Yeah, not that one. But I think, look, everybody gonna be able to tell in this video, like, this was a pretty good video explaining it all, but it wasn't. It showed an angle.
Nah, it wasn't staged. That dude crossed the line, but where I feel like Rampage's son, man, and I understand his frustration, but it's like that's one of them situations where you gotta handle it right there in the moment. You know what I mean?
So check this out, right? And you are 1,000,000% right, because that's what I said too. But the video adds so much context to like
because dude slammed the bear can on his head on some nut shit. Like, why would you do that? Like to another grown man.
Yeah, he ain't one of the actors, yo. He's not one of the actors. He's not one of the workers and shit. And then they told him, like, yo, you could get some get back. You could run in the ring during his performance. And they told him, you know, according to him, like it's all on, you know, he's saying they told him it not no fake shit. He could just, you know, get it off on him. So watch. I just think this video explains it better than I could. I think the guy, you know, what's his name? Manflix or something like
the wrestling
that.
Dude was he crossed the line though, because it's like, yo, you can't be treating another grown man like that. Slap a bear can in his face.
Yeah, he tried to
and expect him to be cool with it,
but he wasn't feeling it. Yeah. What's this Mando Flicks, man? This video that with Mando, his shit over 1 million views, bro. His shit over 1.3. That's how well he put this video together, y'all. This is just a day ago. This dude had less than 1,000 subs. He got over 6K from this one video. So I'm gonna play this for y'all because I think this explains it really good, man. Double tap the screen, y'all. Subscribe to the channel if you new. We less than, I think we're about 70 away from 10K. Let's make sure we hit it. Austin 316. Shout out to 702. What's good, homie? We're gonna hit that 10K. We're gonna get there. Also, the language and AJ deal with Matchroom could be structured completely differently. Shout out to B-Dog, man. My guy. But yeah, man, this was a good video, man. Dude broke it down really good. He made it make sense. It definitely made sense to me. Definitely made sense to me. You know what I'm saying? As to what you know what I mean? The fact that they told him he can get it off on dude, I was like, y'all opened the door right there. Cause like, what did you think he was gonna do? Act and play? Nah, he went there and fuck dude up, bro. He wasn't playing. But I think, like I said, this video is going to describe this better than I could. So I'm gonna try to let it play through. Shout out to 702. Pull counter my dog, man.
This is Raja Jackson, son of legendary fighter Quentin Rampage Jackson, and if you haven't seen the video yet, he got into some pretty bad shit last night. So to give some backstory to this whole thing, Raja was invited by his friend AJ Mama, someone who's wrestling on the card that night for Knox Wrestling. Raja even states later that he does not care about wrestling, that he's only here to support his friend AJ.
Yeah, AJ's Mano's on the fight card. That's the only reason why I'm here.
How you feeling, bro?
AJ takes Raja to the back to meet the wrestlers that he's familiar with, the ones that he actually knows.
Thanks, Mike.
As Presidente, I fucking hate you. I hate this dude. Worse.
And that's when Psycho Stu decides to come up behind Raja, stick his belly out, hands at the hips to get some camera time. Raja, unfazed, not caring, just decides to keep talking to the dudes until Psycho Stu decides to take matters into his own hands.
Where's the real McKill at? Where's he at?
You don't need to worry about him. You need to be worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
It's even longer version. Yeah. He's breaking it down, so we're just trying to let it play through.
Oh, you don't show it?
It's going to answer.
This is where things start to go south. Unfortunately, the dude was probably pretty drunk already, didn't know what was going on, and saw the camera and Raja and thought that this was some sort of skit or that Raja was another pro wrestler recording something for the promotion. The worst part about it being that this guy took one of these prop cans to Raja's head, not knowing that Raja was already recovering from a concussion that he got in light sparring from a spinning kick just a couple days ago.
Gotta be smarter than that.
No, I didn't go with my pops. How does my head feel? I'm still fucked up. I'm not even gonna lie. It's part of the reason why I didn't stream earlier. I was supposed to stream going to fucking paintballing with AJ, but my head was fucked up. I was throwing up and shit. My dad is Yeah, I'm fucked up right now, guys. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, I know I need a fucking rest, but yeah, so I'm gonna take a break from it for a while, but
yeah, but this right here, hopefully for everybody that was talking about it since we started the show, this to explain to you his side, and maybe you still feel like he a piece of shit, but just watch.
You know,
like I said, I'm trying to
coach, my lifting coach and shit.
This was a good video.
One of my teammates, Andre, who was on the stream the last time, is having a pro wrestling show, and I told him I will come and support, and then I wanted to bring you guys with me. You know what I'm saying?
Sports, my dog.
Get an MRI. I'm gonna go definitely get checked out on Monday though. Yeah, I was throwing up and shit. My head still feels like funny.
Y'all know them head injuries, concussions and shit like that. You be throwing up, all type of shit be wrong. Shout out to Mike Kirkland back in the super chat. He said if he truly wanted to get it off, it would have happened. Then when the can was smashed, I understand that 100%. I think he was a little blown away from it, like taken aback from it. And he did remove his bag and stuff like that. And he was like, yo, what's up with this dude? And they like, bro, it's good. Like, he didn't know. They started explaining to him. Like, they kind of calmed it down. And they told him he would be able to get his lick back. So he was cool with it. He like, oh, okay, cool. I ain't about to overreact. He shook dude hand. But he waited for his moment. And y'all gonna say, man, my bad. Let me stop talking. Let me try to play it. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man. I appreciate all your support, family. Much love to my. Just play it through and let over. Shout out to Blunt Sports, my bro, man. Let me just let it rock out. Watch, it'll make sense to y'all.
I'm not gonna cap.
You can then hear Stu ask Raj if he's going to sell it when he has to get reminded by his fellow wrestlers that he is not one of them and is not one of the workers.
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good. You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
No, I will fuck him up, bro.
I know you will. We're good.
I will fuck him up, bro. I don't play that shit.
Sorry, bro.
After telling Raja that he didn't know who he was, Stu then gets reprimanded by AJ. AJ gets pretty upset and lets him know that he's just a worker and that he needs to not be on all the time.
I'm good. Apologize for that, man.
And that's true too, Cal. It's possible, bro. Remember, he just had a concussion, getting head kicked in light sparring before that. And he wasn't supposed to be doing nothing physical. So dude took it upon himself. Now, I get it. This is the thing. This is the interesting thing about karma, right? Although I agree 1,000,000% with what Mike Kirkland is saying. I get it. You got to react right then and there. You can't let time boil over. But we all know what about karma? It don't have a timetable. That shit come back when you least expect it. And that's what it looked like happened. Because it's like, you slap me, more than likely, that's it right there, right then and there. But some people will take the slap, let it marinate, think about it, and come get you later. And that was one of these things that happened.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Tracy, Sawarigam. Good, dude.
Nah, fuck that, dude.
Then the Samoan tells that Stu does this all the time and constantly.
Wrong, because it's not about blaming the concussion. We just talking about some facts. We know he had a concussion. I mean, that's the thing. See, we get caught up in trying to tell somebody when to react, how fast to react. We don't know. If he damn sure took his shit off, he was ready to do it, but it seemed like they got in his head, told him, look, you can get your lick back, and he let that shit fester, and he did what he did,
Mistake stuff for being a part of the story.
Sorry about that. He always think that we're working over here, like it's part of the fucking story.
What kind of homo style shit?
Rampage. That's how we
No, bro.
Go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, it was a beer
After getting rejected twice, Stu realizes that Raja was having no parts of his apology until somebody suggests that Raja can interrupt his match and give him his receipt. Then Raja accepts the apology.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were
I get it. We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your match. I know.
See, this is the thing. I get you, Toledo Drew, because you sound like you watched the video where they were saying it was a prop can, it breaks easily. But Raja said it was a real ass can. So who are we gonna believe that it was a prop? Somebody that didn't get hit with the can, or the actual man that got hit with the can? He said it was a real can, prop or not. It's fuck it if it hurt it or not. It's the principle. You will never walk up to a complete stranger and smash any type of can against his head, especially the fact that he just got head kicked and dealing with a concussion. Nah, dude was 100% wrong, and I understand people like, you're supposed to react right there, but karma don't got a timetable. That shit come hit you when you least expect it.
We're working. We're always working.
I get it now. Now
you know what I'm saying? We're always working. So we'll set it up. We'll have them come out during your match so we could fucking seal the whole thing, and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Well, now you just involved fucking Rampage himself, because that's his boy.
Now he had a concussion from the head kick, Fredo, for life. He got head kicked. You might have missed the video. He got head kicked. So that's what I'm saying. Any more trauma to your head after you already been diagnosed with a concussion, bro, that's wild. So to try to justify by saying it's a prop cam, it doesn't matter what it was. He didn't know that man. He walked up to him and did some shit that he had no business doing. If dude would have completely whooped his ass right there, I know people probably would have been fine, but he waited, and sometimes
I can handle myself. I can handle myself.
You don't need his dad. He handle his own shit.
Yeah, I got my own shit.
After setting up the interruption for Raja on Stu,
I think it caught him off guard because he like, who the hell did this dude? Sometimes I could see he like, yo, did this dude just smash me in the head with a can? I'm like, yo, the dude just walk up to me and smash me in the head with a can. So if Raja need to be in jail, then what do dude need for walking up smashing a guy with a can that he don't know? That's clown activity. So
his match, AJ comes over and lets him know the game plan and tries to explain what went on with Stu.
I wasn't swing. No. What he thought was he was a pro. I just said. Yeah. Another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking, you know
that's what I'm saying.
But he doesn't know him like that. He don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run in on his shit, you fucking give him his respect.
Look, listen, they're not even rocking with it. His own people, the people not rocking with it, bro. They're like, bro, he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I got my own shit.
After setting up the interruption for Raja on Stu's match, AJ comes over and lets him know the game plan and tries to explain what went on with Stu.
I wasn't swing. No. What he thought was he was a pro. I just said. Yeah. Another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking. You know what I'm saying? So you don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run in on his shit, you fucking give him his receipt. Remember what a receipt is? Give him that fucking receipt. Don't tag his shit. If you got a fucking problem with it, I'll fucking run out there. Tag his shit, bro.
He's telling him tag his shit, bro. Tag his shit, bro. Like, you get me? Like, nah. Hell nah, bro.
After being given the go-ahead to give this guy his receipt, Raja's on go mode for the rest of the night.
I'll get it there. Hey, as long as I get my lick back, I'm straight. I'm straight.
This is kind of the turning point in the night as Raja gets time to chill out and kind of think about everything and gets rage baited by all the comments in the stream.
This nigga got knocked out. I didn't even get knocked out. Why didn't you fuck that guy up?
My thing is this, it's like, it's crazy how you could be calling him a simp, a low life, and all these different things, but you're not even holding a grown-ass man accountable for essentially walking up to a fucking stranger who everybody knows who his father is and putting yourself in situations. That's called doing dumb shit. For every action, there's a reaction. You don't get to slap me in my face and say I can't come back and shoot you with a gun if I want to. That's the problem with soft-ass people. You don't get to slap me, crack a beer can, whether it's fake, real, prop, across my head, and then get to determine how I react or when I react. I don't give a fuck what I told you. Yeah, you shaking my hand because you know you was dead wrong, you goofy man. So you walked up and you did something to me. It's not like Raja just sat out, ran in there, and just done it unjustifiably. The problem you have is the timing in which he chose to do it. But again, I told you, you don't get to put a time frame on karma, bro. That shit gonna hit you when it hits you. You shouldn't have walked up to a grown man that's suffering from a fucking concussion from a head kick in a combat sport, and then you used him like he was part of y'all bullshit. Nah, you're disrespectful. You're a goofy ass man. I don't give a damn. You don't get to slap somebody and be like, yeah, you can't come back and shoot me though. If he want to, he can. You get me?
You put your hand on that man. From the minute you hit that man or you made physical contact with him in any way, shape, or form and you didn't know him, you accepted whatever comes with that. What kind of pussy shit we talking about? No accountability for the guy that initiated it and caused the shit for himself, but we gonna just criticize the guy for reacting. I don't give a damn if he was rage baited or whatever the case. Dude got what he was looking for, bro.
Cause nigga, if I would have done something, then they would have kicked me out of this shit. Then there would be no more stream today.
That shit was stupid.
That shit pissed me off, bro.
Now, is it
didn't even hurt.
Unloaded on him? No, but you can't tell somebody how to react.
Just pissed me off.
That's simple. Nope, wasn't. Hey, and I think he told them, hey, look, they told him that it don't gotta be no fake shit. That's what they told him. They didn't tell him it had to be for fake, so he ain't fake. He went there and kicked his ass. And they watched him do it for a while, knowing he was hooking off on the guy. He slammed him like he wasn't playing with him. He not even, yo, bro, how do you expect Roger to be part of a script that he not invited in? Where is he at in the script, bro? Where's the script at where they told him exactly what to do when he get in there? Get out of here. They're liable for even allowing him to get in there and do it, bro. What are we talking about? They let him do it. What they wrote down the script and said, yeah, you were supposed to, pick him up, slam him, and punch him one or two. What was the instruction? Dude told him to get his receipt, and if anybody got a problem with it, I'll run down there. He said, you know what a receipt is. He told him. Y'all bugging. I know y'all feel sorry, but I'm not feeling sorry for somebody that initiated it. I'm sorry. I don't. He walked up to a fucking.
I know this is crazy.
Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and it was Roger that walked up to a white man and just cracked him over the head with a can. What they'd be saying? Get the fuck out of here. Nah, bro. We don't get to say this man belong in jail because he responded. Nah. You opened that floodgate when you cracked him in his head, not knowing who he was, not even knowing if he was part of any script. You just made him part of it.
They didn't even say what up to bro. Like, hey, how are you? What's your name? So they just walked up.
Yo, he ain't say no. Yo, he really walked, and then he put his hand around by his face and on his shoulder. He had to take his hands off. Like, yo, bro, get the fuck off me. What are you doing? They told him to go get your lick back, bro. Nah, they liable.
This is like my third or fourth frame.
Now, at this point of the night, Raj's dad, Rampage, got informed on what's been going on with his son on his kick stream through the comments.
I level with Raj. I'm not saying he's right, but I level with him because he ain't start this shit.
I'm watching the stream. I'm watching my son's stream.
Yo, that be saying Roger deserves it. If he walked up, smacked this dude with a beer can, and the dude got him later. The only thing they be bringing up, bro, NJ, is that like he went and smacked him with a can he wasn't supposed to, and that's his own karma. But now we supposed to forget. For every action, there's a reaction, bro. You can't go through life doing stupid shit. I would never walk up to a complete stranger and make any type of physical contact with them unless I'm ready for everything that comes with that. That's as a man, you're supposed to accept whatever come with that. Even if you was just playing, you don't know him to be playing like that. Y'all bugging, man. I can tell y'all ain't had no face-to-face interaction, bro. Because you can't just make him wrong for you. Open the gate, bro. You touch me, I touch you back, bro. You slap me, I have to punch you back. You cut me, I have to shoot you back. You can't.
The reason why I say like the timing was bad for Roger because now it goes from a situation where you could say I'm defending myself to now it's a premeditated attack. Legally, it just don't look good.
Right. Nah, and I know I get it. It looked crazy because it's like, yo, you shook his hand, you had time to think about it, but they told him. Get your leg back. Give him that receipt. It wasn't no instruction. In his mind, they told him it don't have to be fake. Nah, get him back. That was him even in the score, bro. They should have been very specific as to what they... Yo, bro, I'm going to say this because I'm going to try to play this through while we wrapping up. He's not a scripted wrestler, y'all. He's not part of that lifestyle that they into. Look what they were saying to him. We're always working. He don't do that kind of shit. He do it for real. Which is why he was nursing a concussion, you idiots. So you don't walk up to a guy that is in a fucking combat sport and you crack something across his head without doing no homework. He got what he was looking for. Now, maybe he wasn't looking for that, but he got it anyway. Come on, man. We got to be smarter than that. Yeah, the optics, having that all on your mind and just sitting there and recording it all and seeing people rage bait you. I understand that, y'all. Maybe he lost his head a bit. But it was no step-by-step instruction on how he was supposed to deal with what that man just did to him, bro. Y'all not being realistic, man. You can't crack nobody in the head with something and not expect it coming back later. You get what I'm saying? I'm not glad it happened, but I wish there would have been, you know, a better understanding of, you know, when we tell you to get your receipt, bro, don't go all out. Like, he not from that world, bro. What script do he got to read from?
Hey, that's a fact. Hey, just did they show him getting hit and drop kicked and all that other stuff that led to the
the drop kick? Yeah, they showed the drop kick in sparring. They showed him get dropped.
Look at his stream.
Also, it was sparring.
He was like supposed to be doing light sparring, and somebody Raja was working with kicked him in the head kicked him in. Did you get jumped by a bunch of dudes? Concussion from that. So imagine a dude cracking something upside your head on top of that. Now he probably don't know. Well, he don't know because he not paying attention. He just doing shit. And then even the other guys was like, yeah, he's an asshole. He wasn't even supposed to do that. That's what y'all not acknowledging. The fuck? How could you acknowledge one guy being wrong but not the other one? Why? Because I don't care if it was a fucking paper cut. You shouldn't have touched. You made physical contact with that man without his permission, without knowing if he was part of any script. You were wrong. Did you hear the other wrestler? He like, bro, get your receipt. They got a problem. I'll fucking run down there. Bro, he was wrong. That's what I want y'all to acknowledge. I'm not saying Raja is right, but you don't get to determine how I respond. You understand what I'm saying? You don't get to determine how I respond to something you did. You were wrong. Didn't the other wrestlers tell him? The other dude grabbed his hand like, bro, what you doing? He not one of the workers. And get out of here. If you can't see that the other guy was wrong, I ain't hearing none of that Roger shit. I ain't hearing it. Hold on. Diego. Let me get him right real quick.
I looked at your stream.
You might need to cool out in the corner a little bit, big dog. You know what I mean?
You was hugging on a dude in some damn tights. Man, you shut the fuck up. I looked at your stream, nigga. You was hugging on some dude in some booty shorts. I wasn't fucking hugging on nobody. I saw you, nigga. I saw you hugging on your coach. Sexual fantasy. You need to stop that shit. No, I don't got no sexual fantasy, nigga. I saw.
Serious? You still don't know what the wrestler did to provoke Raja? Smoke and tactics. Double tap the screen. Subscribe to the channel. Let me tell you, he smacked what people are calling a prop cane. Raja said it was a real cane too. It wasn't no prop cane. He said it was a real cane. People are already justifying a wrongdoing with trying to say, oh, it was just a prop. Don't fucking matter, bro. If I walk up to an absolute stranger on the street and crack a prop can across their head, what do you think the next order of business is going to be? What do you think I'm going after that? You think I'm going to just be allowed to go wrestle that night? Bro, I can tell y'all, man, I just had a situation where I just had to run down on somebody, man. You think that worked out for me? It didn't work out too good because people play cop games, bro. People will talk until they bark up the wrong tree, and then I ain't even have to put my hand on nobody. I got cops called. So you think I'm gonna walk up, me being me, crack somebody with a can, and I'm cool? Y'all bugging, bro. Y'all bugging. Y'all can't see
I saw you making shit up. I ain't make nothing up. Okay, was you not around a bunch of dudes with some damn thunder on? Oh yeah, for a wrestling show.
He invaded that man personal space.
I thought you was at a baby oil show. Everybody was all glistening. All right, long as you say.
They told him, hey yo, you got a chance to go get his ass back. What did they thought it was gonna be? Just fun? Like they thought that man was pissed off, and they knew it, and they watched him get how many clean, unfiltered or uninterrupted blows. You walked up to a complete stranger, walked that man in there, and then thought.
Now y'all got my son mad at me.
Nope.
Are y'all happy now?
Yo, I like Rampage and his son relationship. They funny though.
I'm
not condoning him whooping the dude ass.
For the rest of the night, Raja gets successfully rage baited by every single person in his comments, letting him know that he's a fake crash out, a pussy, a pushover, and just gets disrespected everywhere that he goes.
I'm a fake crash out. All right, bet. You about to see you about to see how fake of a crash out I am. Now I get a chance to get in the ring and do this and do some shit to him. How many subs to knock him out? That's a good question. I don't know.
It's a spot in the wild.
Exactly. Watch. My dad can't never call me a bitch. Straight up. They tell me to fake him. They say I can hit him for real.
See? Look.
Exactly. People think this shit.
Say that too.
try to get the right spot.
Tell me to fake him. They said I can hit him for real.
Shut y'all asses up. Y'all act like y'all was there. They said I ain't got to fake him. I could hit him for real. That's their fault. They fucking liable, man. You don't tell no black man that just got disrespected on camera that you could get your lick back. What the fuck he thought he was going to do? Man, miss me with all that outrage. They fucking bogus for allowing it. He's not one of y'all paid actors. He's not part of y'all fucking script. He didn't even have a script to follow. You idiots. Yeah, he was going to get in there and act a fool. Y'all out there calling them bitches out his name. Yeah, some of that shit probably got in his head. Probably wasn't the best decision to go out like that because they came out and apologized. But at the end of the day, he opened that can of worms. The way y'all calling it, y'all making it seem like, yeah, they agreed to do this. He done it, and then he just got mad. They never made an agreement to make any physical contact to be in that man's space. Y'all got to be men at the end of it. I'm not letting no man disrespect my space, and I get it. Like, why ain't kick his ass right there? Because he had these other people in front of him like, yo, man, you an asshole. What you doing, man? Calmed it down and then told him, look, you can get him back. And he like, oh, yeah, cool. I'll shake it. All right, bet. I got him.
And they fucked up by telling him that.
This shit's a fucking game.
They shouldn't have told him that.
Straight up, bro. I'm just really, like I said, guys, I'm really fucking humble at the end of the day. This nigga ain't no fighter, but I'm gonna really have to show him, like, nigga, you can't just hit a fucking can on my goddamn face. W, if you want to see me, you want to see if I can pick him up. W. It was not a fake can, bro. It was not a fake can. I'm telling you that shit right now. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't a fake can. That was a real ass can.
After getting cooked by the comments, Roger gets impatient and stands up and asks one of the workers when the guy's coming out so he can interrupt and slam the dude.
I don't know when I'm getting in the ring. I can ask. I'm gonna go ask. Let's go ask. Y'all gonna let me know when I'm getting in the ring? Okay.
Right during the next match, I'm gonna sit right behind you. I'm gonna give you a tap to let you know.
All right, bet.
That was the only thing Roger needed to know. Now he knew that he was gonna fuck that dude up once he got that signal, and then that signal finally came. Roger then starts to pull everything out of his pocket one by one and hand it over to his trainer. And I think at this point, there was no getting Roger back. He was dead set on what he was going to go in there and do. While Roger gets ready to interrupt the match, the cameraman's getting different angles and even getting a little bit excited for the fight himself.
Oh, let's do this.
I can't really read what they're saying right here, but I know that the guy behind him is the one that gave him the signal to go ahead and interrupt the match.
Me too, Pat. It's over 1 million views strong. I know somebody this is well, like executed video. That's why.
You! Get away!
This is about to happen. They see him beating his ass and they was watching. They let him do some more. Let me turn that for the music, man. But y'all see what's going on, man. Like, man, get his ass whooped. And he started fighting with everybody at that point. He wanted to fight with everybody. He was dead ass. So that shit could have got bad. That's bad, bro. Like, it was poorly executed. I'm trying to get people to understand everybody got to hold themselves accountable. Raja for getting in the ring, doing it to that level, right? Being that excessive, but Buddy had to accept accountability. Yo, I cracked this young man in the head earlier with a can, and I didn't even know him. Y'all really crazy, bro. If some stranger ass potbelly idiot that's probably drunk off the same booze that he just hit you upside the head with, walk up to you and smack you with a can, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure whether I do something to him now or later, we're not cool. What the fuck did he think was gonna happen? Yeah, I'm gonna get in here. Yeah, he's not a paid actor. He's not following the script. You get what I'm saying? He just going off. You get what I'm saying? He just freestyling at this point.
He getting his receipts on.
Telling you, kicked his ass, kick Buddy ass, bro. Well, no, I'm not saying it's cool, but you open the can of worms, bro. Don't put your hand on another grown man. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if y'all think it's justifiable instances where you could put your hand on a fucking stranger.
You can't do that. In no world, bro, can you do that. He lucky those other guys was in between him and he didn't pick him up right there and slam him like that and pound him out. I'm telling you, bro. So I'm not saying it's good, but everybody got to hold themselves accountable. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he did what he did. He had time to sit on it, think on it, but they let him do it. They told him nothing fake. You could really hit him. Why are we not acknowledging? Why are we only trying to pinpoint what we don't like and be mad about it? He's sitting here telling y'all they told him he can do this shit. They told him. They even gave him the signal, tapped him on the wing.
And as you can see, kind of behind him, I want you to pay attention to this dude in the blue. He follows him. He makes some threats to him. He's basically trying to get him to come back. I think what he was trying to do is distract him long enough for the police to come, because I know that they had called the police immediately after he attacked him. So I'm guessing he was going to try and fight him or stall him long enough to keep him there. Or, I don't know. The point of it is he was trying to rage bait Raja into fighting somebody else.
I don't respect no man that called the cops to help them deal with no altercation.
Tell the motherfuckers playing with me, bro.
You got a problem with one person and it's you and him.
One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. Tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Look at you.
Come on, man. We leaving, man. We're walking away, bro. Let's not finish here. Let's go. Come on, Roger. Let's go. Let's go, Roger. Let's go. Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. You listen to me. Listen to me, Roger. You need to listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go.
I don't give a fuck. You guys trying to jump me and shit.
Let's go.
You ain't gonna do shit to me, bro. You can't do shit to me. You can't fuck with me, bro. You can't fuck with me.
Don't follow me way down behind the block.
Let's go.
I'm walking away.
Let's go.
Yeah, you chopper.
And you follow me down. Like you really want the problem that I know you don't want. I know you don't want that problem you act like you want. You don't want that shit. You don't want me on your ass too. You just seen what I did to your man. Now if I come over there and do you the same way, now I'm wrong because you don't follow down behind me. You follow down behind me, bro. You following me to your own demise, you idiot. As a man, if you know you don't want a problem, you leave that shit alone. It's like the situation I got. I don't want to speak on it too much, but it's like you bark up a tree, and then when that motherfucker come back, it's like, oh shit, where's my phone? 911. He's threatening me. You're like, this is what's going. That's that pussy shit. Nah, man. You don't. If you trying to diffuse it, yeah, you could say he wrong, but don't follow the man that you just seen whoop ass. He opened up a can of whoop ass on your dude. He's still arguably fired up, and you think the ideal thing to do is follow. Let me follow him. Yeah, let me follow down behind him. And then when he whooped my ass, I can say, see, he's a crash out. He's a scumbag. No, bro, you don't go kicking a horn. You don't kick a bee's or a hornet's nest and then be surprised when you get fucking stung. That's goofy shit. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. You don't go, man, bro. You don't do stupid shit like that, bro. That's just common sense. You don't do it, man. Fuck all that court of law shit, bro. You don't follow down. You don't chase down. You don't antagonize ass whoopings and then look for the cops to bail you out. You crack for every reaction. For every action, there's a reaction. He cracked that man in the head with something, and he got it. And he got what his own karma was. We don't get to determine what that karma is. Would y'all would have liked it better if had he got in the ring and cracked him with a prop can? Now they even. No, man. I'm not talking no street shit. I'm talking man shit. See, y'all involved the laws where they don't tell me where did Raja go call the cops? Did he go call the cops? No, he didn't do it, right? He took it, he sat on it, and he delivered. He got his back, bro. That's it. You get what I'm saying? That's it. Simple and plain. You don't walk up on a man and touch him. So when they ask him, why did you do what you did? They're going to run the tape of him getting cracked in the head. And at that point, that's a complete stranger that he walking up to. Y'all still cool with that? Y'all notice how y'all only paying attention to what the man did because he got the shit end of it, but not the other guy that was quick, obviously nursing a fucking concussion and got cracked in the head. And we start yelling, it's a prop can. But the dude that's there was like, it was a real can. Y'all can't be serious, bro. You can't. Not one time are you going to hear me say he was right, but you're not going to hear me say he wrong either because we don't get to determine how you respond to being disrespected. You could sit on that shit as long as you want. When you react is when you react, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you react is when you react. Shout out to Boxing Hacker. Judd be following Rampage. His son earlier had got his ass whooped, embarrassed in sparring. So the stream was already clowned. Oh, those streams already clowned him. Social media gas him. It's possible, but I think they showed the clip where he got kicked in the head. They showed the clip where he got kicked in the head, and look how calm he was. I think we adding shit that's not there. That guy cracked him in the head. He had a response like, "Is this dude fucking serious?" He was like, "Hold on, went to go taking this." I've been there. I've been in shit like, yo, did this dude just do what did he walk up to me and crack me in my fucking head with a can? And y'all just like, I think he processed it. And by the time while he's processing, they told him, "Look, you can get your lick back." And then dude apologized and he sat on that shit and he did what he did. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's right. But once you physically put your hands on another man without his consent, mind you, he cracked him in the head without his consent. Why are we not talking about the dude? We just talking about the aftermath. I don't respect nobody that only highlights the aftermath. If you well off, you knock me out one day and I come back and shoot you down, you can't tell me I'm wrong for how I reacted to what you did to me. And that's what we doing. We ignoring what happened. We treating it like, yo, he just sat up in the crowd and just jumped in there and just whooped his ass. You get what I'm saying? That's not it. So again, man, just to make it make sense for the people that understand where I'm going with it, you know, for every action is a reaction, bro. That's it. He walked up to that man without his consent. He didn't know him from a can of paint, and he did some shit that he shouldn't have done. If you're not willing to acknowledge that first, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying about what Raja did. Because I'm a person that deal with first things first. How did we get here? How did we get here? He didn't just wake up and, oh, he didn't know this dude from a can of paint, just jumped in the ring and slammed him and just took off on him. That's not what happened. And that's how we treat it. Like, nah, yo, you're justifying. It's not justifying it. You're just not listening. You're not listening because you're not hearing what you want to hear. So my thing is, and even with that, B-Dog, why I can't even say he overreacted? Because I don't know about nobody else. I only speak for me. I hate when somebody tell me how to respond to something. Right? Like when one of the pet peeves is somebody, "Oh, you mad for nothing. You shouldn't be mad over that, or you shouldn't be that angry." Fucking tell me how mad I should be over something because you don't know how it affected me. Get what I'm saying? It's like smacking, beating a kid or hitting a kid and telling them it didn't hurt. It's like, bro, you can't tell them what it felt like to them. You know what I mean? Don't cry, make you cry. That's foolish way of thinking. You can't tell me how to respond to your disrespect. Yeah, you might only took an inch, but I'm gonna take a motherfucking mile. You get me? It just don't work like that. It ain't like, you know, for every action there's an equal reaction. No, that shit ain't gonna be equal. You just don't never know. Like I've seen people do the bare minimum and get some real permanent shit done to them. That's the thing. You just can't. You have no control over that. You open the floodgates for something physically happening to you when you took it upon yourself to physically assault that man. Because at that point, that's what it is. See, but y'all not gonna say that because y'all like y'all gonna justify it. It was just a prop can. He shouldn't have did that. Nah. Let's talk about how Psycho, what's his name? Psycho Stu, or whatever his damn name was, shouldn't have walked up and cracked him in his head. That's all. So I'm not hearing people say that. So that's why I'm not trying to hear nothing you saying as far as what Raja did, because you're not even willing to acknowledge how we got here. And that's what's wrong with the world. People that pay attention to how you reacted rather than the reason why you reacted the way you did. And I feel like it's not that it's justified, but I don't know what he was dealing with once he went through that, right? I could obviously see he was frustrated with people trolling him, talking about it, and it kind of festered. And it did look like he allowed, you know, the chat to influence the outcome. But I mean, look, that's the door you open up, bro. I'm sorry. And again, they should have been very specific about what you're going to do when you get in this ring. Why wouldn't they be more specific? They know he felt disrespected. They know he didn't know him. They don't have no prior situation working with him to any capacity where he's going on script. So everything he fucking did was going to be off script. They liable too for sitting there, allowing it to fester and then allowing them to get in there. So we're going to be mad at everybody. Be mad at Psycho Stu for walking up, touching that young man. He had no right to do that. I want you to be a man enough to say, yeah, he shouldn't have did that. But I still think bro overreacted. Now I can hear you. I can hear you now. But other than that, you're going to just disregard it and be like, oh, because he over. Nah, I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it.
You're not going to hear it because, you know, we got to be out here on our damn moral high horse. talking about this, that, and the third, what's right and what's just. And that's why I said, man, as far as him reacting, if he would have did it in the moment, I'm just looking at it in terms of legality, because then at least he got an out and it's not a premeditated thing. But I'm not even mad at him for doing that. Because like you said, man, I've seen people, you know, have some horrendous things happen to him. So I should say horrific things happen to him over infractions that some people may say aren't that big of a deal, but for some people, their respect is a big deal. I done seen motherfuckers get cut for spitting on people. Or something happened to somebody because they touched somebody's child or something like that.
That SMD that y'all like to throw around, or not John specifically, that some of these immature younger men like to throw around SMD. I seen shit really happen to people over that. So what you gonna say? Like, you think the people that seen it happen to them, like, well, you know, and that's crazy. You should not. They like, bro, you shouldn't have said what you said, because you know what come with that. So as a grown man, all I'm saying is, if you put your hands on any other grown man that you don't know in any physical capacity against their will, you accepted whatever come with that. As a man, you did, bro. I would love to know what Buddy's saying. They say he up and he woke now and all that shit. I would love to know what he think. That shit ain't justified. I don't care how long he sat on it. I know it looked crazy, but at the end of the day, that's karma, right? You can't put your hands on nobody and expect nothing to happen. Because you said oh, my bad. You ain't, man, I don't know about y'all, but just because you said my bad don't mean it cool. Don't mean it was cool. You know what I'm saying? Hell with that. The last thing they should have done was allow him to jump in there and do anything to any capacity without being completely clear as to what he was supposed to be doing. Other than that, this was always possible. This was always possible. This is always possible. Nah, Timmy, you're wrong. Because again, at the end of the day, you still won't acknowledge the fact that the man did wrong first. You don't get that. So you don't get to skip past what he did and just focus on what happened to him. That's that sucker shit. That's that victim mentality. That's the entitled bullshit. I'm going to try to leave it there because I ain't trying to make it one of them. But just notice the kind of person that he beat up. Drunk ass dude, shirt off, all belligerent and ignorant, right? And mind you, they said he was wrong. He an asshole. He not even supposed to do none of that, right? We're going to ignore how the workers are telling him, yeah, man. And if anybody got a problem with it, I'll run down to the ring too. Come on, man. Y'all missing it. They wasn't telling him, oh, nah, he didn't mean nothing by it. They like, bro, he dumb. He dumb. He shouldn't have did that. And you know what a receipt is, right? You know what a receipt is? Yeah, that's your lick back. Like, what? What a receipt is. He not no damn. You get what I'm saying? No paid actor. So look, that was always bound to go off script. What y'all doing?
And he told him to hit him as often as he wanted.
Right. Told him it ain't have to be no fake shit. The Consul of Rome. Nah, man. Y'all really need to learn boxing, bro. I'm gonna say a prayer for boxing tonight, man. That people learn that when fights are not put together, it's more so about business than people ducking. And just real quick to go off, because we wrapping up, I want to make sure I give my brothers a chance to speak. Pardon me, I just had to get it out. Y'all need to know better, bro. Them dudes is in the same weight class. Their team put out a statement about 48 months. And then you move up to a division before Boots get there. And you could pay, if you're just paying attention from the outside looking in, you see what the issue is. One guy talking about something is signed in order to fight. The other side is talking about, you don't tell us when to fight and that shit's stale. Y'all gotta be smarter than that, bro. There's not no paperwork nowhere where either Boots or Vergil could say the other guy ducked the other guy. Even with that 48-month statement, there was never no paperwork in place, bro. When it is, like, we're gonna speak on it, but y'all calling grown men that been fighting all their life cowards because they didn't fight a guy that you thought he should fight when he should fight him. So tell me who had the contract for Vergil and Boots to fight and who was sending the offer. We gotta stop tearing these fighters down, bro. It's very ignorant, man. I'm telling you, elevate your way of thinking, bro. You calling a grown man that risks his life for a living a coward. Think about that for a second. Think about it.
That
without
part
no
in and
information.
of itself is difficult, Just. How the hell you gonna elevate your thinking if you ain't even thinking? If all you
Yeah,
doing is just watching
yeah,
this guy
yeah.
say these talking points and you just go and parrot the shit that he's saying. And that's what you see on this YouTube shit. And that's what I was saying the other day. Like many of us, we just sophists. We learn a
Watch
little bit
this,
enough.
bro.
We
Right.
learn a little bit of a few facts. And we don't even give a fuck about getting to the
Nope.
truth. We just want to be right and win arguments and
Right.
debates and all that other
Boots
dumb
didn't
shit.
want it based off what though? Like what like based on what? One side, and that's the problem. We stop allowing boxing to confuse you and force you to pick a side. Get what I'm saying? Always side with boxing, and you'll be able to better assess situations. When you listen to what's going on between the two camps, you clearly hear discrepancy in communication and them not being on the same page. They ain't even get to if somebody's ducking somebody or not. You think Vergil can tell you that, yeah, Jaron Ennis ducked me? He'd be full of shit. And the same thing for Boots, man. I'm trying to say, I gotta stop being fooled, bro. Guys ain't running around here, yo. How much money they was gonna get paid? What what's the network they was gonna fight in? Like I said, who was making the offer? Was it Golden Boy and Vergil's side, or was it Boots and Eddie Hearn? Y'all gotta stop. If y'all don't know that, where the paperwork? Who got the paperwork? Where did it get started at? Who's making the offer to who? Like, y'all don't ask very basic questions. Y'all really cool with telling yourselves that these grown men are cowards. So Tank is a coward. Boots is a coward. Shakur is a runner. Devin Haney's a bitch. Earl Spencer drunk. Terrence Crawford ain't fought nobody. You see where I'm going? God damn, man. Y'all bad for the sport, bro. Stop letting these weird ass promoters or these teams or these fighters convince you that somebody is ducking them when they know that shit ain't the case. Y'all need to go sit down and talk to some fucking matchmakers, bro. Have some conversations with some people that's a part of putting fights together and see how many times within a conversation that the word ducking come up. You will be fucking mind blown. It's business, man. Business. And it's that simple. Like, shit don't make sense to that fighter. They're not completely comfortable with going in the ring. They're not taking the fight. They don't care what you saying at home. So while you calling a person a duck or scary, they feel like they ain't getting their worth, so they ain't taking it. Get what I'm saying? They know they taking a risk and the reward ain't matching. They not taking it. But we at home telling people what money to accept, what promotional companies to sign on to, what fights to take, when to take them. Y'all jumping all over this Boots didn't want it, but y'all don't have no smoke for the 48 months that they needed at 47. Make that shit make sense, bro. Now you want me to, now after people will tell you based on that statement, they didn't want it, right? So now Vergil was a duck at 47. Now that he got the 54 first, Boots is now a duck. Do y'all see my fucking problem? That's for people that don't know boxing. Duck talk is for people that don't know boxing. Since I've had this fucking channel, bro, every solitary fighter, and I think the only matchup that people got the most of a leg to stand on is Canelo and Benavidez. And even that, I can throw some shit out there that'll make you question it. Was it really a duck? Did he really want to fight? He was in this, but it's a lot, bro. Just like when people tell me Boots wanted to fight Crawford, man, it's so much, man, to consider, man. But y'all got to catch up, bro. So all I can say, stop being fooled by the business of boxing, bro. All of these managers, promotional entities, they all gonna say what's in the best interest of their fighter and their company, the company that they working for. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. But y'all thinking people are cowards because fights didn't get made. What y'all gonna say when they make the fight? What you gonna say when Boots actually fight the guy? What if he fight Vergil next? Are you then gonna be like, oh, yeah, he really wanted? Like, get me? Come on, man. We gotta be smarter than this, man. As long as we allow the business of boxing to confuse us, they gonna keep doing it. Bob Arum said fans is like dumb as a box of rocks. You just kick them where they want them to go. And we don't get it. We don't hear that shit like that. We still arguing about who's a coward and who's a duck. Whole time they laughing to the bank because they ain't even got no paperwork nowhere for that fight to be made. I'm telling you, man, stop being foolish. Shout out to Rob, man.
I don't got smoke for neither one of them. I ain't got smoke for the 48 months because only his team know what he was dealing with behind the scenes. That man was knocking on heaven's door not too long ago prior to the move to 154. So they knew what the hell he was going through with his weight and all that shit. and they weren't about to send him in there at a disadvantage. They'd be dumb as hell to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And with Boots, with his team, look what they doing right now. They got him positioned to be fighting for the WBA title right after the Lima fight, provided he's successful versus him. So we just gotta wait and see and allow these things to play out. That's the other thing, man. We're always looking so far ahead instead of appreciating what we have in front of us, or even
Boots
not
doesn't have the
appreciating what we have in
experience
front of
with
us.
him, bro.
But we be looking so far ahead, like with this Tank thing. Who the fuck knows what he's gonna do after Jake Paul? We don't know if the man's gonna retire. We don't know if he's gonna spin the block on Lamont Roach. We don't know if he's gonna fight Shakur Stevenson. All we know right now is that he's getting paid handsomely to fight Jake Paul. Let's watch or not watch that fight because there are gonna be plenty of other people who will tune in. And then just see what the hell he does from there. The same thing with Boots and Vergil. Let's see what the hell happens after Lima. Let's see what the hell happens after
Yeah.
Erickson Lubin.
Facts.
Until then, all
That
we know
man
is
just
these
put
guys got
Boots-
2 fights lined up.
He put Boots and Eubank Jr. in the same sentence. He said Boots is just like Eubank Jr. Says no fucking boxing fan in the world. Yeah, and look, I'm a nice guy. I'm an easygoing guy. I be trying to like let people make it, have their comments. But the insults of any boxing knowledge it won't be tolerated. You feeling like you one guy wants a fight or can't win versus the other don't make you smart. Picking a fight right don't make you smarter. It just don't. We all think a certain way. You just put Boots and Eubank Jr. in the same sentence, bro. You say he's skillfully, but not. They not the same fucking caliber of fighter at all. Eubank Jr. is nothing like Boots. Not a damn thing like him, bro. Gotta stop the nonsense, man. Yeah, but listen, keep being fooled. I think it's a matter of time before that fight get made. Keep the same energy. You say he don't got the experience to beat Vergil Ortiz, which is why, like I said, like Ann said, I ain't trying to knock him, but if that was so true, they felt like that, they wouldn't have even ever made a statement about no set amount of months before they're ready to fight him. That's ignorant. That's stupid talk. They would have been pressing his line. So right now, what you see at 54 is one guy more settled and established there, and he feels like he should be able to call the shots now. Oh, well, tell him to fight me now. And clearly Boots like, bro, I'm going to get my fight in first, and then we're going to see what's up. And I think that's all it is. Got to stop calling dudes cowards, man. Like, I hear this shit about everybody. They told me Terrence Crawford was a coward years ago. Scared of Errol Spence. We do this shit with every 2 fighters that don't fight. We do it. You know what I mean? Did you still think Terrence Crawford a coward after fighting Errol Spence? Guess what they say? He fought 41 nobodies in a drunk, or 40 nobodies in a drunk. It's wild, bro. It's like, y'all don't know how to get boxing is just do, but you over here in the right channel where I do, bro. So look, shout out to Vergil.
Yo, Council of Rome. Council of Rome.
Right. They at 54 now, and I think time will tell. You know what I'm saying?
No, I just want to say this real quick to Council of Rome, real quick, just Council of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to bounce, bro. You could just, you don't gotta announce your departure.
Yeah,
just bounce, and then all that other shit, calling people a bitch and all this. Like, we grown men in here, bro.
Yeah, and
There's
we just
no need
build
for that bitch talk to other men.
Right, I'm letting him have his opinion, but you gotta be weird, bro. It's like y'all be kids, man. Y'all really be kids, man. I can tell because men know how to have a conversation outside of the way they think. They leave room for it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you just, you got to be smarter. And nah, you don't want this. And like I said, when I ask questions, you don't have no answers. You just typing and talking. So yeah, we're gonna
calling another man out of his name because you don't agree with him.
Yeah,
you can disagree. You don't have to agree on everything.
Yeah, that's what
but
I'm
all
saying.
that calling people drama bitches and all that, like, save that shit elsewhere. We trying to keep this one of the few sacred places where we could have this type of discourse. Real talk. It's in the fucking name. It's in just do, which means respect. Not just for the boxers, but for one another, where we can have this space. You want to call people bitches, you want to call people out their names, take that shit over to H Money or whomever else.
Yeah,
where they do that at.
And I approve that message 1,000,000%. It's like, why y'all can't?
And it's no disrespect to H Money.
Right.
But that's how they get down over there. That's how them cats talk to each other. Over here,
start coming over here.
This ain't that, bro.
keep trying to tell you, I'm all high and shit. I can't see me back here. I got the light off. I'll be chilling. But come over here to build, man. You know what I mean? Come with an empty plate. Come with your opinion, no matter how different it is. And I guarantee you it's going to be respected. As long as you know how to give respect, you're going to get it back. But I hate simple-minded, like children. You a bitch, or you don't know. You got to be smarter. And y'all be stating y'all opinions like they facts and telling people like that your opinion don't make you smart. You have an opinion, I have one. But anybody, listen, let me say this. Anybody that thinks fighters are cowards, me and you probably don't ever need to talk. Ever, because we don't got nothing in common. We think totally different. We approach the sport different. We look at it different. At the end of the day, yeah, there's some cases maybe you could point to where some real hesitation with guys not wanting to get in there with other guys. But for the most part, that Mike Tyson era is over. I said this before. You know what I mean? At this point, you got guys that had whole NBA careers, whole football careers, you know, just careers and other shit. In other sports, and they coming over here in boxing because of the money that they can make on one night. Get what I'm saying? So what one thing I'm saying all that to say, this era of boxing showed me they're about that fucking bad. And all the days of trying to, you know, maybe it still happened to a degree, but all the days of completely fooling these guys to get in there and not get what they worth and, you know, weigh their options and go see who really got that. This shit is starting to be like a thing of the past. And I think that to a degree, is people within boxing are mad that the fighters are waking up. Like, nah, bro, they taking punishment. You know, you taking years off your life for people entertainment just for them to shit on you when the fight don't go your way. So nah, man, get your money. Milk the game. Don't let the game milk you. That's all I can say,
Absolutely. Man. And but here's the thing though, it's been that way.
Mm-hmm.
And what it is folks refuse to think for themselves and see this thing for what it really is.
Right.
Like, look at a dude like Sugar Ray Leonard, for instance. We'll give him all the credit in the world, which he should, for fighting the remainder of the four kings. He was one of them, but he fought Hagler, Hearns, and Duran.
Right.
Look at the rest of his resume, though.
Right.
There's a bunch of dudes on there that are unheralded, dudes that folks would be calling them bums. It ain't like this dude had a career where he fought 35 fights and they were all fucking killers.
Mm-hmm.
We got to have an honest dialogue, but if we were to do that, then it would diminish the past.
Right.
It wouldn't be this romanticized thing that we look at, like, oh, look at what he did, so on and so forth. Like, yo, bro, I shit you not, I went back and I looked at George Foreman's resume.
Facts.
Prior to 1975, he had two names on there that stuck out: Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. The rest of them were a bunch of nondescript opponents that we don't talk about.
Right.
But we're not ready to have that conversation. Like that article I sent you just where Muhammad Ali popped dirty for a drug test. The way we be dragging dudes on suspicion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
And Muhammad Ali actually tested positive for a banned substance.
Mm-hmm.
But we just completely just disregard that part of his career because it would tarnish his legacy.
And that's not keeping it real, because if it's out there and it's factual information, then you should include it in every conversation you talk about, especially if you somebody always preaching about the sport being clean and this and that. And
the integrity of the sport and all this other shit. The integrity.
Don't get quiet when it's your hero. Don't get quiet when it's your hero. And furthermore, I'll say this, do some research and find out exactly as to what went on, because when you sent it, like you let me know, it's, you know, you read into it, you see what went on, and you like, oh, okay, not saying it's cool, but you like, all right,
I understand it. But that's the other thing too, is like, if we gotta understand it, then we gotta be understanding for everybody. If we can look at it and say, well, damn, he was having issues with his thyroid, so he was gaining weight, so he trying to get the extra weight off. All he took was a diuretic. It wasn't like he took steroids, like he was trying to gain some crazy advantage.
Enhancer, right.
He was just trying to get some extra weight off because he was dealing with the health issue.
Yeah, it's just like dude had a diuretics. They always say PEDs, but it was diuretics.
Michelle Rivera.
Yeah.
Nah, that's a fact. That'd be my talking point more so than anything.
Right.
If you're gonna say it against one, then you gotta hold it to the same standard to all.
All of
So
them.
that means that we have this conversation about everybody. And like Ant said, just right now, we're going to talk about that. Then we got to open it up to the past, because I could swear you go on a lot of the greats' resume, you'll see a lot of names you never heard before.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And
Facts,
most of
Ty.
y'all
And
don't
I'm
know them names because
understanding of
y'all
that.
wasn't really
I'm
watching boxing
understanding
like
of that. Like, I don't shit on Ali because that happened, because I understand why he did it. I understand why he did it. But by the same token, I'm also looking at Canelo Alvarez a little bit different too. And not in a negative way, but yo, I was looking at that video. He didn't look too good at
Yeah,
that
he did.
weigh-in where they had to
Yeah,
catch him, like Just was alluded
yeah,
to. And I'm like,
yeah,
damn, now I see why he was taking
yeah.
the clenbuterol.
And hey, look, he was able to provide where he got that shit from. He was able to provide it. Why the clenbuterol was in the system, Canelo. So
Yep.
even though it was there, but that's like looking into it more surface level. They're not gonna go past surface. It's pop, it's clenbuterol, is he dirty? That's it. Nah, bro, go look into it. Then
And
he
they
was
have a
really able
huge
to
crisis in
provide
their
like
country.
receipts, as we like to call them, like as to why shit was in his system. And I'm gonna tell you this because I'm an honest guy. After looking into the situation in its entirety, I don't feel like he intentionally did nothing. Sorry. I don't, bro. I don't.
Neither do I.
I don't. Not after looking into it. I'm like, hold on. This shit made sense. He had receipt. He didn't just make this shit up. Somebody, I forgot who it was. It was Victor. One of them said something about receipts. He needs to show this, such and such. He provided that shit. I was like, okay, Nello. Hey, man, most people will go tuck their tail. Look, Oscar Valdez, countless others had the opportunity to prove themselves right. Ryan Garcia, none of them was able to do it. Canelo had receipts. So kind of get up off him with that. He a great fighter, bro. Yeah, he got the positive test, but it is what it is, man. I just don't, after listening to that situation into its entirety and paying attention to the facts and details, I just didn't feel like he was somewhere intentionally shooting, clenbuterol in the system or something. I just didn't feel like that. You know what I mean? I just
And
don't
that's
like
the other thing too. It's
yeah.
like the real effects of these things. Like, I really want to delve a little bit deeper into it to see what these things actually do and how they affect performance and so on and so forth.
Right.
Because when you hear it, the shit just sounds so nefarious and it just sounds extreme. Like, you just get the visual of a dude sticking a syringe in his ass on his navel, and all of a sudden he becomes fucking Lou Ferrigno. He's the Incredible Hulk.
Right.
But these
I'm with
guys are
you.
taking different things for different reasons. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
with
They're
you.
taking different things for different reasons. That's first and foremost. And I'm not saying that you should just have the wild wild west where guys are able to just operate with impunity, like it's
right.
I should say immunity, pardon me, with immunity, and it's just like a free fall.
Right.
But some of this shit is not what we think it is. Like, all of a sudden you just took this magic potion and you just now this absolutely unstoppable, destructive force and all this other shit.
Exactly, bro. Like, you act like you just gonna transform you into a automatically just now you could fight. Nah, that shit don't go like that, bro.
Now your coordination is through the roof, your timing is through the roof, your IQ is through the roof, your footwork is through the roof. Like, this shit just made you something that you just weren't prior to taking it. But that's not a conversation that we're willing to have. And then the other part of it too is, like I was saying, as far as Ali is concerned, like understanding his reasoning for doing what he did. And like Todd said, it was administered by a doctor.
Hey man, great show, just as always, man. I'm gonna have to take it off. I'm about to tap into work, bro. Great show.
You already know, man. We wrapping up. I appreciate y'all brothers too, man. Swear they're coming up, rocking out, building with me. Gotta keep on just. That was a very Mickey. Didn't change it for the instance. Oh, so yeah, shout out to Ty. I see what you were saying. I used to feel like they raised the levels for Canelo because they did it seem like right after they called him, but even that though, after further like looking into it, and it looks, because it's just one of those things where it's timing. The timing of it looks like, oh shit, that's what they did it for him so he could cheat. But in reality, they were able to explain how a lot of what be going on is consistent with contamination. And I think they raising the levels kind of
you know, not raising it to the point where you like juice to the gills or something, but raising it to the point where like people getting jammed up because of contamination wouldn't no longer be a factor. I hate the way I just explained that, but that makes sense, right?
No, it makes
Because a
perfect
lot
sense
of
to me.
that, you get what I'm saying? Them traces of clenbuterol and stuff like that. They even explain how that stuff get, you know what I mean, in some of these fighters' system, and it don't be from them intentionally juicing or trying to get an advantage. You know what I'm saying? It be people like maybe not. Well, I hear that
You got to look at farming and agriculture and what they're doing down there. What's it like? Yo, it's kind of fucked up down there in Mexico. I was watching an expose on Chiapas, and they were just talking about how that whole town basically got diabetes because it's far cheaper to buy Coca-Cola than it is to get clean water.
Yeah, shout out to
That's just how fucked up it is down there. And it's the
Right.
same thing with the meat, with the clenbuterol thing. Like
Right.
they pumping the cows full of these things because they're
Right.
trying to produce more meat and so on and so forth.
Exactly. So when people are going and eating these meat and steak and shit like that, they it's contaminated, and that's what Canelo was able to provide. Like that, his shit was contaminated where he got it from, and that's what, to my understanding, why they raised the levels to kind of cancel out the fact that people be, you know, having contaminated supplements. They even explain how supplements get contaminated, people using the same machinery. It's kind of like for example, right? You ever go to a sub shop and there's people that don't eat pork, but they slice the pork on the same shit they slice and everything else with, and that person to see that and tell them to make sure they clean it off beforehand, like before they use it and try to make their sandwich or something like that. So
You could just look at products that you have and it'll tell you flat out, like, yo, this thing was produced in a factory that also handles soy or peanuts or whatever else. So if you got any allergies, they just letting you know there's a chance that there was some cross contamination.
Yeah. So that shit is crazy, man. But it's boxing. But for me over here, I'm a student in this here game. I'm always trying to get information, learn, and understand. That's why I have a very different opinion than your average person that's talking and shit. Because I try to understand. I don't just look at something, see what I don't like, form my opinion, and be done with it. I try to understand why shit is the way it is. And you know, for a while, I talked about that clenbuterol and Canelo and them raising the limits, but and doing more homework, man, it gave you more of an understanding. Unless you really don't like information and shit that just makes sense, then just keep pushing. Oh, he's a juicer and this and that. And I just don't think that's the case. But it is what it is, you know. Get it from casually eating Mexican meat, yeah. The low end of meat and shit like that. They said too. Marquez Juice versus Manny in the last fight. Yeah, he did look it. He looked at Mike Kirkland. He definitely looked juiced to the good. Shout out to my homie Platboy. Double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Another dope build in the books. We got put 4.5 in. Shout out to my bro Ant McQueen coming up here to rock out with me, man. Appreciate you as always, man. You can get your final
Appreciate
word.
y'all, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Shout out to Ty, Mike, Fight Club. Even that dude that was in here talking that bullshit. Shout out to him too.
I be
Hopefully,
trying to let people make it, but they start slipping in little disrespectful jabs. I'd be like, damn, why you can't just cook and talk your shit? You could really come up here and your opinion could be 100% different from mine. I guarantee you, I won't disrespect you for it. I'll let you cook and talk your shit, but that's why I say, man, toxic boxing don't live over here, man. We trying to get rid of that shit one build at a time, man, and try to get men back to having conversations with other men. That'd be the problem. Soon as somebody hears something different, they got to disagree. They got to argue. It got to be an insult. And that's not how real men carry it. So over here, expect to, you know, have some real conversation about some real shit. You dig? And shout out to my brother Adam McQueen bringing the
we gotta be able to reason with one another, and not look to just be right all the time and win arguments and all this shit. We've been conditioned to debate with each other. Everything is not a debate.
It's not.
Everything is not a debate.
It's not. Let people have their thoughts, bro, and opinions, man. They'll rock with you all day till you say something they'll like. Oh, nah, I disagree. I'll be like, damn, you've been in the chat the whole time rocking with me 3.5 hours. Last 20 minutes, you disagree. Like, bro, stop, man. And again, man, I appreciate everybody, all the support. Much love to everybody, man. Y'all make sure y'all smash that like button for your bro on the way out. double tap the screen if you haven't. You know, subscribe to the channel. We about 70 away from 10K. We gonna get it. We gonna get there. I told y'all we gonna get it. We're gonna keep putting this work in. 4.5 hours in the books, and we'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again, man. So with that, y'all keep building up boxing. We gonna keep building up boxing, keep supporting the grind, and we just gonna keep getting to it. Shout out to everybody that ordered any merchandise. It will be here this week, no later, guaranteed. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow. So with that, we up out of here. Peace to
representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.